Look, Ma, I made it. And so did they. Good morning, chat. It's me. It says James now. I was going to say it says Andre, but it's James. Eddie had to call out today, so I'm filling in briefly for opening call. I'm Rocket. He's Groot. This is TopstepTV, the greatest
I am
trading show
Groot.
in the world. Hoag, how you doing this morning?
I am Groot.
Wow, that good? I can't believe
I
it. I
am
started trying to do
Groot.
my Rocket
No, I'm good, man.
impersonation.
James, it's good to see you. I thought for a second maybe Eddie shaved and dyed his hair a little bit, but it's good to see you. James is always on here, and it's great to see everybody. This is the opening call, Wednesday, January the 15th. As always, our focus is on genuine, accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Good morning to everybody. Top of the chat, I see, as usual, Dan Trader on quite a streak, top of the list pretty much every day. We got Cool Bash. We got One Time. We got Shubham. We've got Command 86 and 2. I call them Command 88. We got Cannabiscan. We got Anastasios, Yabbersmack Holdings, Crawdad's Fish Market, Sharon T. Very nice things that you have to say there. Thank you very much. We are happy to be joining, to be starting our day with you as well. Tom, Man Cave Trades, Benji, Rick Quas, and Slippers. Top the ones I see, but welcome to all of you. We're glad you're here. Yes, I do still have the rally sweater on. I'm very optimistic, always.
You gotta be. Gotta stay optimistic. Otherwise, what's the point? Talking about what's the point, let's go ahead and hit that tip of the week. If you haven't heard already, our tip of the week is focus on one setup. Master one strategy before expanding. Know when your setup works best. Avoid experimenting with untested setups and improve execution with repetition. I think those all sound pretty good to me, but Hoag, what do you think?
The only thing that keeps popping into my head when I see this tip of the week is Linda Rashke really just talks about you can build a career out of one setup, and that one setup can work in any product that you're looking at. So um focus on that one setup. Even if you're an experienced trader, having that one top setup that you're always going to be looking for in any and every market that you're looking for can get you to where you want to be. And I know we all want to build an empire, and you can do that looking at one setup over a long period of time. Let's get it going on.
That's exactly why I only play one class in World of Warcraft and I play it well. All right, Hoag, enough from me. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today on those beautiful charts of yours?
Well, thank you, James. All right. Well, as far as some of the other news this morning, well, I mean, we did see the CPI numbers come out. Traders have priced in a rate cut as early as July now versus September. Hamas apparently has greenlighted a Gaza ceasefire deal. We'll see how that plays out. I'm seeing also that the U.S. is pushing chip makers to tighten supplies to China. Those of you that are holding stocks in chip makers, that might be something that you would find very interesting. All right. As far as economic numbers this morning at 6 o'clock, the 30-year mortgage applications and rates came out. I think there's a little bit of a mistake, possibly in the applications. They're saying that the applications rate in the last week was up 33.3%. That seems like a lot, particularly because the mortgage rate has gone from 6.99% to 7.09%. It may change a little bit after today. At 6:30, the OPEC monthly report did come out. I haven't had much time to unpack that. Barkin was apparently barking at 7 o'clock this morning, and at 7:30, yes, the big number everybody's been waiting for, the CPI numbers. Now, they did not come out hot. They came out a little cool. Markets are responding very well to them. Rates have dropped. We're seeing the 10-year just popping through the ceiling, as well as the equities. So the year over year was expected to rise from 2.7% to 2.9%, and that is where it came out as expected. The overall CPI month over month was expected to rise from 0.3% to 0.4%, and that is exactly where it came out. So nothing surprising there. The core year over year was expected to remain at 3.3%. That came out a little bit cool at 3.2%, and the month over month Core CPI was expected to remain at 0.3%. That came out at 0.2%, lower than expected. So, as traders are saying, maybe there's a little bit of a hint of lower inflation here. Maybe we're going to start to see an earlier rate cut than we previously expected. The New York Fed Manufacturing Index also came out. That was expected to come out at, well, the last one was 0.2%. It came out minus 12.6%. That's a pretty big drop in manufacturing in the tri-state area. Petroleum status report is due out at 9:30 this morning. That is the EIA. We've got 11 o'clock. Goolsby due to speak, and at 1 p.m. we're going to send Andre to go get the beige book. All right. Earnings starting today. We had JP Morgan. We had Wells Fargo. We had Goldman Sachs. We had BlackRock. We had Citibank. How do you think those earnings and all that came out? Earnings per share and revenues came out. There was only one miss. Wells Fargo missed on revenue just by a little bit. But of course, the banks are doing well. VIX this morning down 18.38, almost 2% this morning. It was 19.74 yesterday at this time. The dollar index down to 108.72. It was 109.83 yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year after the CPI numbers came out, about 10 basis points lower than it was yesterday at this time. 4.69 last I checked today was 4.78% yesterday. Now, looking into the charts, what the S&Ps do? Well, on the daily, we're still in longer time frame and an uptrend. In medium time frame balance, and in shorter time frame, we are in a downtrend. Are we going to break that today? Look at where the market traded right to after the number came out. Weekly kickoff high. The weekly kickoff high was 78, 59.78. The high was 59.79, and the orders. So we missed that by 7 ticks. It's going to be an interesting level for us to watch today, and we'll take a quick look at that on the 30-minute chart as we get going here. Right now, the equities, the S&Ps are up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 1.74%, the Dow up 1.6%, approximately. Everything's coming up roses so far in the equities. We'll see if that lasts today. So when we look at the excess we had on Monday, we pointed that out yesterday. Yesterday, we did have an overlapping to higher range, very indecisive daily bar here. Very, doji-like. As we were waiting for the CPI numbers. Well, the CPI numbers are out. Investors and traders are happy about that. Let's see what we're looking at here on the 30-minute chart. So a couple of hints that we had yesterday, and it was a very, very difficult trading day yesterday, even though we had some pretty solid nuances to lean on yesterday. In the S&Ps, we opened above range in value. We did close the gap. We had the late spike to the upside. Where did that go? There it is. There's that late spike to the upside. We were looking for that to possibly hold. The market did get through there, traded into value right to Isaac's level right here. And Jay was also looking at this level, putting in the low. We didn't quite reach the point of control from Monday. However, what doesn't happen is as important as what does. The market recovered. We had our second higher close off this low here. Value did move higher. We talked about that in the afternoon recap yesterday. The late spike to the upside only means that we're probably going to be expecting value to end the day higher, or the market to sometimes just continue to push higher. The late spike to the upside yesterday, and the fact that we did have most of our value yesterday does say that the late spike did what it was supposed to yesterday. It moved value higher. All right, what are we looking at now? Well, geez, man, we've got this thing just racing to the upside this morning. We do have a little bit of potential resistance right up here at 59.78, the weekly kickoff high. What do we do Monday? Weekly kickoff low Monday, Wednesday, all the way back to the weekly kickoff high. We're getting very rotational here. If we break that level, there is space above. There's a lot. It's going to be a while before we're going to be seeing any visual targets. Last week's high, of course, would be one of them at 60.45 half. Naked point of control above that, perhaps around 60.55. We have to see if we can find some momentum. But we are holding overnight inventory to the long side after the number came out. We are going to be opening with a gap, and gap rules say we can't close that gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Would love to see him move back to about the half back mark in this 730 bar here. Might be an interesting area for us to look for an execution, and at the very least, an opportunity to limit risk. The profile yesterday, normal variation day, neutral day, normal variation, neutral days use a lot of the market's ability to facilitate trade. What's the market's job? It's to facilitate trade. What's the market doing? Looking for new levels to facilitate trade after those numbers came out. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. Wally. All right. So again, longer time frame. Yes, the upside structure is intact. That's the word I'm looking for. Medium time frame largely balanced. Shorter time frame downtrend. We see this nice, tasty little downtrend line right here. It's coming across the weekly kickoff high here, maybe on about Friday or Monday, but we'll see what happens then. So again, excess on the low on Monday. 2 days really of kind of indecision, Monday and Tuesday. Now we've got the information we're looking for in the CPI numbers. We'll I forgot to mention open interest in the S&Ps, but that's all right. Yesterday, we added 2,200 in open interest yesterday. It was a normal variation neutral day, so there's nothing really we can look at that. Another indecisive day. We did add a little bit of open interest. We lost open interest on that push to the upside yesterday, value-wise in the S&Ps. I'm looking at that as short covering yesterday. Maybe a little bit of new longs coming in, and those new longs are certainly starting to get paid. Where did the market push to right after the number came out? Well, basically right to the 5% off the all-time high. Always kind of keeping these on my charts when the market is pulling off, and we are seeing again shorter time frames. Trend is intact, lower highs, lower lows. We've got some work to do before we're going to be able to break that trend. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Here we go. All right. So, again, value overlapping to higher after the late spike to the upside. Again, late spikes don't indicate direct movement. It's movement over time. So we're seeing value low, value high, overlapping to higher from yesterday. So the late spike did actually succeed in bringing value higher. Overnight inventory is obviously long, trading right to the 5% off the all-time high. Going to be a challenging trading day today, I think, as the traders and investors digest this CPI information. I think it's going to be, uh, a good trading day. I mean, they're all good trading days. Follow your plan. Any day that you follow your plan is a successful day, even if it is not profitable. Uh, So before the number came out, I mean, overnight inventory was flat. The volume that came in on that push to the upside. Treasuries ran to the upside. Yields bailed to the downside. This is good news. And as long as there's no bad news, the market does have a tendency to continue to push to the upside. Even in the S&Ps, we've got a higher low. Now we've got a higher low. We've got a higher high. Now we've got another higher high. In the shorter time frame, this market is exhibiting a trend to the upside again in the very short time frame. See how that plays out. Again, the profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. And again, eventually at the end, by the end of the day, bringing value overlapping to higher, which is acceptance of higher pricing, which is what we look for after a late spike to the upside. A late spike in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday didn't really provide decent execution levels. Well, in the NASDAQ until last night, we looked below that late spike base. We rejected. That became support, and we've been basically rallying ever since. And wow, what a big move to the upside here. Bam. Hopefully, if you were in the market, you were the right way on that. I don't play major economic numbers anymore. I used to. I've had some unbelievably fantastic days, and I've had some really horrible days. And if I add them up, the good and the bad, over the years, I'm about even. So I've made the conscious decision I'm not holding anything into these big opportunities like this. If you did, I'm hoping you were the right way. If you were the wrong way, that was a pretty tough morning. There's still time. The beginning of the trading session as we speak. So, uh, crude oil. The volume in March is greater. Topstep X still has the August contract, or the February contract on there. It's fine. The volume is just about even. So we just did not move that contract in the Topstep X platform probably tomorrow. Weekly kickoff high in the February contract is 79.10. In the March contract, if you have chosen to trade the March contract, weekly kickoff high is 78.30. Weekly kickoff low in the March contract is $71, and it's 71.80 in the February contract. Just so you're aware of where those are, because weekly kickoff high in the February contract has been very resistant to price trading above it. Yesterday, on a pullback off that day, we lost about 11,000 contracts in open interest, which would indicate long liquidation. But again, in the middle of rollover, it is very difficult and very blurry to judge the auction process during rollover using volume and open interest. If it was an open interest, I would say, yeah, that was some long liquidation, but you never know what the volume and open interest is doing around rollover, and we're in the teeth of rollover right now. But again, it's you're fine trading either the Feb contract or the March contract. Let's look at the 30-minute chart here. Here we go. All right. So here was our test to weekly kickoff high on Monday. Test Monday into Tuesday, Tuesday night, Monday night into Tuesday. Range bound activity yesterday. Kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. And it's a bit of a B profile, which indicates long liquidation, which would be supported by the drop in open interest. Well, long liquidation takes selling power away from the marketplace. And again, it's very difficult to judge that during rollover. Overnight inventory was largely flat. We are currently testing yesterday's regular trading hour session high. That gives us the opportunity again to limit risk if we're going to be taking opportunities at that level. We've taken out the overnight high. If we maintain above the overnight high, maintain above the initial balance high or the high from yesterday's regular trading hour session, I could easily see another test of the weekly kickoff high up at 79.10 in the February contract. If we can't hold above the overnight high, if we can't hold the IB high, maybe some rotation, because once we put in the high and the low yesterday, what has the market been doing? It's been range bound. Buy the low, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high. Only if we don't see any participation, momentum, volume, or anything in Delta that might give us an opportunity. But again, during rollover, Delta is very blurry. So again, just pointing out the B shape, the lowercase b shape of the profile yesterday would be indicative of long liquidation. The loss in open interest agrees with that. However, how much can we trust that during rollover? Now, gold. Let's take a look. What's going on here? Medium time frame remains range bound. Since I don't know, about the middle of November when we put in this low, about the end of November when we put in this high, price has largely been inside of those. So we're really looking at sort of a medium time frame uh, balance area. I remember being very excited about the breakout outside of this area of balance here, which did provide a decent opportunity, which really kind of puts in our weekly kickoff high. Weekly kickoff high is about 110 points, which isn't all that huge. I'm looking for something to happen here. Good news with gold is we saw a pretty decent jump in open interest yesterday of 22,000 contracts. Overall, so far this year, since the beginning of the year, we've added 55,000 contracts. Now, there is a rollover coming up. That may have something to do with it, but we're still pretty far away from it. Another thing that I'm finding interesting in gold is all but one day since the beginning of the year, we've had negative delta. So we've been increasing open interest at higher levels against negative delta would indicate longer time frame buyers in the marketplace. We've seen examples of how powerful this can be. We saw a lot of negative delta here and an increase in open interest. We had a nice push to the upside, really just looking for this swing high as a termination of that trade. That's pretty much where the market finished that move. Are we setting up for another move like that? I don't know, but I'm getting a little bit excited about looking for something to happen, something good to happen here in gold in the coming days or weeks. We've got oodles, and that's, yes, that is an industry term, oodles of weaknesses in structure above the market and below the market. Weaknesses in structure, naked points of control, gaps, all of those things that are visual targets for price. Overnight, look at that range from yesterday. Wow, just not a lot. We did have a late spike to the downside that was rejected pretty much yesterday. Again, adding 22,000 contracts in open interest and basically holding price above the base of that late spike. We did look below that, but we did reject. We did hold above it through the rest of the day. It's been all buyers ever since. Did we see some new buying coming in here? It seems as though we have been seeing some increases in open interest. If this was buyers, they're certainly getting paid. Overnight inventory is exceedingly long. The number came out and it gave us a really decent push to the upside. We do have a naked point of control, 27, 21, 40 above with which to target as far as upside targets are concerned. But with the overnight inventory this long, okay, we've opened with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, blah, 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 what are we looking for? Well, we should probably be looking for longs, but be patient. Look for the right opportunity. Look for the right reversal. There could be a pretty significant overnight inventory adjustment before I'll find myself very comfortable looking for any kind of longs here. It's a long way to close that gap. Think about how hard that trade is going to be to take. If we come all the way back down and close that gap, how hard is that trade? It's going to be against the most recent market activity, which our good friend Jim Dalton says is sometimes the best opportunity. Sometimes the best trades are opposite the most recent recent price action. However, he also in the same breath says, "Don't fight a directional market." What are we doing with that? It's a very difficult thing. It'd be a tough trade to take, but I think it's a pretty decent opportunity as from what we've been seeing in the longer time frame and the overall fundamental kind of look at gold here. All right. So the profile so is like normal variation day neutral. Where price is looking for new levels to facilitate trade. That's the market's job. It facilitated trade in this area for 2 days. It's done facilitating trade here. It's looking for new levels. So you're going to pull back for a better trade location. Is it going to continue? Only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned as the market turns. Take your deep breath, folks. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's have a good trading day. And we got Jerome coming up here in Fast Markets along with Coach Jay. We got Andre coming in to lead with me along the way. It's going to be a great trading day. Folks, I don't have anybody to meet by the coffee machine. So there he is. Hey, James, meet me at the coffee machine. We'll be back in just a second for Fast Markets. Let's get ready for a good trading day. Trade well, everyone.
Let's go.
Yep. Yes. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. And he's unfortunately out today, so you're stuck with us four. You got number 23 on the big board. Jerome D in the house. Coach J Starve at the buzzer. And head coach of the Lunatics. And you know we love you. Saw him in opening call. Hoag in the house. We are about to open. Let's get right into it now. All right, Hoag, for those that are just tuning in, may have missed opening call at CPI print. Wasn't nothing bad in there, so off to the races we go to the upside, Hoag.
Yeah. We are
Bonds are
opening
chilling.
outside of range, outside of balance. We are opening out of balance this morning. In the S&Ps, we traded right up to the weekly kickoff high, 59.78. 59.79 in the orders is the overnight high. We're just kind of holding off of that. Pretty sizable opening range here at 8 points in the S&Ps, 39-point opening range in the NASDAQ. Question is, are we going to pull back and going to give us a chance to get long at better pricing? Or is this going to be the high? Thoughts?
Yeah, well, throw it to Jay. Jay, you said in the green room we're up 1.5%. How much more meat on the bone is there?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. We did reject at the highs in the high of the S&P is the 20-day moving average to the downside, right around 59.80. So I'm not surprised at a little bit of a pullback here. I'm looking at a couple areas, 59.55, which is the high of that CPI candle, seeing if that holds, maybe for an opportunity to get in long. But 1.5% up. I'm going to be patient and not jump into anything, but also not a market that I want to fade unless it's clear that we're going to sell off.
Okay, Mr. Jerome, number 23, coming off an $8,500 day yesterday.
Beautiful.
Thoughts, Jerome? Thoughts? How do we
Good morning. Good morning.
approach today? Yes.
Being patient. Fully agreed with Coach Jay. There's a huge daily range so far. Unsure about if we accept the price or reject. So far, it looks like the market want to go higher. It rejected a 314 half level I had, like, which is 315-ish, let's say. And the S&P around 59.72. Let's see if today the S&P tries to reclaim the 6,000 level. If so, we will probably stay bullish if we have couple signals indicating a strong bullish trend. Otherwise, we'll probably retrace half or full of the CPI candle, which is 300 points, but it's possible, right? ACH. So couple scenarios possible. Let's see. Let's be patient. Let's set up the 15-minute opening range, and then we'll build upon it. But very huge volume on the first minute of the opening so far.
Oh yeah.
Just that 6,000 level, Jerome, puts us at 2% up on the day in the S&Ps.
Good stuff.
So
sweet.
6,000 even? Really?
Sweet.
6,000 and quarter. 6,000 and a quarter.
Cool. Yep, 2%. Thank you. So last trade in the S&Ps, 59.70.
Yeah.
So about 30 points to go there if we do want to get 2% up. Take a look at the crude oil, $78.36 a barrel. We did see it above $79 earlier this week. And NASDAQ just chilling around 21,250, 255 to be exact. Last trade. Nothing on the tilt just yet. I guess 72% short in the YM. Again, we just opened up. Got a lot on the calendar today. Hoag, with Eddie out, Hoag and I will be keeping an eye on the juice, see what we got coming out. Barkin's supposed to be speaking here any moment now. We'll keep an eye out for that. Oh, wait, was that him? Oh, no. That was Hoag. That was Hoag. That was not Barkin. That'd be hilarious if he did step up to the mic and start doing that. And we got Kashkari speaking at the top of the hour. EIA crude inventories. We got Williams speaking. We got Goolsby speaking. Then we got Beige Book. I'll go get that later. For the time being, we'll keep an eye out for Barkin. Well, there's Barkin. Damn, Barkin got started early. I didn't know we were going to have Barkin on Topstep TV. Yeah, Barkin's on Topstep TV today. That's amazing. What a get for us.
Well, Jerome, 59.78 weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. That's really where the market traded to after the number came out. It's been a little bit resistant. Kind of looking at that as a relatively important level for us today. We traded a weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps earlier this week, and now here we are at the weekly kickoff high. We did have some earnings come out this morning. A lot of banks came out.
Yeah,
all of them. Most of them for the most part, positive.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo did miss on revenues, but as far as everything else, all green for the banks. Of course it is.
Business is booming. I saw JP Morgan traders had their best quarter ever or something to that effect. Like, of course they did. All right. Jay, you were going to say, you had a question for Jerome.
What did your day look like yesterday? So we had, kind of a two-sided trade all day, right? There was opportunity to the long and the short side. Did you take both sides of it, or was it, were you kind of leaning one way and just waiting for that opportunity?
Good question.
Let me share. Thank you for asking this. Let me share my chart.
Great question.
I'm gonna try to show the executions. I don't enable them, so I don't know if we're gonna see them well. Oh, looks messy. Wait a second.
It's okay. We can get to it later. The markets are actively moving.
Basically, it was a single direction. So I did a short.
Nice.
I had a plan. Waited for it. Oh, here you go. Yesterday was 14th, right? Yeah, here you go. Yep. Do we have it?
There it is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got you. Nice.
Let's go. So this was just a scratch I got earlier in the session. So basically, I waited the first 15 minutes of the opening range, and then I saw the 4-hour candle having a very strong push up, and then a very strong selling movement. So I tried to catch it here, very strong momentum. I covered here, and then it went back up and instantly, not instantly, of course, these are 5-minute candles, but I was trying to see some more structure. So I decided to re-enter here. And in the end, the whole move was from 2190 to 830, but I kept re-entering and exiting. But
Gotcha.
initially, my plan was to try to catch 150 points with 3 contracts. So
Okay.
that's basically what it looks like. I basically entered almost all the time with 3 contracts. Tried not to catch the low and the high, but just was kind of covering and securing the trade. And once I was seeing enough momentum, I would re-enter until my target was reached. Even though I could have held it longer, that was my goal. My goal for the day was to try to reach above 6,000, if possible, above 8,000. I got 8,500. Didn't try to reach 10,000. That was my plan. Happy that I respected it. W discipline, W trade. So yeah, great day yesterday.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
All shorts.
Incredible.
Yes, sir. All short.
Nice feature there. Nice feature. Easy review of yesterday's trading. Well done. Well, speaking of shorts, shorts are trying to come in here and push this thing a
That was
right
a Jerome trade, actually.
The money the Jerome
That is a
side.
big
I like that.
Jerome.
We might need to do that today again.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll
Sellers
see.
are trying to come in here.
But yeah, yesterday was
Holding
a very, very catchy day. Happy this one played out, but it have not played out completely.
A little bit of
Gold.
inventory adjustment here.
Yeah, I can see that. We got 76% short in the S&Ps right now on the tilt. 69% short in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we got your
Heavy
55 level in the S&Ps.
We did. Did kind of right to the high of that candle. We bounced from there.
Yep.
Kind of similar to yesterday on the open, where you know the first 15-30 minutes of the market, we kind of had a range. We could trade this like a range bound market right now until the market decides a direction. But yeah, that 55 would have been a decent buy. But I don't. I think I'd take anything right now as a scalp until the market shows it wants to go in a direction.
So you see its teeth.
Yeah,
exactly.
Buyers said,
Nice 10-point
get
trade, though.
back. Yeah, buyers said, get back here. You are not dealing as lower right now. S&P or NASDAQ, casual 50,
Had some
60
pretty
point bounce
negative,
right there.
negative tilt down there as well. Almost 80% short down at that level.
There was. And we reversed on them. Again, Hoag's got the keys to the house account today. Yesterday, tricky trade for the house account. Jerome was able to carve
There's
it
solid
up.
opening ranges so far. So nice to have that. That means we have volume, opportunities, and liquidity. So we'll stay safe. But so far, the NASDAQ is 100 points opening range, 15 minutes. And the S&P is 18 points. So the S&P can be between 20 and 30 points. I mean, 30 points on a 15-minute opening range on the S&P is perhaps not the average, but not unusual. 20-ish would be average, I'm pretty sure. And above
Right now
100
would be
is average for
18
the
points
NASDAQ.
in the S&Ps.
Taz Trader in the chat says, that was a painful trade for the shorts there. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. He just, like you said, saw 76% short tilt in the ES, and they just flipped it right on the shorts right there. And we're cooking to the upside now. 59.68. Last trade. Hoag, remember yesterday around 3:30 or so? What was that 1,000 lot? Do you remember the price that came in on the bid on the that 1,000 lot? Well, during at the buzzer. Jay, I don't know if you.
Hang on.
1,000 lot. You can
Is that in the S&Ps?
Yeah.
It was the S&Ps. Yeah. Just
I didn't see it, but I could take a look.
You can go back and see.
Was that spoofing?
Yeah.
Might have been. That's an
did it
odd
get
time to
filled, or
spoof.
did it?
We don't. We were in a meeting. We were watching at the buzzer in a meeting, and then Hoag said, "Oh bleep! There's 1,000 lots sitting on the ES bid. All good.
Right up around 58.90, 92, right up in that area. It was right
Wow.
around
Nice fill.
315-ish.
Yeah.
Jay, if you're going to find it.
Okay, I'll take a look.
All good. All good. I was just wondering offhand.
Don't need to, but
Always like to know where
yeah,
the
I'm
paper
just
is.
looking at the dome like, what is that doing there?
What is that doing there at
1,000
this
watts
time?
bid.
At this time of day.
Think they got the
Almost
number?
like- yeah.
Right?
I mean, you know how I feel. Anyways, 10-year yields have retreated quite nicely. Back to, what do we see here? Yeah, 4.65%. We saw 4.8% yesterday. That is a huge, huge pullback in yields. Big rally in prices. Everything's okay again. Hoop made the joke. Cattle is on the move. Thank you, Hoop. Cattle is on the move for all you cattle traders. 70% short in the NASDAQ right now. Starting to see these shorts pile in again. Boomer Brian, I will get the beige book this afternoon indeed. We'll see what's cooking over on LaSalle and Jackson, downtown Chicago. We'll run to
I
Goolsby,
did
who
mention
is
that
I
during the
saw
opening call. We were going
I
to
heard
send you
that.
the beige book, Andre.
Yes. Speaking of Fed, the Chicago Fed, Goolsby is scheduled to speak in a few hours. But right now, a couple buyers stepping in.
Buyers having momentum. Nice momentum.
Yeah, those shorts. Yeah, Taz Trader, you called it. Crude is cooking. Crude is cooking. Thank you. Who?
Andre, I think that was kind of a rite of passage on the trading floor.
It was.
You know, they had to send you to some crazy jaunt. I remember they gave me an order and told me to take it to the mud pit.
Mud pit. Yep.
Where's the mud pit? It's over there.
Oh, I was hell bent on getting that beige book, man. Security was looking at me like, "You're an idiot, kid." I was gonna get that beige book. So no, I came here to get that book. I can't leave until I come back with that book.
I gotta have the book.
I gotta get that book. And as a kid, there is no such thing as a beige book. It's all electronic. I go, those mother so and so's. 72% long in the NASDAQ and pushing higher here, 21,300.
All right, so far, if we can break the high of what's looking like the high of the opening range, so 310 for the Nasdaq and 74 for the S&P. If we can close above and pull back around 314 half on the Nasdaq, I think a good long can be tried there. If we keep pushing up today, there's a good chance we don't have a lot of pullback around the area that's being set up here. And therefore, the idea would be to catch an entry around these levels. If we're wrong, we'll be wrong fast, and that would be a tight stop. But if we're right, it's going to go fast. We can put the break even very fast, perhaps add on it, take partials, perhaps re-enter. So that's a potential long play. If we have a strong sell-off in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to watch out the reaction around 204 and see if we can bounce around this zone like we just did previously. If not, or if we can close below and perhaps pull back, there can be a short play. So let's see how the market reacts. It's a very huge range for my kind of plays today. So I might sit on my hands for an hour, perhaps more. So I have no problem with that. So that's my plan for today.
Love the patience.
I'm liking these
in
little,
these
like,
kinds of day, you don't want to blow your account in a glimpse, right?
That's right.
It can go very fast.
Oh, I've done that.
If you want to take a trade, yeah, we all did, right? So if you take a trade, you want to be very confident, and also you want zero frustration, zero regrets after the trade if it's a loss. You'll tell yourself, okay, that's 100%. There's all the reasons I should have entered it, process over profits. It just didn't turn out because the percentage is a win rate, a success rate, right? It's not 100%. So you got to take it, but you got to wait.
Agree. Okay, S&P's looking stronger. The NASDAQ ever so slightly. I wouldn't say one's leading, one's lagging just yet. 59.75 last trade in the S&Ps. High about 4 points off the highs there. 72% long in the
59.
NASDAQ. With
And
those
then 78's
76%.
weekly kickoff high.
78's upside. Okay. We're cooking now.
Yep.
JP Morgan's on their Q4 call right now.
At 55 level,
No
Hoag.
word from. Pardon?
55.
So that 55 level, it's just
Yeah,
bought-
that was
bought
beautiful.
50 there. Let's see here. I think there's still some room up to that 6,000 if we're gonna break. So we'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm just
Again.
gonna
Here we
do what
go.
Jay talks about. That's what I'm gonna do. Picked the low yesterday. Picked the 55s today.
I
75%
think
long.
Magic.
if we continue up, if we get in a long today, my target would be 487.5. If we get in a long in the Nasdaq, that's going to be my target for the day. Perhaps
New
with
highs.
a runner for perhaps an extension. That's if we get long.
Okay.
So
all right, but picking up some steam to the upside here. New highs in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Dow just put in some new highs as well. They're cooking the upside. The three amigos.
Delta positive 4,700 in the S&Ps now. Positive
Right.
300 in the NASDAQ.
Ooh, those shorts, man. Those shorts gave it a shot, and
Yeah, they did.
they learned quickly the stove is hot
70%
today.
long now.
Yeah, they flipped.
I would love a pullback and we get long.
Okay.
That's the plan I called 5 minutes ago. I said I would love a break above the opening range, a closure above, a pullback in, and then we get long on the pullback. So supposing we close above, we would need a pullback, so a sell-off. If we have it, there is a chance we get it, if the market allows us. If it's
Come
a
on,
quick
market,
week,
allow us.
Allow us in. Need that pullback, baby. Hey, upper left-hand corner on the
Let's be
screen.
patient.
Hashtag fast markets.
It's,
Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Hashtag power hour at TopstepTV. Send us some cool trader station setups. I really like those pictures. They're cool. Give us some ideas. All right, let's go. We're cooking on the upside here, boys.
By the
Look
way,
at how good
viewers,
those
to celebrate the
55s could be.
CPI day, hit the lucky like button. It's a lucky like button on CPI day.
Celebrate CPI. Everyone's favorite holiday. CPI Wednesdays. You heard Jerome. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow. Yes, it is CPI Wednesday. Everyone's favorite holiday. $21,345 high of the day on the NASDAQ. Looking for 487.5 possibly to the upside per Jerome's levels. Speaking of levels, Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the
The
chat.
long will be risky if we get in. So sorry to interrupt, Andre.
No,
The
please.
long will be risky, but that's the play we're looking for. So there's a chance we build up the position. We'll see. Let's see. I would love to get long and we have an instant bounce. Like usually when we have an instant bounce, we don't have time to get in. So if we have time to get in, I hope we won't get caught. Let's see. It's a risky one. I'm 100% confident in it. Not sure if I'm going to take it because it's very early in the session. And we have a speaker in 10 minutes, don't we?
Kashkari. Yes,
Yeah.
Kashkari. Still waiting for Barkin. Haven't seen anything from Barkin. Kashkari is double check that.
We don't
I don't
want to
think
be in a
have
trade
voters yet, Hoag.
when they speak, right? Yeah, I'm not going to trade until we have clearance on what's said because I don't like being if it works your way, it's la la land, right? You're like, oh, it's working my way, but when it's not, you think, oh, I knew it. They were speaking. I shouldn't have gone in the trade, etc. So discipline over everything. You don't trade during major news if you don't want to regret. So not trading this. If it goes without us, I'm okay. But yeah, the risk is not balanced.
Shout out to the chat. Crude oil, 100 offered at $79 even. 124 offered at $79 even. To the upside. Pretty thin on.
79.10 weekly kickoff high in the crude oil.
Is that right? Coincides? How about that? Gotta get those Topstep daily levels up. Update every day. Update every day. Man, oh man. 10-year was in deep trouble yesterday. Now it is just, it's okay. Everything's okay again. Amazing what a day can do.
Yep.
Ren in the chat saying, anybody thinking short
CPI day? It's a holiday.
It is a holiday. Everyone's favorite.
Everybody's celebrating.
It's a CPI Wednesday.
A short to view up is possible, but I don't know. With the Dolby says it all the time, right? You don't want to short the equities without bad news.
Pretty much.
You kind of just got good news, right? And it could work. I'm not a fundamental trader at all, but if I'm taking shorts today, I'm thinking quick scalp opportunities
Look at this.
until it changes.
Look at this. Ren.
Here you have the pullback. Is our plan a prophecy? Do we get this long?
It's got to be quick if you're going to do
push, a closure, a pullback. So I said 314, right? So we had the pullback. We had so far a bounce. The high of the opening range is 308. So
308s.
Let's say we would enter at 308, let's say, supposedly. I'm not entering because Kashkari is speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Crude oil off to the races, upside, $78.90, new high, just put in. About a 40-cent pop in the last 60 seconds.
And
we have crude inventories out today, right? Crude has been a nice trade since it broke out of that 6-month consolidation that it's been in. So after that inventories print, I'm not going to take a trade before inventories, but after the inventories print, I may take a look at an opportunity there.
Sweet.
Yeah, it is in rollover. Remember that.
Ooh, that's right.
Right.
Every month, right?
Probably be trading March tomorrow.
Every month that contract rolls over. Zakaria in the chat says, hello, TopstepTV. Hello, Zakaria. Zachariah. My apologies. Zachariah. Crude getting some love in the chat. Yeah, it finally broke out of that range that Jay was talking about. It was stuck in that range at the end of 2024. It was, oh my goodness. It was just, yes. It's stuck. But yeah, we are cooking now. Okay, 300 straight.
For those of you asking if crude has rolled, on the Topstep X is still trading the February contract. March currently today has the higher volume. Tomorrow, the Topstep X will move to the March contract, but you're fine trading either of them today. You're fine trading either of them. If you're on another platform, you're trading March already, that's fine. Volume is just about even.
Hey, John Jones with the good morning, John Jones. You're being a wise guy. I'm not going to read that. I know what you're up to. I know. All right, 21,299s in the NASDAQ. Jerome did have an eye on the 308s, but he's going to be patient because we have Kashkari speaking in about 4 minutes. Still nothing from Barkin either. Sometimes they sometimes they.
And the confidence in this trade is very high, but Kashkari.
Okay.
Are you in?
No. I said I'm not gonna take the trade because he's speaking. So like the trade can work out, but because it barks, it's flushes. So I don't want to. I'm just gonna watch it.
No problem.
And
patience.
Just asking.
More data, right? It's gonna be more data. It's gonna be like forward testing. We'll see.
And Rome, number 23 on the big board. Big day yesterday. Tough trade yesterday.
3 minutes before Kashkari is due to speak.
Yeah. Capture for Trader Station. Zuma, hit us up at. Hey, what's up, Michael Stan? It's been a minute. Hit us up at TopstepTV # Power Hour for those trade station setups. We'll show those in Power Hour today. Nothing from cash carry just yet. Great patience by these big time pro traders here, guys.
Got to pull back the opening range there, and the S&P's held again, kind of that 5970 area. 20 points away from 6,000. I think it starts to act like a magnet up here. Maybe the market's waiting for cash carry to start speaking, but I still do like the long side, just looking for a place to potentially get into this.
Okay.
And just so you know, Jay looks at a 3-minute opening range.
He does.
Jerome,
why you look at 3 minutes?
15-minute.
It's just a preference thing. It's not as short as a 1 minute where, every candle is kind of crazy. It's not as long as a 5 or 15. So I go back and forth between a 3 and a 30. So on the charts that I have on the sides, those are all 30-minute charts. But then the one that I'm executing on is on a 3-minute.
Do you ever have concerns, though, that not as... I was always of the belief that it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people are looking at a 5-minute chart, I should be looking at a 5-minute chart as well, because then maybe everyone's kind of looking at the same levels. But you're kind of looking at it from... Not everyone's looking at a 3-minute chart. So...
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe it gives you an advantage that people aren't looking at it that way. Are you ever concerned that maybe not enough people are looking at the 3 minutes, so therefore you might be putting you at a disadvantage, if that makes sense?
I've thought about that. I've thought about that. But
you haven't found that to be true at all.
I haven't found it to be true. My levels come off of 3-minute charts, or 3 and 30-minute charts, and I think they're pretty good.
Very fair enough.
But also, I think with reading some of the volume stuff, I don't know that the time or the chart matters, right? I think I could use a 6-minute chart because I'm looking at where volume gets executed as well. That 55 level down there was, we saw a buyer come in there. So, if you're looking at it on a 17-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, whatever it is, that price still mattered to somebody.
55s or 55s. It don't matter what time frame you're looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
59.55s or 59.55s. Good answer.
That's a very good question, Andre. I used to worry about too many people looking at the market profiles, and if more people were looking at it, it would ruin it. But it didn't happen that way. I mean, I thought that for a while.
Yeah.
But people are people, man. It doesn't matter what they're looking at.
It's true. The market's going to market. $21,340s. We're pushing higher here. It looks like it is a buy the dip kind of day. Top of the hour has come, and we are looking for a Kashkari out of Minneapolis. Shout out to Gabe.
If this member wasn't speaking, we would be in this one 100%. 100%.
They're being very secretive this morning. Nobody's saying anything. Maybe they're busy celebrating CPI Day.
CPI, throwing a party in the break room. 59.84. We're pushing higher here. New highs, S&Ps, new highs, crude, new highs, S&Ps, new highs, NASDAQ. What isn't rallying this morning? Hoop asked it in the chat. Nick for a tick. Mission accomplished again. It's more of a victory parade. 21,360. We're cooking to the upside. 5,000 of you guys watching right now, closing in on 140,000 subscribers. Give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscribe. Let's get to 140,000 subscribers by end of day today. All right, new highs. Bulls on parade. 76% long in the NASDAQ. 77% long NASDAQ. 71% long in the ES. This is on the tilt. Again, aggregate of all the simulated traders here at Topstep. Let's just say the sample size is sufficient. But do with it what you want. You can get with the majority. You can get with the minority based on what you see the tilt. So we just provide it. What you do with it is solely your discretion.
in lieu of any talking Feds, Wells Fargo just said they expect the Fed to deliver a 25 basis point rate cut this year in September and December versus their forecast 3 cuts. Now,
What?
the rate, they traded after the number came out. Traders moved the 25 point basis cut closer in July than in September, but
Yeah.
Wells Fargo is saying it's probably not going to happen that way. Whatever they know. What do they know?
They got some insight. Well, all right. So we're looking at the back half of 2025 then. Everything's on hold for the first. Obviously, everything's data dependent. Remember, 2024, we came in saying 7 rate cuts. I believe we got 4. It was all said and done. So very early in the year, nothing is certainty. But what is certain right now is the buyers are coming in here. We're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, 21,370. Our patience waiting for Mr. Kashkari to speak is costing us here. But yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
This guy, come on, talk, man.
It's okay.
It is okay.
I'm watching this going to the moon without us. And that was my exact plan, man. It was. Said I want a closure above the 15-minute opening range. I want a pullback. I want a re-break, and boom, here you go.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm happy the plan works. I mean, as I said, it's
good.
Positive data for
Correct.
the strategy. But I wished he spoke tomorrow.
I know. Again, 6,000 evens in the ES is 2% up on the day. 6,000 evens.
So a play.
With that being said, right? Go ahead, Jerome.
Go ahead, please.
No, you're talking about a trade. I was just going to ask another question. Go ahead.
No, it can take hours to set up, so you can go.
With knowing that we have speakers out, right? Some of the, we say stay out of the news, the CPI print, right? You're not going to want to have a position on going into that. With speakers, kind of coming out whenever they want to, really, do you think it's better to be aware that they're coming out and still trade the technical patterns, as long as you manage your risk, right? We don't want to go with a, no stop loss position into a speaker, but if you have an idea of where you want to get out, I ask myself this question all the time, right? It's like, okay, if there's a speaker every 30 minutes, does that mean I don't take a trade, or do I trade and just manage the risk the same way?
That's a whole question.
It's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. How I see it, because obviously the decision I make is based on how I see it, right? I base it on how much the event is adding a bias into the technical analysis, because I 100% agree with all what you said. Let's say there's a news or a speaker that we suppose that's not going to bring a lot of volatility, or that's not going to move the market a lot. And sometimes you think it's not going to move a lot, and it's the complete opposite, and vice versa, right? So I base it on that. For example, if Jerome Powell was speaking, you don't want to have a position. It's like flipping a coin, right? But Kashkari makes the market move as well, and especially for this trade, the stop would have been very tight. So I mean, not tight, but in terms of volatility regarding today's volume, it would have been tight, and so we could have got wicked out. So I don't want this. You can clearly or take a position before Kashkari speaking. That's something I didn't want. So but very interesting question. Depending on, of course, on the CPI print, you don't want to have a position, but on the
depends
on
on
bond auction, for example, you can have. Exactly. But this is not financial advice, of course. You're going to be very careful every time there's an event, and you're going to watch out. And DYI, do your own research.
There it is. There we go. There's the disclaimer up there. Yes. There you go. Hey, do you. You click the button on what you're seeing here. But, okay. We'll wait for Kashkari. If Kashkari does come in, we will. Again, Kashkari's not the biggest deal.
Is he speaking or not yet?
No, not yet. But people in chat are saying, You were saying, oh, Powell's the only one that matters. If you guys remember Goolsby speaking back in December, Goolsby had the markets rocking and rolling.
Yeah, he did.
Sometimes these speakers come out and will blindside. So you got to be cognizant of it. Better be safe than sorry. But hey, you do you. Anyways, let's bring in Robert. Robert, come on in. We got some live P&Ls to talk about. I think we might know one of the individuals on the live P&L leaderboard this morning. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Andre and team. Hello, everybody. And yes, we actually do know somebody very, very well. We're going to get your top 5 live P&Ls coming right at you here. Starting at the top, though, we do have Thomas Z hitting in at $10,591. That's a hell of a day right there. Hoag, 10,025, so not too far off. Tyler M at 8,600. Eric B at the bottom there, 5,258, and I purposely skipped Mr. Jerome there in the middle of $8,544 trading live. You're looking at Jerome on the screen right now. Hoag is going to start his Jerome chant anytime now. So I'm going to get out of here. Those are the live P&Ls. We'll be back with the payouts and a whole bunch of other good stuff with VIP coming up. So we'll see you soon.
Jerome.
Hey, Jerome. Well done,
Thank you,
Jerome.
Robert.
Jerome.
Yes, well done, Jerome. Look at that. Real trades, real traders, real executions, real profits. Thank you, Robert. Oh, $79 traded in the crude. $79.03. Man, we are starting to see some again, man. We are seeing some. All right,
Always right.
we are seeing some big ass numbers in these live funded accounts, folks.
Somebody caught
Looking at
that
Fernando.
move.
Are you looking at Fernando
Yes.
right now, Hoag? Holy moly! Fernando
Yes.
V up casual $72,000 today already, up $72,000. Fernando V up right now. We'll keep you posted on how that story plays out through the day.
Man,
Jennifer
Something tells
Y
me
up
that Fernando
12,000.
came in about 2 minutes.
They were long in the CPI, weren't they? I hope not.
That's
who
what it
said to
looked
keep
like
your
me.
good
But
traders
yeah.
on SIM account?
Yeah, no. Our best traders on
No,
the
I mean, of course, bring them to life. I mean, that's the vision.
That's right.
It's leverage and duplication.
What a trade.
Genius.
Be right back, guys.
Sounds good. Pushing higher here. 21,388. 391's high of the day.
$72,000. Do we
$70.94.
know if that's locked in, or are they still actively in a trade?
I do not know if they have an open position or not. We get periodic updates throughout the day from Risk. Yeah, we'll keep you posted. We'll get another update here in a little bit. But yes, big numbers. We're seeing some big numbers in 2025 from the live funded side. It's so I've never come close to putting up a day like that. We saw 138,000 earlier this week from Kai. I mean, these numbers are just, these are life-changing numbers. So very, very cool to see. It's possible. It's possible. Gives us all hope. We can do it. We can do it. 71%, 72% long in the NASDAQ.
I want to say also this is 100% the fruits of Topstep program. Topstep has a vision, and it takes months and years to achieve this. And I'm 100% confident the goals of Topstep for the last 6 and 12 months were to increase the amount of live traders and increase the potential of the firm to push the live buttons on a daily basis and to assist them and support them. And here you go. You plant seeds, you water them, and they grow, right? They bloom. So how many days have we seen? Some days I remember last week, top 5 PNL was five digits, and some days 3 days in a row we had almost 6-figure digits PNL on live accounts, and that's astonishing. I mean, it's crazy numbers, and it's becoming not normal, but sort of usual. I remember the days, the top 10 of Topstep, the only 100,000 live account was Dakota. And then I remember the day, the top 10, all the top 10 were 100,000, right? Now the first two are 500K, then you have 200K, then 100K, like the top 20 is like above 80K. It's crazy. And it's progressive work, compounding gains. So shout out to Topstep again, to the Risk team, to everybody for making it possible, because that's the program, guys. So follow the program, and you have your chance to shoot it. So yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. Well, shout out to the traders, most importantly. But yes, it's a process indeed. It's
Well.
starting to see these traders fully start developing. It takes time. Sometimes people think this is get rich quick, come in the markets. Oftentimes the first trade's a winning trade. Like, oh man, this is too easy. It's gonna be like this. I'm gonna be a millionaire in no time. And then you learn, but it's a process. Once you get there, you gotta suffer. You gotta get knocked down and get back up in this game. And eventually starting to see it. Yes, no, still nothing from the chat. Chat's asking about the speaker. No, nothing. Kashkari, Barkin, I don't even know. Jay, I saw you in the chat yesterday. Do they still collect their speaking fee even if they don't speak? I'm starting to think that.
Just asking a question. It's a nice job. If you,
the answer is yes. Why not? Why not? Yes. Man, oh man. Late, like the rock stars or something, man. They just show up when they want.
Right.
Yeah, what a gig. Crude cooking here, pushing higher here. Nice little up and to the right on the chart. $79.11 new highs in the crude. $80. Uh-oh. We get Dolby on here later today. Ask him, once crude starts crossing a threshold, I don't know if it's $80 or so, maybe $85, $90 certainly. They'll start putting pressure on equities. Won't like that. Though. Let's get Dolby's thoughts on that. Any crude traders, is there a level that you think that equities will start feeling the pain of high oil prices? Yes, $79.12 last trade for a barrel of the Texas tea.
Crude had a hard time with 80 last year, with that $80 level. Every time we got up there, there was a pretty rejection. Yeah, so I'm really interested to see what happens, as we approach it now. On this inventory print, it could happen, right? So,
good call.
I think it was every time we did At the Buzzer last year, and we talked about crude and it was at $80, the next 2 weeks there was a sell-off. So watching this level to see, yeah.
Got to make sure to check out Coach Jay Paul at the Buzzer after Power Hour. Putting up big numbers over there, man. Good job.
Thank you.
Guy knows his stuff. Guy knows his stuff. Also, head coach. Are you head coach? Are you the general manager? Or are you team president of the Lunatics? Or are you all three like Jerry Jones?
All of the above. All of the above.
Yeah, like Jerry Jones. Just all three. Kashkari. All right, Kashkari, here we go. Talking about tariffs. Okay. Nothing yet. Kashkari's talking about tariffs. Tariffs themselves don't cause inflation, but tit for tat retaliation is more complicated. Still nothing from Barkin. Nick,
speaking of At the Buzzer, we got a special guest coming on tomorrow. Coach Robert's going to be joining us tomorrow.
Ooh.
Says he has some things he wants to talk about. So if you have any questions for Coach Robert, Mr. Automation himself, Mr. Technology himself, come to At the Buzzer tomorrow so we can ask Coach Robert some pretty good questions. And says he has some stuff he wants to talk about. He didn't tell me what, but I'm going to give him the open mic and let him go.
All right. Wind him up and let him go. Got some things I want to get off my chest. Well, I got some things I want to get off my chest. All right. $79.14. It is just running over shorts, like Hoop said. The crude is on the move. Crude's the trade right now. Yeah, we got the EIA numbers coming up in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, bottom of the hour.
Crude trading right at weekly kickoff high, 79.10 right now. In the February contract.
Yep. Kashkari did start speaking Hoag, but nothing about monetary policy. Okay.
Talking about it.
Tariffs, yes.
And nothing from Barkin.
Barkin just cashes that check. Yeah, no trades yet from our big-time traders here. Patience. We did miss the one because Kashkari, when we didn't know Kashkari was going to start 15 minutes late. I imagine what.
Man, did he?
Welcoming remarks, yeah. Hey, 21,400. 21,400. We got a 200 lot sitting on the upside in the NQ. Let's go get it. 15 points away. 200 lots sitting on the offer. 21,400.
I did take a
okay,
trade
yes.
last night, so I am down on this account right now. But I did take a short in the S&Ps last night. It turned out to be a loser. But
here we go.
Hoag, the delta numbers.
In the S&Ps, positive 5,500, positive 2,500 in the Nasdaq. So certainly congruent with direction. I'm not shorting this thing. We've been looking for a place to buy this all morning, and you guys were talking about how do you handle talking Feds? Do you stay out? Do you trade the technicals? I kind of look at talking Feds as lower impact economic information. You never know if one of them is going to say something stupid, so of course protect yourself. But I don't see them as a reason to stay out of the market, of course, unless it's Powell.
Yeah.
And the second. Yeah, second that 200 lot came in.
Wish you said that before, Hoag. Just kidding.
About 100 points ago. Long's in the house here. Crude cooking to the upside, Dow pushing higher, Nasdaq pushing higher, and the S&P's pushing higher here. 21,400. The second that 200 lot popped in there in the market to the upside. Oh, what do we got here? We got another 120 lot. 21,410. Market is running to these orders alike, and we got 425s. Got another 100 lot to the upside, so we're starting to see some stacked orders
get some liquidity
in the
there.
Nasdaq. We're gonna hunt them all.
Yep.
Yes, sorry guys. Sometimes trading is boring. If it's not, it's not trading. So patience wins overall. So we're not trading.
Oh yeah,
that's also trading as well. So it's part of it.
Jerome, you're number 23 on the big board. You don't need to apologize to anybody. Trade your process. That's what got you there.
Well, if I knew cash carry was late, I would be looking.
And just speaking about tariffs,
yeah, thank you.
425s, yeah. 487.5 was the upside target that Jerome had noted earlier this morning.
460s weekly kickoff high in the Nasdaq.
Gobble up all of these. Take a look at the
already above that weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps, folks. Nice little pullback to it for a potential long on that too.
If we can have a violent rejection, I would like a short. Only and only if it's violent. If it's
like a short, you say.
Pullback. Nice vicious pullback.
See my red lines. These are the flips of the opening of the 10 a.m. candle.
Okay.
So if we have a huge momentum back down, that's my trade of yesterday. So my trade of yesterday was waiting for this candle, this exact one, red one, and I waited for this bullish movement to retrace, and I enter at my first trade around 90, around here, and I wanted to catch like 150-ish points, and I exited in the end. But back down there, but it was a very nice move. So that's basically the same, not the same movement, but the same concept. So we will need a strong rejection. If it's holding, then that means it's how I understand it. Of course, I could be wrong. It could be people taking profit, partials or totals, or sellers getting in. But if it's not violent with momentum, I would be looking for a long entry, right? That would be our pullback to get long, assuming we would continue to rip up. So I'm not considering only short, watching how the market sells off if it does.
Okay.
But otherwise, if it doesn't sell off, we can't enter, right? I mean, we could push buy a button and it goes up and it's fine, right? But it's not a technical entry for me, so can't do anything right there.
Well, if we do get that short, we can invoke the Jerome chant.
Let's do it.
Yes, that would be a nice one. Let's see.
As we celebrate the CPI numbers coming out.
59.87, about 3 points off the highs.
Momentum is a little slow here.
It's slowing down, very orderly. Volatility not really cooking.
What are your thoughts, Jay? Momentum slowing here?
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is as we kind of get to these highs. But again, that 6,000 level in the S&Ps just feels like a magnet. And on days like today, right, where we talk about what would the easy trade be, right? You could short any price you want right now.
Yeah.
And if those shorts don't get what they're looking for, that's the that could be the buying that gets us back up to that 6,000. So
yeah, feel it higher.
Yeah, this feels. I understand the shorts, but I would almost need to see whoever's long in this market start to take profits before I want to get in short, because otherwise it feels like I'm trying to call the high.
I like this patience, fellas. I like
it's the easy trade.
Pro trading right here. You got crude number in 7 minutes. EIA inventories. Take a look at crude oil, $79.11, 79.17's high of the day. 50-50 on the tilt. Volatility has dried out a little bit. Hey, poll results. Thank you, Dolby Time. Are you waiting till the news/speakers are over to trade? 500 votes coming in real quick. 62% of you saying no, not waiting. $21,392 last trade. Again, that 200 lot came in at the 400 offer. In the NASDAQ, that got gobbled up. Got 100 offered at 410, and I believe another 125 offered at 135s, I do believe. I get that level 2 data. Helps. Level 2 data helps. See where those orders are. Gold bounced about $4. Trade above $2,700. 27.04 last traded in the gold. Nothing further from Kashkari. Barkin just nowhere to be found. Who knows what happened there? All right.
Gold looks like a decent range trade opportunity here.
This is what Jay does. This is when Jay starts scanning all the other markets. This is when Jay head on a swivel time for Jay. I know what's going on over there. He's looking for anything right now. What do you got, Jay? So let's do it. All right, let's do it. What are you seeing over there? Let's take a look at some of the other.
It looks like a decent. Looks like a decent range trade opportunity. You just talked about that 2,700. I'm looking at the 30-minute chart. There's a couple of wicks on the bottom of these 30-minute candles. Right now, we're testing that CPI candle low right now. If I see on a shorter time frame we start to accept inside of that candle, 2704, then I think I could risk make a new low on these 30-minute candles here below 2698, and the target would be the high of that CPI candle. But I need to see the market start to accept in that range, so some shorter time frame closes above 2704.
There we go. Lo and behold, Barkin has started speaking. I'm concerned about an overheating economy right now. I am not concerned. Forgive me. I am not concerned about an overheating economy right now. Demand is solid, but not booming. Inflation is coming down towards the 2% target. There's not much to support the arguments that the economy is growing weaker. I can see paths where inflation is sticky or continues to progress towards the target. Okay. Nothing earth-shattering there. But to get Barkin check off the list, Kashkari off the list. Got them out of the way. All right, we can trade now, fellas.
And then Williams at 10 o'clock.
Oh, great. Gosh. Can't shake
It's
him
like
today.
it's like when you're waiting for Thanksgiving dinner, and it's just like, oh wait, but we have to wait for Uncle So and So to show up. It's like, you know what? If they're not here already, we're just gonna eat.
Yes, we are. Oh man, cannot shake these.
Andre, you cracked me up.
Oh, these
great.
smokers. More.
What the?
Andre's out here to kill today, ready to trade.
Hey, these markets. What's up, Gabe? Your boy Kashkari, your Minnesota boy. He showed up late. Barkin, he showed up late.
Not a Minnesota boy no more. Don't.
I know you're not.
facilitate.
Yeah, he's out. No more Minnesota.
Florida boy again. Let's go Tampa.
Listen to you.
All right. Crude oil is holding above the IB high, right at weekly kickoff high as the number is about to come out. Well, they always like to complicate things, don't they? And about 3 minutes before the EIA number comes out. Gold has looked below the IB low a couple of times. Kind of like the idea of range-bound trade. It hasn't been able to close the gap to yesterday's range, which was a sizable gap. Got to get all the way down to 26.88 even to close that session gap from yesterday. A lot of overnight longs. This is overnight inventory adjustment. If that adjustment is over, we could see buyers come back in. Look. Equities. Looking up. I hate to say it.
Say it.
Since I'm wearing the rally sweater. The easy trade is certainly the shorts up here.
Right.
Not ready
Jay,
to short it yet, though.
Did we say that the NASDAQ was red on the year earlier this week? Did I hear that right?
It was, yeah. I think we're back. We're green.
Okay.
We're green now.
For a split second, we were red on the year. Granted, we're only about just the second week of trading.
We had James on yesterday, right? For Power Hour, and he was saying, 6 down days in a row. What's the likelihood that we see 7? Because the last time we seen 6 was, I think, late 2023. We broke that streak today.
Yeah, we did.
If we close higher, it's hard for me to believe that we close negative on the day, but anything can happen.
But
That
Dow
said,
had 11. Yeah. Dow had 11.
It did have 11, right?
11 down days last year in a row or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows what was going on there?
Crude number out. No.
All right. No oil numbers out. Man, how bad did they miss this time?
It disappeared. What the heck is going on?
It did disappear.
There it is.
There it is. Go ahead, Hoag. You got it. Financial juice is acting up today. Go ahead, Hoag.
It was forecast a drop of 850,000 barrels. It was a deeper drop than that of 1.96 million barrels, almost a 2 million drop in inventory. And the market breaks
off. Good luck, oil traders.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay. All right. We got that out of the way. Check that off the list. What a very odd beginning of the day. I'm not going to lie. It's been a very odd morning.
All initial balances have been established. Get those on these charts.
Well, got that out of the way. Very orderly, very great discipline by these traders. Hopefully you as at home or at your trader station or mobily. We saw Stanley trading. Well, he trades mobily, also drives Uber at the same time, which is really, really cool. That's, man, just everyone's got a different way of trading around here. So those trading their car, those that are trading, waiting to pick up their kids from school, wherever you're trading at home. Hopefully you guys are displaying patience, not getting in too deep. Hell, we're a live funded traders up 72 grand today. So they obviously took advantage of it. We'll get some updates throughout the day.
Good shot.
Were they long going into CPI? I mean, that's how else do you?
How
else do you do it? I mean,
it's the only way I see it happening.
I know.
This early.
I don't think I do
They're
believe
long
shoulder
gold
tap
already.
is. We're gonna put that on pause for today. Wrist team is a little thin today. People are sick. There's something going around.
Really?
There is.
Yeah, people have been under the weather left and right. I was one of them. A couple guys on the team here just dropping like flies. So stay healthy out there. But yeah, I think we're putting shoulder tap on pause. You and me, Hoag. You and me for a little. We'll come up with a cute name for it. What are we gonna call
Lunchbox
that?
trading.
Lunchbox trading. Okay. Yeah, we'll just roll with.
That'll be fun. I
It
get
will
to
be
hang
fun.
with my buddy Andre all that much.
We'll take some trades, man. You and I will take some trades. Something pops up. Yeah, it's in between Goolsby and Beige Book. So Andre trades. Boomer Bryant, maybe. maybe. We will see. Yeah, JT Irby. Yeah. Something's going around. Jerome,
Yeah.
your patience.
Yes, sir.
Very good. You said boring trading is good
I'm,
trading. Do you ever get bored?
yes.
Or is this boring to you? When you're watching these markets, is it ever boring to you just to sit and watch and watch and watch? Or is this all part of the process? For number 23 on the big board, does number 23 on the big board ever get bored?
I'm short crude. Short at 78.76, risking new high of the day. My bad, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dre, but
No,
I'm
man.
short looking for 78.30 conservative and 78.20 is my target on this.
And what's your risk?
New highs, so 79.20.
$400.
I'm short the Nasdaq one as well. Trying one lot. Trying to enter.
Price?
So I'm gonna put this for 66.75. I'm gonna put this break even very fast if I have the opportunity. If not, we'll see.
We're with you.
Right.
Jerome, we're short.
I wanted to catch it somehow earlier, but I can see the S&P breaking the level I was looking at. And of course, it can be 100% a trap, and I'm okay with it.
What's your CYA?
It's a wide one. It's going to be the high. Let's put
414. 410.
Yeah, 410. 410 is good. 10 is good.
All right. Well, we're with you. We're
410.
short 386 quarter.
What
I
price did we get
initially
on?
wanted to take it in the
See it?
90s. Can we see continuation now? That's the whole thing. Can we see continuation?
All right. Grand Horn
Probably
CYA definition is
be,
just it's code word for stop or stop price. That's all it is.
386 and a quarter is where the house is short.
6? Oh, 86.
Jerome, where are you?
20 points lower.
Oh.
But well, it's the game, you know.
Uh-huh.
If the trade is not valid at the 60s, it's valid at the 80s either. It's okay. I'm gonna add if the trade plays out.
Okay.
I want to see the S&P flip down. So okay, it's breaking the level here. I want to break the previous lows. I have another add at 328 for the Nasdaq. Okay, I'm break even now. Break even. No matter what, break even.
Damn, Jerome.
I have allowed I'm break even.
Is it break even already?
Yes, my entry is hours, so that's my plan. If I have a quick flush, I break even quick. I have an ad at 328. Hit it. 328. I have an ad. Come on. Is it the Jerome trade?
It is a Jerome trade. Sorry, I got a cough on.
Jerome.
Come on, go to the 28. Give me the ad.
Nice call.
Jerome.
If I'm out, the house can keep it or take partial profits.
Oh, I made a mistake. 368 is where we're short. Just
368,
right where you are,
Hoag.
Jerome.
I was gonna say 360s, man. We're sitting pretty.
Yeah, no,
368 still not bad. Okay. All right. Dow seeing some sellers as
Keep
well.
it down, baby.
I like it, Jerome.
Jerome.
Yeah, hit him with the Jerome chance in the chat. Jerome. Hey, we got some more shorts. Short from 391.
Ah,
393s
oh,
out.
oh.
Someone got.
It's all good. It's
Oh, I thought you got out.
the one. Yeah, I'm out. It was at my
House
break.
is flat. Up $2.
Flat? Oh,
I thought you got out there, Jerome. You're still in?
I thought.
I'm out.
No, I think he got out
Jerome's
break even. I think he moved his stop to break
Everyone's
even.
Okay.
Yeah,
flat.
It's break.
Okay.
All right. Well, we stuck our toe in.
We did. It was counter trend too, so tricky proposition.
Putting our toes in the water, right?
Agree. Good risk management. Didn't go.
Exactly. It went. We were 20 points in profit. If we had more size, probably would have taken some partials. The thing is, I was waiting the Nasdaq break E44, and we didn't. So that was a confirmation for me that the selling movement wasn't sustainable. So I kept it as is. I mean, I don't want to re-enter like yesterday, for example.
It's a good out.
It was a good out.
Yep. The thing
I
is,
like that.
it's setting up for. I mean, we're gonna go down. I don't want to call it, but we're gonna. It's very likely that we're gonna go down and create on this 4-hour candle. It's like there's less than 20% of chance that we don't do it. For some, it might sound completely stupid the way I think, but it's what probabilities are, right? So if we can see a re-entry, I'm gonna probably re-enter and try this short.
Okay, sure.
I'm
I
definitely
added to
not.
that.
Go ahead, Coach A.
I didn't just saying I added to that crude short. I'm short 2 now, from 78.85. Risk is the same, 79.20. And if this doesn't work out, this will be my last trade for the day.
78.85. Short 2 from 78.85. Okay. Sell this thing. Okay, Jerome
was a good
is
ad.
bearish. Yeah.
Thanks, Hoag.
I mean, you've got a major level. If we can't hold below 79.10 weekly kickoff high, this is a good spot, man. You're looking good now.
It's always reassuring when you hear that. Words from
Yes,
the
it
Hoag.
is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You like what?
Okay, so we have a
78,
sort of
20s you're looking for?
Yeah, 30 is conservative, Hoag, and then 20s from there. That full session VWAP is right at 78.20. I'm gonna see what happens if we get down to 78.50s as well. But I like the trade.
We do have a form of a failed upside auction up there, so
Yep.
I mean, it's a good looking trade right now.
Thanks.
ECH baby.
ACH.
ACH.
All right. Nothing
What's
on the
the
tilt
tilt?
right now. Oh, shoot. I mean, Dow. 78% short in the Dow. For all the Dow traders out there. Market's moving pretty orderly. Again, we just got Williams supposed to speak in about 19 minutes. I believe Williams is a voting member. And then we got Goolsby another hour after. Yeah, we just got speaker after speaker after speaker. I'm starting to think they haven't really said much to move the markets. I don't see why that would change. Nice out. Way to get out there, fellas. Tried to get short. Counter trend.
Position.
I know, right? Oh, you and I, man, we're jaded old traders here, man. Look for tickets like that too, man. Everyone's out to get us, but that's not true. The market doesn't care about us. Just trying to pea shooters, as Hoag likes to say. Just trying to pick up some crumbs along the way. Build your acorn. Yep. Before you know it. Yeah, more than that, trading for keeps. More for that, more than that. But I do see what you're saying. It's a little bit more than that. 59.81 in last trade in the ES. Gold. Flirting with that $2,700 level. Does not know what to do with $2,700. High day in the gold, 27.19. There you go. Smokey Bear Trades says, I faced y'all and made 2K. There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
I'm long, very tight stop. Stop is at like it's 15 points. I'm long. Okay, I'm gonna get out very quick then.
What price, Jerome?
I'm long 82.75 and stop is 15 points below.
Okay, 382.75.
But low risk, high reward entry. If we get back up, I feel this is the zone we'll get back up from. If we don't, then it's all good. Probably gonna get stopped. Yeah, I'm out.
Tight stop. Why such a tight stop, Jerome?
15 points. Because it was a range. Okay, if we were to go back up, I assumed this was the zone, the area we would go back up, and if we break it to the downside, there's a higher chance. Perhaps we go back up and it's okay, but there's a higher chance we go back below. So since I have this idea of potentially going back down, not married to this bias, but still having these ideas on the back of my mind, I want to stop, because if I see a sort of confirmation signal for getting back into the first short we had, for example, that's why I had a tight stop, so I can still have room to breathe.
Okay.
Jay, I'm just going to keep my opinion to myself next time.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine, Hoag. Nothing's happened. It hasn't hit my stop. I'm not going to move the stop. Shout out to Stanley yesterday. Eddie had asked him if he moves his stops. He said, we don't do that. So I'm going to trust this trade. It's either going to work or it's not.
Markets love to make a liar out of you.
And you said 79.10, right? We're still under 79.10. So
yeah, that's the weekly kickoff high. It rejected above there before. We're back above the high now, which is 78.90. We need to reject her pretty quickly, or we'll see. We need this upside failed auction to fail.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, while we wait for that Phillips, I actually got about 15 minutes. Got Williams speaking at the top of the hour. Well, let's bring in Robert. Robert, come on in. Payout Club. Tell the people about the Payout Club. You get a cool hat like the one that's sitting on top of my head. Tell them about it, Robert.
Yeah, here we are. The one that's on top of your head. It looks lovely there, Andre. I called you Jason. I have no idea why. Anyway, we got the Payout Club, 5K Payout Club. I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's not going to be pinned because we get something else coming up, but the link will be in the chat. Traders who have made 5,000 in payouts, doesn't have to be at the same time, be cumulative, get to join the 5K Payout Club. Click on that link, submit your name. Every day in our chat, we're going to put this check-in form in here. Sign up, exclusive hat, exclusive pin, just like you see on the screen. Great image right there. Right now, though, we only ship to traders in the United States, but we're looking to expand that in the future. So if you are from outside the United States, just connect with somebody maybe in our Discord or a friend of yours or somebody, family member that is in the US. We'll ship it there and then they can send it over to you. So that was great.
Hey, Robert.
Next up, we're going to put the link for the survey in the chat. We're going to actually pin that link to the top of the chat. This is the last day for this survey. We do want your feedback. This is all about Topstep TV. It is anonymous. Go ahead and put your feedback in there. Be honest with it. We want to know what you like, what you could see improvements on. Honest feedback. That's going to that'll ensure the best, ensure us delivering the best that we possibly can. Throw it in the chat, pinning it to the top, 5K payout link in the survey. We are good to go. We're going to be back in just a little while. We're going to actually have a little conversation with myself and Coach Jay on the screen there, talking about Coach Jay's Lunatics with the VIP check-in. Then we'll do all of our hot streaks and the big board after that. So we will see you soon. Fill out that survey for us.
Thank you, Robert.
Yo, Dre.
Yo, Gabe. What's up?
Hey, man. Real quick. So speaking of the 5K payout club, I wanted just to mention they are still shipping out. So I know that we had a trader post yesterday on X. So shout out to those that are using X and tagging us and letting us know that they're getting these items. But they're still shipping. Just appreciate everybody's patience. We got one person working on this at the moment, hand packing these one by one. So they will show up. We promise. It's going to be a wonderful surprise when you get it. But just hang tight as they are taking a little longer than usual.
It's a Topstep care package. Look at it as like it's a Topstep care package from us to you. Who did I see here in the chat? John Jones says, will we ever get results of the survey? John Jones, you will not get the results of the survey. We will get the results of the survey. Trust me, we've been seeing them. You guys just let it rip right now, but we will see them. I don't think you guys will. But you might see some changes based on what we see. So keep your eyes peeled in the future. All right, sellers coming in here. 21,352. Jerome was talking to. Jerome was looking at like the short side. Jerome, look at this. 21,345.
You know what? I'm back in it. Back in short. I
like
got
that.
45. Let's see. The risky entry is disgusting, but we'll take it. I'm short 3. I'm gonna try to cover too fast.
You're short 3, you say? Short 3. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight and risky, but we'll see.
That's a triple Jerome, MS.
CYA is the high of the range.
High of the day?
The high of the range, 80. Let's say, perhaps 480. 80, 380 is gonna be my stop.
380, okay.
I feel like the market's just drifting to the upside, drifting to the downside.
See if I can squeak in on a little pullback here for you.
It's either the perfect long entry or the short. So something's gonna happen, that's for sure. I doubt this is gonna be a consolidation area. I mean, ACH.
You're saying it's going lower unless it goes higher.
Oh, that sounds like a David Green. Sounds like a David Green. As we're speaking of which, this is a David Green Wednesday. David Green will be joining us later today from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Make sure to go check them out.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get stopped. Might peel one off at 60.
Where are you short again?
43.5. So I'm gonna peel one off at 60. So I lowered the risk.
Got it.
I'll share my screen once the trade is playing, if it is.
Just tried to squeak in. We just missed that. Just missed getting into this. Nice trade.
Okay, Putting one, covering one at entry, covering one at entry. Okay, I'm still in it.
Buying
Still
one for
in
the break.
three. Okay,
Jerome.
I'm two. I'm
Play
short
Jerome
two
trade.
now.
Jerome.
Come on, is that the Jerome
Jerome.
one?
This is the double Jerome. Double Jerome trade.
Jerome.
Yeah,
Come
we
on,
got
just
Williams.
do it, market. If we
We
can
need a
break
Jerome for crude
44,
too. Jerome for
we
crude.
went to 45. If we break 44 and close below, this is gonna rip down, guys. Brace
Yeah.
yourself. I want to break
Yeah.
28. If we break 28, this is a beautiful trade. If we
Okay,
break
I like
28, right here, right now. Come on, baby.
The only thing I'm seeing personally, from my point of view, in your way right now, Jerome, that regular trading hour VWAP is at 3:30. But I do like this trade. Not that my opinion
It's a risky one.
matters on it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
fully
like your
conscious
opinion,
of it. There's an uptrend day, but yeah, I have this this setup, so I had to take it.
They
I
told me to
lowered the
stop
risk,
saying
so if I
Jerome.
get
So
stopped,
this is the
oh
problem.
yeah, exactly. And we get stopped. Yeah, tough day. I mean, tough day, choppy day on my side.
It kind of is.
I'm gonna get stopped at 380s or not.
Marcus is a little confused right now.
Come on, flush it down. Covering one at 70. If we get back up to 70, to lower my risk. Yeah, I think we're going to continue the uptrend. So we
Don't
might
look now,
be
Jay.
looking for longs.
Don't look now, Jay.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying anything to Jay.
Don't look now.
I'm
I'm not saying anything
anything to
either.
Jay.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying that. Don't look now.
Looking good. Let's hope the market agrees. See some more sellers
Don't
coming
look
in
I
here.
don't
now.
even see you now. I don't even see you now.
Oh, I don't see anything. Nothing's
I
happening
don't
over
see
here. I'm
nothing.
looking at gold. I'm looking at gold. Gold's stuck at $2,700 an ounce.
Yeah, the equity market's still holding that regular trading hours and the VWAP from CPI. Right. If we see my charts up here, this red
Yeah, it
line
is.
here is that it's just holding pretty strong. The long I had called out yesterday at that low, we saw a
price was
pretty
it?
strong candle, 58, 53, I think it was, in the S&Ps. But we saw a pretty strong candle go through VWAP, and then it was a 2-day VWAP that I was looking at, but it was this candle right here. And once that candle closed above it, this at least gave me the opportunity to limit risk. So if I'm looking at a short in the equities right now, I need to see a strong candle close below this, and then that at least gives me location, right, where it tells me that some market participant came in, sold some contracts there, whether they're taking profits or shorting it, but then it gives me an opportunity to limit risk on that position. But right now, the way they're holding that VWAP, I think you said it as well, Jerome. Is this the pullback, an opportunity to buy?
Yeah, we set up a new sort of support. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it is more likely I'm going to get stopped. I'm fine with it.
Hey, speaking of VWAP, did you guys know that we got VWAP George coming up later today from Coach Paul's
That George?
Profiteers? That George.
That George?
Yeah,
George.
stay tuned today.
We're
1
brothers,
p.m. Central.
George, we're brothers. Who is your connection?
We are brothers.
There he is.
Not Derek for real.
Eric, for real. 43,003. Call it 43,400. Last trade in the Dow. Market's pretty quiet. Do you think with a huge CPI, that CPI print would just spike higher? Market's down yet. It's just That's the beauty of this thing. You never know what's in store for that given day.
Jerome.
You think, Jerome.
Jerome.
We got a little bit of a
Can we break
headline
the
coming
lows?
out of here of the Middle
Can we
East.
break the lows?
About 10 minutes ago, we got Netanyahu is currently assessing the situation regarding the exchange deal with the Israeli team in Qatar. So keep an eye on that. Maybe we saw a little bit of a sell-off in oil based on that headline. That was about 12 minutes ago.
Huh.
Somebody's not happy in the chat. Gonna hide that one.
Fired up. When we hide that, can they see that we hide it?
That's a good question. I don't know.
What?
I'll
Jack,
try it
you
on
guys
my
see what we-
burner account.
Jack,
If
can
it
you guys see
shows
what-
up, if it shows up and asks to be held for review, then it does not
Yeah.
get shown until we click show or hide.
What if it does show and we click delete? It will be seen then,
It
Yes.
goes away.
James?
It goes away, but if it had been seen, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I just wondered.
Huh.
21,347s in the last trade in the NASDAQ. What's so
I might
funny,
have to
man?
find another way to say Jerome.
He's short. He's short. I mean,
Jerome. Jerome.
it's starting to roll over.
You guys sound like a cow. Jerome.
Jerome, you said if we clear the 26s, I think you said if we clear 26s to the downside, we're sitting pretty, correct?
Yes, sir. Wait a second. I'm kind of managing
Yes.
my trade. Okay.
Okay, very good, very good. Please.
I'm out. I'm out. Wait. I'm going back in. Because I was out at break even. Okay, I'm back in. I got out. I don't know what I did. I'm back in at 27. What happened, man? Let's go. So we have the 4-hour flip. We're still in. What did you ask, Trey? Sorry.
No, please, no. Manage your trade. Manage your trade. I think the level we were looking for was 326s, 327s to clear to the downside.
28. Yes, sir. 28.
28. Thank you.
So we want to clear it to the downside. Indeed. There's the flip. The thing is, we are bouncing from the high of the opening range on the S&P. If we have a strong bounce, well, the trade is dead. If we don't, then bingo, I guess. I'm going to show my chart right after because it's kind of a pain of managing it. And I kind of fat-fingered this one. Hope it doesn't go against me. But I've been very lucky on the stop. We'll show it right after it. We'll see. So my entry is now 26.25. Once we are up 10 points in profit, I'm putting stop at break even.
Okay.
Jerome.
There's that candle through view. I like this trade.
What?
Oh,
What's that? What's that?
What was
What's
that?
volume? What is
Wow.
What the? Oh, top of the hour.
Yeah.
that? Wow. Well,
Shit.
I'm out. Well, I'm not out, but I'm gonna be out for sure.
That
Wow.
was pretty strong.
What a move.
Damn. What did Williams say?
That's
Quite the rip.
Oh,
Nothing from Williams.
Williams
there he
government
is.
policy outlook. Main source of uncertainty. Okay, they're always repeating stuff. That's all the repeat. Damn it.
Uncertainty should have
if
it
I
go
didn't
lower.
mismanage this trade, fat fingered. Oh, that would have been nice.
That's
Oh,
that was brutal.
Wow.
30-point pop. 77% short in the gold right now. Excuse me, the crude.
can we mirror the move down? Can we
man.
mirror the move down? If we do, wow. If we do, big wow. Come on, Jerome. Jerome. Jerome.
Man, oh
Come
man,
on,
that was
Jerome.
brutal.
Jerome.
Come on, Jerome. Come on,
Jerome.
Jerome. 50 points down. Come on, Jerome. Do
What
it.
was that spike?
Jerome.
Come on,
Jerome.
Jerome. Mirror the move. Mirror the move. Come on. Keep it down.
I'm starting to
You can
feel
do
it.
it.
5,000
Have a
people.
reflip. Below
5,000 people
28.
watching.
It's good. Come on.
What was that?
5,000 people thinking I'm a crazy guy. Yelling my own name.
Yeah, it's true. Oh,
Man.
I know, Dan. I'm watching. All right, we're
Yeah,
starting.
it's
Williams actually starting
unlikely
to
we
say some stuff.
flush it down. So
All right, Williams. Disinflation process to continue, but could be choppy. Monetary policy is well positioned for the economic outlook. I expect the unemployment rate to hold between 4 and 4.25%. I expect growth to moderate to 2% this year. Balance sheet drawdown is proceeding smoothly. An improvement in supply-demand balance allow for the rate cuts, and I see the move to 2% inflation over the coming years. Inflation expectations are anchored. Housing-related inflation pressures are easing.
Economy has
So
returned to balance, it says.
Yeah, huh. Okay. Is Barkin? Oh, wait, is Barkin now? Yeah, Barkin reporting on CNBC. We got Williams reporting on Financial Juice. We got a lot. Now all the speakers are yapping now.
So basically, we waited for them to speak.
Then
We missed the trade because they were not speaking. We took a trade, they spoke, and that got us
Jerome.
stopped, right?
I think that's exactly what just happened.
think they're watching Topstep TV.
I think that's what happened, man. You got to be kidding me.
What do they actually know? They
You
actually
got to
know
be
nothing.
kidding me.
They're saying it's going higher unless, of course, it goes lower. That's what they're saying.
What was that?
They don't know.
Well, I don't
Tell
know
me
what
how to
happened
go.
down there. The moment I went scratch, I was down 1,000. I managed to add some contracts and get scratch, and somehow
nice.
I got out of the trade and got back in with 3, and then boom, 30 points up.
Oh,
So how do you react in these kind of days? You breathe in, you breathe out. It's the market, right? I mean, you can't control anything. You just go with it. So
yeah.
game.
All right. 59.77 last trade in the ES. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Gold is just stuck at 2,700. Gold does not know what to do. 27.01 last trade in the gold. Take a look at crude. $78.81 now. 78.81. Taking a look at the Dow. 43,408. Last trade there. NASDAQ, 21,350. About 50, 60 points off the highs there. And the ES, 59.78. Last trade about 13 points off the highs.
Jay, how
What
you
was,
feeling about your short and crude?
So I'm thinking this 78.61 level that I have on my chart here. Hoag, I look at delta for pretty much everything and volume for everything. 3-minute candles. This 3-minute candle that I have framed out on my chart right here is the highest positive delta 3-minute candle that we have
Sure.
on the day,
I'm out.
and that's the low of that candle there. So I'm thinking whether or not I should have gotten out of this trade at that low, because we kind of see exactly where we bounced. I'm gonna hold it, but I don't love that bounce
Maybe
right
just
there.
lighten up a little bit there next time.
Yeah, I think that's what I should have done. At least take one off. And then I heard Andre mention that the tilt was almost 80% short, right around there as well. And yeah,
It's still short 70% right now.
we'll see. We're still holding below my entry right now. I was looking for some selling to come in there, and they didn't, which is telling me that whoever bought that is defending that position right now.
Well, do you want me to go kill him?
I'm out of the trade, by the way, just saying.
Well, now that you said it on air, Hoag, I don't think you can go do that, but I appreciate it.
Wow, that's what we got. We got your back around here at Topstep TV.
Anything for you, Jay. Anything.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
All things stated on Topstep TV are here for entertainment purposes only. Thank you.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
but
see
we bounced
James in the wings.
right at that low.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for these news stories. The Chicago way. Hey, that's how we do things around here. 21,365 last trade in the NASDAQ. Market's just confused right now. Choppy.
I know I
Doesn't know
am.
where it wants. Yeah, it doesn't know where it wants to go.
We got no
I'm back in one.
extensions.
Back in.
Yeah, perhaps not really wise, but we'll see. Entry is 51.25.
Short.
Thing is, I don't see continuation to the upside, so I'm thinking buyers are getting exhausted and they wash this out, or this is the final washout. So we'll see. This is a risk-free trade. I'm putting it break even. Already 10 points in profit. I mean, we hit 10 points. So
What's your entry
we'll
level?
see. 51.25.
Nice shot. Oh.
It's risk-free anyway, so we'll see.
Sure.
If you have nice
never
volume
know.
coming in. Exactly.
Dolby might be licking his chops. We might be entering this 5-minute range. Definitely on the S&Ps. We got a 5-minute range going.
I'm adding one here and putting a quick break even. So my entry is now 42.25. 42.25 is my
Nice
entry,
short.
and I have my stop at my break even already, with like 100 points in profit.
Nice short. I would do the chant, but
Is this the final Jerome? Is this the final Jerome for the day? Come on, do it. Come on. Okay, the S&P is breaking. We have the flip. We have the reflip. Will we have enough volume? I don't know. I can get out because I put the stop profit at $200. I'm down 2, so I can perhaps climb this back up. We'll see. Come on, do the Jerome. Do the Jerome move.
Jerome short 2 from 45. Short 2 from 45.
Jerome.
Last
Just
trade.
Jerome. Jay,
Question
right back up to 79.10.
I thought about adding, but I'm already in 2. But yeah, right back up to that level, Hoag.
Unreal. Jerome.
If it breaks the previous low, we can have huge volume. Can we have huge volume right here, right now? In the last 5 minutes, we can have a huge inbound of volume. A very huge. Because this is the closure of the 15-minute candle, and if we don't have acceptance of price here, that means we could go lower. It doesn't mean anything. That means we could, but it should happen now. So, I mean now, in the next 5 minutes. So I'm expecting the move to happen. Hopefully we don't get out. I mean, in any case, it's a profitable trade, so it's all good. We didn't lose.
Now.
Break the low, and I put my stop at $400. Break the low. Come on, do it. Do it.
Jerome.
Feeling heavy.
Yeah, I like that.
Can we do it? Can we do
Jerome.
it? Can we break the
S&Ps
lows? Can we break the lows?
Stuck a little bit.
The S&P is getting back into the opening range, but that's a place where we had a lot of, okay, stop at $500. If I get stopped, it's okay.
Beautiful.
Jerome, what price would you like to see clear? What price would you like to see clear? You stopped?
So I got $500 on this move.
$500 back. Nice job.
Nice trade.
So I'm down 1481. I can get back in.
Okay, well, if you do get back in, please let us know. Jay, you still are in this crude trade, correct?
Still holding it. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I think I may just cut it. But
all right, well,
it's.
No, take your time. Take your time. Well, it's I just want to make sure we have the boards updated properly. Jerome, got the P&L. We'll get that up there shortly. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, what do you got in store for us today with the news? I got to hear this. It's always something.
Well, Andre, we got a lot of good stuff in the news today. Actually, we're gonna start with, if you remember, last week we were off
I'm
air.
back in
for-
2. Sorry to interrupt. I'm back in 2.
No apologies at all. We were off air while some of the TopstepTV team went downtown to the Chicago Board of Trade. We have a lot of content we haven't aired for that, so we want to air one right now of a certain someone trying to sell something outside the Board of Trade. Gabe?
Hey, you want to buy some soybeans? Buy some corn? I need to sell. You can do it here. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans, meal, oil, oats. Who wants oats?
Maybe Goolsby's walking around here somewhere.
Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? Get your soybeans.
Hoag, go get the beige bug. Go get the beige.
All right, I'll get the beige. There it is. Federal Reserve Bank.
Best they got.
Turns out
Yeah,
I'm not
but
a
the
good
camera-
soybean salesman.
Well, I was gonna say what the camera doesn't really show is it looks like no one's walking by. There were people actively walking by looking at Hoag screaming about soybeans.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
It got to the point where I had to look away. It was really funny. I was gonna break the bit. Anyway, on to news. Someone's in trouble. Breaking last night, the SEC is suing Elon Musk over alleged security violations linked to the Twitter purchase.
Oh no.
Yep, they're accusing Musk of failing to disclose his ownership stake of Twitter in a timely manner before purchasing the social media platform outright in 2022. Musk obviously has claimed that he did nothing wrong, and his lawyer is calling the lawsuit a sham. So we'll see what happens here. Don't know if this is good news, bad news for Twitter, but we'll follow this story as it develops. It just came out last night. Moving on to some different weird news. I don't know if you guys have heard of this guy. There's this tech billionaire out there who's trying to stop aging. He wants to live forever.
Oh yeah.
And he is now stopping a drug because guess what? It sped up his aging.
No.
Yeah, if you haven't heard of this weirdo, there he is. That's him and his son here on the screen. He's the guy in the front. He was featured on a Netflix documentary. What he does is he takes his son's plasma from his teenage son's blood, pumps it back into his own body as a way to slow down his aging process. This guy takes, what's the number? 54 pills a day. You know, when I did it in high school, it's called a problem. When he does it, it's called a miracle. Like,
I mean, he looks
I hate
young.
this. He looks like a well-moisturized middle-aged man. Like,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah, so best of luck to you there, bud. I've seen all the sci-fi movies. It never ends well for the guy trying to find immortality. On just a little bit somber news, a woman out of France is a new victim to a AI scam. That's right. She thought she was talking to Brad Pitt and lost 800,000 euro.
Crazy.
Doing the
story.
conversion this morning, it's roughly 850,000 US dollars. She claimed that they were in a relationship. As you can see in these AI doctored images, he's holding up a sign that says, "Anne, I love you." Another one said, "Anne, will you marry me?" He claimed he was dying of kidney cancer and that he did not have the money to pay for this kidney cancer because his ex-wife, Angelina Jolie, had frozen all the accounts.
I mean,
makes sense to me.
Checks out, yeah.
In a more serious note, though, just make sure anyone in your family who is susceptible or is by themselves a lot know that no celebrity will ever reach out for you for money, especially Brad Pitt. Pretty sure he's well off. And finally, our last piece of news, some breaking news that just happened. The FDA has now officially banned the artificial coloring red number 3 in beverages, candy, and other foods, also known as the tastiest red. Sorry, it's gone now. All your reds won't be nearly as red or delicious. But in a more serious note about that, the red dye number 3 has been linked to cancer in animal trials. So I guess I'll eat less Skittles.
What are we
Whatever. Taking away every ounce of happiness I have in this world, Andre. That's what we're doing. Don't drink Diet Coke. Don't eat Skittles. Go work out. I hate this world. That's all I got.
Thank you,
Back to you.
James. Thank you.
I did get stopped out on that crew trade.
Oh man, what happened?
So
the other way now.
Down 12:30 on the day. Dolby says it all the time. If you draw a box, if you draw a line on your chart, use it. We had a profit. We had to trade 40 ticks in the profit, and really bounced off the low tick of that level. So down on the day, I'm going to go ahead and lock myself. Actually, I'm not even going to lock myself. I have the discipline to not trade this, but
Okay.
going to be patient here now.
Look at it go now. Jeez.
Yeah, right.
79
So Andre,
cents.
you mentioned something, and I thought about this while you were mentioning it, just getting out of the trade. You were mentioning something about Netanyahu, and I was thinking, any time I hear any kind of news about anything in the Middle East, do I want to be in a crude trade?
Right.
And was that
There's
a
more
signal to
coming out.
potentially get out? It's hindsight, but see what happens at this $80 level.
There's more headlines coming out right now. Hamas tells Al Jazeera its delegation handed mediators its approval to the Gaza ceasefire deal. Not sure why crude would pop on that headline. Again, Al Jazeera, Hamas tells Al Jazeera its delegation handed mediators its approval to the Gaza ceasefire deal. Yeah, all right. There's basically the point is, the lesson is there. Yeah, there's headlines starting to come out from the Middle East. We're seeing some reaction here in crude oil. Whether it makes sense or not, there is market moving news, I guess. Not
all I keep thinking about is that guy that's trying to like live forever. I can see the look on my son's face when I tell him, "Hey, dude, I need to take some blood."
What are you talking about, Dad? We're the same blood, Dad.
I don't think so, Dad. I don't think so.
Crude is on the move. Crude is up about 50 cents. $79.50 last trade. $79.57 high there. Why did they pop? Why did it pop on that headline? I don't understand that.
It seems anything about the Middle East just
risk.
Under crude.
Just risk, yeah. All right, take a look around at the tilt here. 50-50. We got 73% short in the Dow. They've been short pretty heavy. So Dow is
all right.
Dow
I'm out of the trade.
What hell of a range we're in. Yeah. Crude, $70.50 last trade. 5-minute range has been established in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ as well. Jay, any other markets that are moving, that catching your eye? Kind of seems like.
I mean, right now it's crude. Crude is moving. The Russell looks like it had a pretty nice sell-off from its highs. But right now I'm looking at crude has a 150 lot offered at 80, 146 at 80. And it seems like the market that's picking up some volatility right now. The equities are kind of chopping around, gold chopping around, but the energies. Biggest things I see on the quote board right now to the upside: heating oil, which I have not traded much, and crude oil, number 3 for percentage movers right now.
Okay. All right, we got another Fed speaker in about 40 minutes. Goolsby, Chicago Fed.
Goolsby. You got to say it that way.
Mass negotiators office for initial push towards. All right, sounds like the ceasefire is getting closer and closer. Nothing is finalized, but it does say Hamas negotiators in his office for final push towards Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. Why would crude pop on that? Why would crude pop on that? Do not understand that. Makes no sense. Unless I'm missing something.
There's probably a lot of undertones that we don't know anything about.
Got to be, right? Got to be.
Inside that deal.
Yep.
Strange it's happening 4 days before an inauguration. Who's in?
Hoop, please. Someone's in. Jerome's in.
I'm back in. Yeah, I'm back in.
Okay.
I got way less of what I had as an entry, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, Jerome. How do you say that in French? Do you have something similar? It is what it is. How do you say that in French?
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie, exactement. Wow.
la
How did
vie.
you know that?
Yes. Such is life.
It's
C'est la
it's
vie,
a it's a
exactement.
wonderful song from years ago. I know 2 things in French. C'est la vie and je t'aime.
These are 2 beautiful things, so that's enough to live well.
All right, Jerome, you're back in. What price are you short from?
29. I had the 40s, but yeah, it's
39. Okay.
not a good day on my side. Not a good read. I mean, yeah.
21,000.
Unlucky as well with cash carries move. Cash carry.
Oh, the cash carry.
Now I'm blaming cash carry. Right? Just
I've done it before too. I've done it.
And there's the one thing in French that pretty much everybody that's over 40 knows in the United States. It was a song. It was a disco song. You know what I'm talking about, Andre? Maybe not.
How's it go? I wasn't around for the disco era. Hoag, hit me.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Ah, there you go.
Ce soir.
Yes.
And I'm stopped.
And the buyers are coming in now. The markets are acting very, very strange right now. Cash carry strikes.
Really nice range that we're in.
Yeah. Yes, we are. We'll definitely get Dolby's read on Moulin Rouge. Yes. Dance.
What's disco?
C'est comme ça.
All right, 65% long in the crude. We do have a VIP check-in with Coach J of the Lunatics. We got Euro close coming up in 7 minutes. Euro close in 7 minutes. Dolby special indeed. Looks like some more buyers coming. This range, we are stuck in this range. Yep. It's upper end of the range right now. Looking at the 5 minute.
Range traders are doing well.
I hope they are.
Every time it looks like it's going to go, buyers just come pick it up.
Chop. All right. Jay, if you're good to go, we got Robert in here. Let's do let's check in with the Lunatics. Got to cut woof. This is the home stretch of VIP session 1. Again, VIP season 2, if you will, picks back up into January. So stay tuned for that. But anyways, let's do a check-in. Robert, come on in with Coach Jay. I'm going to jump off for about 5 minutes, get some water, recharge into the end of this power hour. Fast markets. Go ahead, Robert. Jay, take it away.
Here we are. How you doing there, Coach Jay? How you doing?
Doing good, Coach Robert. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you, sir. VIP is important. I put the college shirt on for this, my friend.
Here we go.
Background. Let's get to it. Yeah, so I'd like to start off, man. You had one of your traders graduated to the XFA yesterday, Johnny S. And today's his first day. So when we pull up that leaderboard, we'll see the top numbers on there, and then we'll go over to Johnny. Starting with Coach Jay's Lunatics at the top, you have $11,533 in payouts.
Yes.
That is absolutely incredible, sir. 67% pass rate. 32 traders are finished. And I know this is not a competition between the coaches, between the teams themselves. But, what do you say about that? Give us some feedback on what you're doing, what you're working with these traders, and your approach to this is how to get such a great success rate like this. And these traders are passing combines left and right, moving into XFAs and taking all those payouts. So what are your thoughts on this one here, Coach Day?
As I always say, I'm going to give credit to the traders that pass the combines. My job as a coach is always going to be hold up a mirror. First, I got to figure out what it is that you say you're trying to do, and then hold up a mirror and hold you accountable to doing those things. So shout out to the traders. I've unless they ask specific strategy questions, I don't want anyone to try to trade like me or anyone else. I think we all have to approach the markets in a way that makes sense to us, and then execute that way. So the 32 people that we had pass, they passed trading however they see the markets, and some of them were able to take payouts from it. So kudos to them.
Absolutely, that's the mark of a good coach right there. I always say, Bill Belichick can't throw a football, but he can sure show Brady how to do it, right? It's something about, hey, you
Right.
put the tools in their hands, let them do it their way. I 100% agree with you. That's a way, and that's what all the coaches are. I said this yesterday. I say it today. Every single coach here, regardless of style, process that they use, it's all about what is going to work for the traders, and you are proving it right there, Coach Trey. It's amazing. Coach Trey's Mindset Hunters on there, doing really well. Also, $6,400 in payouts. Coach Vince's Market Makers, $3,500 in payouts. And Coach Hoops Pit Raiders, saw him on yesterday, $8,000 in payouts. And Coach Paul's Profiteers struggled there, but they're still going through. And it's just a little bit of guidance. And sometimes be the best coach in the world and you get a couple players on your basketball team that can't make the shots. So we're just going to keep going and keep going and keep going. And while we switch over to the next card there, Coach Jay, because it's going to focus on your lunatics, I do want to mention that they were emphasizing that there are 2 days left after today. So anybody that's listening on these VIPs, only 2 days left. Once we get to Friday, this session, this cohort is over with, and we start another one. So if you don't get to your XFA by Friday, your trading combine is finished. If you do get it, you get to keep it. So not a push, just you got a couple days left. You can pass the combine to XFA in a couple days. So just remember, get it by Friday, you get to keep it. If you don't, you start over. However, that being said, the next draft, big news, starts on January 27th. That's the week of the 27th. You heard it there. We're going to have 10 teams. That is 500 traders. We have 5 teams right now. We will be having 10. And Jay, we're going to get tomorrow night, as you alluded to earlier today, I'm going to be on your show. We're going to put a little bit of a tip going out there. Looking forward to that.
Yes, sir.
So here we go. Let's go to Coach Jay's Lunatics, the top 5 here. Johnny, we mentioned earlier, has moved from the trading combine to the XFA. That's why it shows a 0 balance. Is what they transferred over. But I would like to focus on Dana, because look at these winning percentages. It's unbelievable. But Coach Jay, we're going to go directly into Dana because we have a really nice card for Dana. Dana's,
Okay.
It's obviously the 100K XFA. And from Altamont Springs, and you see that little image that's right there? I did not put this together. It happened by chance. I used to live in Altamont Springs for a while, and I actually performed on that. And that's at Crane's Roost in Altamont Springs on the water. Beautiful. It was awesome. But I want to take this card and hand it over to you, Jay. Please give us a scoop here on Dana E. Doing a wonderful job, 86% winning days. Trading micros mostly, but a GC in there. So floor is yours, sir. Fill us in on Dana.
Yep. So Dana has been in this XFA the longest. Obviously, before we got Johnny, who just moved over to an XFA, Dana was our one XFA trader. But holding this account for about 3 months now, and had a difficult December, where I think there were more losing days than winning days in December, but the account is still active. I think P&L high on the account was about 3K. Saw a little bit of a drawdown, but I want to give a shout out to Dana for keeping this account alive through a drawdown, right? Sometimes, especially in December, things get busy, family time, holidays, things like that, and trading kind of takes a back seat. And trying to trade through it, Dana saw a little bit of a drawdown, but the account is still active. So shout out to you if you are watching. Remember what we've talked about in our group sessions. The account is already eligible for a payout, Robert. So for Dana, what the focus is now is you don't have to reach those $200 days, right? A $50 day adds up, right? You can stack bricks, and as long as we manage the downside, eventually I think we can continue to build that account balance. So shout out to you, Dana.
Shout out for sure. Payouts, so it says 5 days of over $200 in profits. They do not need to be consecutive days. Dana has reached that. Can we talk a little bit, Jay, about we have the winning trades rate at 53% and the risk reward 1-to-1. We always talk about how you can't look at those individually because one of the traders that's on our big board you'll see later on, has a 20% win rate. They're like number 3 or 4. I'm going to go over that when we get to the big board, but just not to look at those individually. If you're going to talk about win rate, you have to talk about risk reward. If you're going to only talk about risk reward, you have to include win rate on there. So tell us about this, because 53% winning and then 1-to-1, how does that play out? It's always a positive P&L. You can see it right there. $119 winner, $97 average loser, positive P&L ready for payout. What is your thoughts on the win rate and risk reward ratios?
So I think the risk reward ratio is a little bit skewed because if I remember correctly, there's a pretty big losing trade in this account. And outside of that, Dana was closer to a 2-to-1. So that's what we talk about, limiting that downside, and look at the market selling off here, but limiting that downside on your bigger trades, you can be even more profitable than you already are with this 53% win rate. If that big, I think we see that a lot, Robert, where we see traders like, oh, I have an 80% win rate, but still not profitable because there's one big trade that blows everything, right? So that's the one thing we got to be aware of. And I think Dana, outside of that one big losing day, has taken care of that. And that's why this account is still active.
And they're taking care of it well, Coach Jay, under your guidance for sure. Great job for all of them. Great job for all the VIP. Just a couple days left. Get those XFAs. Markets are moving, Coach Jay, so we're going to head back to that right away. They're finally doing that sell-off that everybody's been looking for all morning. I just got notified of. So any final words? And we'll just cut it back over to Andre and the rest of the team.
If you're still in the combine, you got 2 days to pass it. And like we've been talking about, be aggressive, but don't be quick. So if an opportunity presents itself, lean into it. You have 2 days to pass it. This is the time to be confident in your trade setups.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. The next draft starts the week of the 27th. 10 teams, 500 traders. Let's go.
Man, oh man, oh man. Thank you, Robert. Whew. All right, guys. While that was going on, sellers finally took control. Get Jerome back in here. Jerome, great read. Great read. It was just what was it, 1, 2,
And do
3,
you know
4,
I
5th?
got out?
I know.
Look at that.
I know.
Look at this.
I
Look
know.
at this. No.
I know.
Look at this. I mean,
I know.
what
I'm
a
looking.
day. What a
Jerome,
day.
I'm looking.
Look,
I don't want to look, but I'm looking.
67.75.
My goodness.
67.75.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
It was a tough day.
And I
Great
could
read.
have like extended the stop. I had like $200 as a buffer if I kept it to hit just the DLL, and I would have still been. I mean, inside capital is always a winner, right? But
Yeah, this was.
I'm happy for all the people who kept saying, yeah, it's a long, or whatever. I mean, when you have a range bound movement, both sides are right. I wanted the short side with the flip of the 4-hour candle, which we had, right? So that was my trade. That's the exact same trade as yesterday. We got unlucky. What do you want? I mean, days like that happen. It's all good. Happy to have
Right
been
on that
able
Euro
to break
close.
it down.
Yeah,
back
I'm starting to
test,
think
so-
that also. I'm starting to think that also, Jay. After European close,
Oh yeah,
the
that's
sellers,
right.
the buyers finally got out of the way, and it was profit taking, what have you. But Dan Emmons in the chat also said that sellers did finally come in. Who was short? Who was short? The 5th, 6th, 7th time was the charm. Who was short on that? Kudos to you. If you were short there, was it the first time you got short today? If that was the first time you got short today, your crystal ball is
In
very
French,
clear today.
there's the saying,
Say it, please.
rira bien qui rira le dernier. Somebody said, damn, Jerome got the last laugh, ha 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 ha, which I don't really care about, but that would mean laugh well who laugh it last. So the last laughing is the one who laughs well.
Absolutely.
Who
Well,
laughs best.
But it's not about being wrong or right? It's about entering well and managing well. So
the process was there.
I will be sure to know when Kashkari doesn't speak next time. If he's late because of traffic.
We
or
know.
whatnot, but yeah.
We
Funny
now
day.
know who Jerome's least favorite Fed speaker is. It's definitely Kashkari. Jerome and Kashkari have beef, and We'll make sure Jerome's least favorite Fed speaker is Kashkari moving forward. Also want to give a shout out to Funded Oscar. Funded Oscar, it's my birthday. And down just $173. Okay. Happy birthday to Funded Oscar.
Happy birthday.
So for me, the question is now, is there more room to the downside in this move? Do we start to see that CPI candle trade out, or was that just a quick flush before we continue to the upside?
I was going to ask you, Jay, that 29, that 59.55 level that you were talking about earlier. I mean, we went
Right.
2.5 points, put it below that, put in the initial down slow. Do you still like that level for a potential long? I mean, at the very least, it lets you limit risk.
It does. Yeah, it does, Hoag. It does. If we can get back down there. And it, yeah.
You can get it. Got to get back above the overnight session VWAP here first. Looking forward to seeing VWAP George here later, too. That's going to be fun. All roads.
Oh, George, Funded Oscar, you are welcome. Don't thank me. Thank our fearless leader, Danielle. She brought it to our attention. Danielle says happy birthday, Funded Oscar.
Happy
We all
birthday,
say
Oscar.
happy birthday. There you go.
Yeah.
Jay says happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
How you say this in French? How you say this in French, Jerome? Happy birthday.
Joyeux anniversaire.
You guys say it so much nicer than we do.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Beautiful. It just sounds.
Yeah.
All right, we got 200 lot here upside. 200 lot here upside in the Nasdaq. 21,305. 200 offered. Sounds Russian. No, that sounds beautiful. The beautiful love language of
There it
French.
goes.
They got filled.
Yep.
Just like a magnet, man. Magnet. Every time those offers have come in, it has just gotten lifted.
Just as it was coming out of your mouth, Andre, it just
I
got
know.
lifted.
I don't know. One of those. What a tricky day today. All right, we got about 17 minutes, 18 minutes left here, and fast. We're starting to see some size orders pop in here on the ladder in the Nasdaq. I haven't taken a look at the ES.
Not seeing as much in the ES.
Sure aren't.
ES looks kind of thin, actually.
Jay, I had a question for you during that VIP, that Lunatics check-in. I know you're a basketball coach. Do you have favorites? Be honest. Do you have favorites on your team?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Do you have favorites on the Lunatics? And if so, can
I
you
do.
name them?
I do.
Can you tell us?
They know
who's
who
your
they are.
favorite? Okay, cool. We'll leave it at that.
They know who they are.
That's fine. Leave it at that.
It's the ones
I
that
do
show up all the
imagine-
time. I got seven or eight favorites. I'll say it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
Out of 50.
And they're probably the
coaches,
ones
which is
that
not
are
bad.
that are most engaged with you.
100%.
Exactly, Hoag. Exactly.
So you're saying it doesn't take much, just showing up,
Just
Either.
show up.
present. Yep. Show up. Yep. Half the battle. Was it 90% just showing up on time? Anyways, 21,295 last trade. In the Nasdaq, looking at the ES, 59.62. Crude, a bit of some sellers. Again, we got some headlines coming out of the Middle East throughout the day so far. We'll keep an eye on those. Okay, here, Axios citing U.S. official, a Gaza ceasefire deal has been reached. Again,
Just saw that.
Gaza ceasefire deal has been reached. Seeing a little bit of a sell-off in the crude. Williams is not done speaking. Williams saying, I'm optimistic about U.S. productivity outlook. So we got some headlines coming up. This may be what's making this trade very, very tricky. Conflicting headlines. We got Bank of England speaking now as well. There's a lot going on right now. Cross currents, if you will. It might be leading to some of the chop that we're seeing.
Williams also just saying that the wild card for neutral rate view is much higher levels of debt. If we can't get the debt down, that's going to be a
This debt ain't
problem
going.
with rates. Of course.
That's a runaway train, man. It's a runaway
it is.
train that's going to
It is. Unfortunately, we're all on the tracks.
The whole world's on the tracks.
Yep.
All right. So, yes, again, Axios, a U.S. official, a Gaza ceasefire deal has been reached. Starting to see some selling now in the oil. I don't understand why they were buying it up going into this, because they were hinting at this throughout the day. And now that a U.S. official has said it's unbelievable, man. What a
Unreal.
This is frustrating, guys. This is frustrating. So yeah, remain calm, remain level-headed. Right, Reed? It's not like this. Yeah, okay. $79.06, last trade in the crude. Trading is tricky.
Yes, it is.
The way you guys, I will commend Jay and Jerome, just the way you guys maintain even keel, just wear it. That's the key to it. Just, it's been a tricky day, and to these guys, it's just another day. Win, lose, or draw.
I'm
right,
done
so-
trading for the day, but I do like the downside in the equities here. Just
Why?
that London close candle to me kind of changed things a little bit. Where I think we could start to see the market trade the CPI range. So kind of getting in short right here, right now, risking the high of that London close candle. So not a whole lot of risk on it, but
It's nice.
I think we could.
Very nice.
71.5 in the S&Ps.
Right. Maybe a little bit higher. You don't want to go exactly at it, but maybe risk above 80s.
And you like right here, right now.
But I'm also down $1,200 on the day, so my reads could be off.
All right, guys.
Well,
Here's some details. We're short one. All right, cool. We got some details about the ceasefire agreement. Go ahead, Hoag. Short one.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What price?
59.62 and a quarter.
Oh, ES.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
That's fine.
Jay's, he's on dry January from the NASDAQ,
Yeah.
so I figured I'd trade his product here. And where is the CYA on that? You're looking at above that candle, like 72?
Yeah, 72. The anchored view up from the New York session Hoag is at 75.
I see that.
So I think 72 is okay. Ideally, I want it to be above 80. If we put it at 80, we're risking about $1,000 on that one lot. And the target on this is going to be conservative. We have to go, the high of that CPI candle 55. But if that starts to give out, that initial balance low starts to give out, then I'm looking at 59.30.
930. All right. All right.
Okay. We got some details coming out about this ceasefire agreement or hostage release. Israel released all Palestinian women and children under 19. Israel released 30 Palestinian detainees for every civilian hostage and 50 Palestinian detainees for every Israeli female soldier. It'll require 600 truckloads of humanitarian aid. Total number of Palestinian release will depend on hostage release. Could be between 990 and 1,650. Negotiations over second phase of agreement to begin by the 16th day of phase one, and is expected to include all remaining hostages, including Israeli male soldiers, permanent ceasefire, and complete withdrawal of Israeli soldiers. So we're starting to get some more details about this ceasefire and hostage release agreement. This account is short from the ES. $71% long. The gold right now. Gold is grinding higher. Call it 2707. Use that mute button, Hoag. Use that mute button.
Excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that.
59.60 last trade in the ES. 21,278. What were we short from up there? Oh boy. 350s.
368 and a quarters.
16 and quarters. Yep.
Right at the high of that balance area. That was a good shot.
Jerome laughing over there. I feel you. Yes, we do have
the double thumb up is when the market humbles you with a smile.
It's nothing humbles you faster.
Exactly.
Nothing. 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 It's all right. You're still up
my
on the
mom
week.
humbles me faster.
Your mom does, yeah? Yeah, she can. She knows. Here we go. Pull up. Pull results. Are you avoiding trading the NQ this January? 81%. Resounding no. No. Hell no, they say. Hell no.
Good
Seeing
mute
some
there,
selling.
Andre. Good mute.
Ah, you saw that? I've been working it all day, man. Working it all day. All week, actually.
Working it all day, every day. Yeah, I mean, we're sitting in profit here. It's kind of slow, but
Bathroom scale humbles.
let's take out those 55s and get down to
Take
those
out 50.
30.
Oh, that was the level
Yep.
55. Short from 62. 62. Again, we do have Goolsby speaking in about 13 minutes. And we got
We'll be
Williams
late. We'll be
still
late.
speaking, though. Williams is a real one. Williams didn't stop speaking today.
Hey, do we really need to risk that much on this trade?
No, you don't, Hoag.
What a great conversation. That was a great conversation, right?
Where else would you put that stop?
72. I mean, you could
Trading buddies right there.
If it doesn't go right now, you could take the $50 you have on this. But I this is one that I think would take a little bit longer, and I think we could actually add
was
to
good,
it in like near 65 ish.
Really?
But we got 2 points in the profit right now on a
Yeah, I
difficult
see
day.
it.
You could
see
also
it.
take that.
Well, you know what they say in Cicero. $100 is $100.
$50.
Yeah, shout out JD. JD under the weather. You got the bug I got. Something's going around the city. Anyways, all right, enough jibber jabber, Andre. Let's get to the good stuff, the meat and potatoes here at Top Step TV. Got some big board to show. We got some hot streaks to show them. Robert, hit him with the good stuff.
Hit him with the Hoag $50 and Cicero $50 and Cicero. But you know what? We're looking at these hot streaks. What can we say about Oscar O? Because 11,460 is 11,460 in Cicero also. Now, I'm not sure about this Oscar O on the 34 consecutive days there. If it's the same Oscar O that put in the chat earlier, called Funded Oscar, said it's their birthday. If it is, happy birthday. If it's not, it's okay. You got a birthday coming up, I think, sometime this year. Number 2, we have Xiao Qing. 32 days of consecutive, bringing in $22,000. That is unbelievable. Do the math on that one. David R. in the third spot of 29, moved up from 28. Yingzhang from 28 to 29 also. Those were back-to-back. We did lose Antonio, unfortunately. That was ahead of the game yesterday. That was the 29th. Fortunately, dropped out of the XFA yesterday. But we have Mon Lin coming up. 28 consecutive days of $6,637. That's the end of those hot streaks. So why don't we have the big board now? Because that's everybody's favorite. I know it's my favorite. Big board coming up. These are all live traders. Big board. There are hundreds on here. This is the top 25. I'm not sure if that's a sound effect or if that's actually Dobie because he's not on air when that comes on, but we'll give it to him anyway. I wanted to highlight one here. Number 6, Kai. We knew Kai from yesterday. It moved up quite a bit with that monster $138,000 day. Moved into the number 6 spot. And I mentioned this earlier, a 20.8% win rate. We're calling that batting average. Cannot take a look at win rate alone. Got to put risk reward. Got to look those high days. Keep the losers smaller than the winners, and you will get yourself up on this big board. Number 1, Coach Dakota. I think we've seen his name before, and Rafa up there as well. But I'm going to move off to the side. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. This is the most current big board 1 through 25 live funded traders. After that, we're going to go right back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Robert. Time moving on up. I did ask for an update on our live funded trader, Fernando. Fernando, up earlier this morning, up 72 grand a couple hours ago. I did ask for an update. We'll see if we get one back from Risk. Of course, they are working feverishly behind the scenes.
Literally, I think they're all sick.
Something's going on. All right, just did get an update from them. This might be the last update because they are pretty thin today. Where'd it go, Ben? He's got back to me. Here we go. He is flat and locked out. He is locked in $55,000 today. Chloe calling it a day. Well done, Fernando. Ben, get back to work. Thank you for helping us out. I will not bother you for the rest of the day. Again, no shoulder tap today. She's got me and the Hoag and me chopping it up here in about an hour and 10 minutes. No shoulder tap today. But yes, Fernando, good job by Risk, making sure he's locked out and locked in those profits for the day.
That's
Nice
a good job, man. You don't want to lose all that.
Nope. 55 grand ain't bad, is it? His Royal Trades. All right. Let's take a look at these markets. House account is short, 59.62 quarter.
What they say in Cicero.
Jesus, 55 G's.
55 ain't
That
bad.
was a Jerome trade, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it was.
So I'm happy the
Jerome.
house account is in it.
I want to see some selling coming in here. The Nasdaq just got to the full session VWAP. If we take the trade off here, I think we make what, $200 on it. Hoag, if we take it off now, you have to take that $200 and spend it all in one place.
Ooh, where would you go?
All right. Well, what do we do? Fish or cut bait?
Put a poll up. Put a poll up. We got 4 minutes left here in fast markets. Put a poll up. Do we fish or cut bait on this trade? Currently in the money. It's got to be a quick banger. So we'll call a 60-second flash poll. We got the time for it. We fish or cut bait on this ES trade. Coming.
I say we fish.
Oh, Jerome's vote is fish. He's number 23 on the big board, so
All
maybe
right.
his vote's worth 2.
Well, can I get it?
But I wasn't on the big board. I think it's the delay. There's a 1-day delay, right? So I should be on the big board.
Yes,
now.
processing. Yes. S&P, NASDAQ starting to see some sellers here. Here we go. Poll is up. Do we do a quick 60-second? We cut bait on this trade, yes or no? Thank you, Tim.
Jerome.
There's that 55 level in the ES, high of the news candle. See if we start to accept back inside of it.
Cut bait. All right, no. All right, good. Quick, in and out. That's all we need. 150, 170 votes. 68% say no. We'll let this thing run. Trade takes over. They can be yelled for that. All right, yeah, James, we can push. Those are important.
Let's get these.
All right, let's do live call-ups then. Let's get the live call-ups in here before we cut for morning recap. House account is short, so if we want to do some call-ups. Call-ups very, very important around here. Big leagues. Pro ball. We're ready for those.
Where's your CYA?
I have it at 71 right now.
Okay, I think we can leave it there.
Cool.
So you guys remember the 4-hour candle that was fully green without a bottom wick?
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Now it has a beautiful red body of 80 points. Next time we'll be there without cash carry.
Sorry, cash carry. That bastard. Sorry. All right, let's get some
He
call-ups
caught me
in
off
here.
guard twice. I mean, I didn't
know,
go
Jerome, I
enter
feel
the
so
trade,
bad.
and then I
so
enter, and
bad.
he's like, interest rate or whatever news I'm gonna release is gonna pump the market. So that's the beauty of the market as well, right? So,
It is. All right, Gabe, come on in. Let's do some. We got Gabe or Robert. Let's do some. Let's do the call-ups. Again. Let's do the call. Who's going to the big leagues?
We got 5 today, and a familiar name as well to start off. We have Balcaron coming back from New York, starting balance of 73,500 in the live, trading NASDAQ, MNQ as well, and then the ES. We got Joshua V from Mastic, New York as well. A good, almost healthy $27,000 to start off the live balance, trading the NQ and MNQ. We got Kevin W here from Elizabethtown, Kentucky,
Yep.
starting balance of $5,400, trading the YM, GC, ES, and Q. Got Hyson from Taiwan with a solid $12,750, trading the NQ. And finally, we got Francisco G from Spain. Starting balance of 23,500. Also trading the NQ. Congrats to all those traders getting called up to the big leagues. Back to you, Dre.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, coming to the end of Fast Markets. Of course, we got morning recap coming up. In case you're just tuning in, Hoag's morning recap on the other side of this. Break down the trades from this morning and what to look out for the rest of this afternoon. I guess we can let's do quick appreciations. See goes in first. Let's throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for? We'll keep this quick. Jay, Jerome, what are you appreciative for? You always have some words of wisdom for us.
Thank you for asking. So always appreciative for braving, for God, for living another day. Very appreciative to Topstep as always, also for inviting us, and very appreciative to Cash Carry for being on the listing today. So one thing I could share for people who get messed up in their mental, when trading doesn't go their way. For example, I have all the reason today to lose my mind, right? But it's trading. I mean, whether you lose your mind or not, it's going to change anything. It's not going to change anything, right? So you need to go it with your way. And thankfully, you guys have put on a very beautiful tradertainment show. So instead of just trading, we can have entertainment with that. And today was needed because we've been very patient. Appreciate with you guys, amazing individuals as always. Coach Jay, always a pleasure to be with you. Learning from all of you guys. Thank you to the chat as well for chanting all together. The
internet.
And yeah, let's
you.
do it. Let's do it for a 25 year. It's gonna be a beautiful year. I don't think people are ready to what's gonna come this year. I don't know anything of what's coming, but I can feel something. Big things are coming, and I'm really confident and pumped up. So I hope you guys are, and the best is yet to come, as we say.
Oui, merci. Okay. Well, their internet's that's sign. It is time to call it here. Hey, Jay, you got anything you're appreciative for? What's up, Jay? Anything you're appreciative for?
Just life. Appreciative of life. Just life in general. And the chat. Life and the chat.
Chat's been okay, right? Chat's been okay today. They were on one yesterday.
Yeah.
I think they behaved.
They
behaved a
were.
little bit better today. All right, we got gold moving to the upside here. We got the house account short, 59.62 quarter. We got morning recap coming up next. After that, we got John London. We got London on the track. John London is here to talk shop with myself and Dolby Time. He's sitting on a 7-day winning streak in his XFA. So we got morning recap with Hoag. Hey, watch out for gold and crude moving to the upside here. Morning recap coming up next. Market's starting to pick up. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. I am Hoag. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully you enjoyed the fast market segment. Kind of tough markets here a little bit this morning. We're just going to take a look and see what happened this morning. Well, CPI came out, obviously. Let's look at the NASDAQ, as everybody does love to look at the NASDAQ. Here is that 730 bar. This is a 3-minute chart, folks. 730 bar pops. It's been really just kind of holding short of weekly kickoff high, which is 21,460. We've established the initial balance. There has been no extension outside the initial balance in either the S&P or the NASDAQ, looking like we're just kind of setting up a new area of balance, perhaps. Today, we did have a short on with Jerome. Looking in hindsight here, it does look like it was a pretty good opportunity for a short. Where I think we could have been chopped up, it was when we got into this area of balance. And it looked like every time we started to push to the downside, we were going to see some continuation. But every time the market buyers came in and just brought us back in, and this oval here seems to be pretty much where Jerome was kind of centering his entries. We had a decent entry early in the session. I'm not sure exactly what time that was. 368 and a quarter, 368 and a quarter. So probably in and around here, around 10 o'clock, I think was when we were starting to look at that. Maybe 368. No, actually, I think it was in this period of time. I think we had put in the high of the session yet. We didn't lose any money on that. We just didn't like what we were seeing. Jerome didn't like what he was seeing on it. We made up about a tick on that trade. All right. So the market has come off. It has found an area of balance. Finally, we get the push to the downside right at 10:30, right on the Europe close. We finally see some liquidity to the downside. Market has kind of come back into this area of consolidation, finding, at least for the time being, some support. The overnight session VWAP seems to be a little bit more supportive in the NASDAQ than it does in the S&Ps. And to be honest with you, I think patience paid, particularly in the house account. I was not all that I wasn't all that excited about any of the trades we really took in the house account today. So I think we're all right here. What I really liked was when we were looking at the 730 bar. Okay, when we move to the 733 bar, he likes the 3-minute bars. I like that too. I think it's a smart way to look. Jay said, you know what, that 59.55 area looks like a really good area for a potential long, because the initial push to the upside was continued from that level. The market came back to that level. We did not take the trade there. I don't know for what. Maybe we're talking about something else. I don't know what happened, but it came back to that level. Buyers came in, and that is for the level that put in the initial balance low straight to the initial balance high. Were we looking for the initial balance high for a potential profit target? Probably not. Could we have been looking at weekly kickoff high, 59.78 even, as a potential profit target? Quite possibly. So the risk would have been relatively small. It'd be difficult to kind of establish where the risk should be based on these charts, but it was a pretty decent opportunity for a potential move. And again, 10 very balanced, right around that weekly kickoff high. It's 10:30. Europe closed. Sellers came in. They're holding us below that area of balance. So we've got an area of balance, a directional move, and a new area of balance. Again, these markets have not had any play since, with the initial balance high or low, since they were established. This is a range-bound day until proven wrong. We're fading the extremes, and we're fading the extremes. Take a look at crude oil. Now, we just had a position on in crude oil. No, it was in the S&Ps. I'm sorry, hang on. We did get out of that short in the S&Ps. We had a little bit of a continuation. We made about $50 on it. We made a point on it, but it wasn't really doing what we were expecting. I know that the poll said let's fish instead of cut bait. We weren't getting what we were looking for. We never even got the chance to test the IB low. we tested basically right down to Jay's level of 55, and we were unable to see any participation below that. Now, this is what here, let's take a look at crude oil now. Hang on 1 second. All right, so to crude now. Now we know that Jay was short off the weekly kickoff high. We had put in a high, we had put in a lower high. Jay took a short. He was looking for probably some deeper continuation down to 78.20 is what he was looking for. And I want to point out what Jay was looking at. So this bar had the highest volume and in the push to the upside. So there were some buyers came into that level. Were they going to be protecting that level? So Jay was short. I'm thinking around 78.90, I think is about where his average was. And price came right to the bottom of that bar with the highest volume since the open. The market traded down there. He could have taken one off. Maybe it would have been the right thing to do. Now looking behind us, of course, with 2020 vision, already knowing what happened, yeah, he should have taken one off down there. I thought maybe he would because he liked that level. He was looking for this level to be protected. He ended up taking a loss on that, but just holding his stop up above the weekly kickoff high. When the news came out that a Gaza ceasefire had been reached, the market lurched lower. It traded back to the downside. Where did it trade to? Well, basically, let's see here. The upper end of the bar that Jay was focusing on found buyers, and the market has returned back above the weekly kickoff high, 79.10. That was a really sweet level, actually. Let's take a look here on the 30, because, Monday, I should say, rejection. Monday into Tuesday, rejection. No play with it yesterday, right back to it, and we're trying to see what we're going to see as far as longer time frame traders adjusting inventory up at this level. Take a look at gold now. Gold finally catching some bids. I'm going to start with the daily here. Short time frame structure to the upside. We talked this morning. We've been adding open interest every day since the beginning of the year. We've added a lot of open interest. We even added open interest yesterday. We've been seeing negative delta as price continues to push higher. I'm looking for this market. While it is in a medium time frame area of balance, it is building energy. I'm looking for some sort of change, but who knows when it's going to happen. So we end up, with some overnight inventory pretty much to the long side here. The market opens at 720. The 7:30, 8 o'clock bar puts in the initial balance high. 7:30 bar puts in the initial balance low. We have an inventory adjustment. It takes out the initial balance low. Did it find momentum down there? Look at all the volume. It looked for a while like we were going to really see a deeper pullback. This would have been a hard trade to take, but when the market kind of ran out of volume here, and this is a 30-minute chart, it ran out of volume in a big way on this third attempt at continuation below the initial balance low. Back inside the initial balance, we're starting to see over the full rotation, the balance high, initial balance high. Traders, some days you see the market really well. Some days you don't see the market really well. I feel like I'm having one of those days where I'm not seeing the market very well. Yesterday, even though there were some hypotheses that I was looking at, especially in some of the equities and in gold, the hypotheses didn't ring true, but they made sense. Today, I'm having trouble making sense of some of the things that these markets are doing. And I'm sure that everybody has days like that. So I'm trying to stay really close to the bone. I'm trying to be patient. If something comes to me, I'm going to look for an opportunity to take that as long as we're on screen. But if not, I'm fine not doing anything today. I'm just not seeing things as clearly as I think I usually would. And if you're feeling the same way, then I would suggest doing the same thing, because we can sit here all day long and we can look for trades and we can find trades. And those trades may not be very good trades. I'm going to wait until the market just hands me something that has minimal risk, good reward over risk. And if we get that opportunity, I will take that. Other than that, I'm going to kick back, watch the show. Speaking of which, we've got Trade with Topstep coming up here with John London. He's going to be here to trade with Andre and Dolby. He's on a 7-day win streak in his express funded account right now. Don't think about that, John. Don't think about that. Just look for the next good trade. Don't worry about keeping the streak alive. That's one of the things that killed me back in the day. Was you get a nice streak going, all you want to do is keep that streak going, and it takes your focus off of looking for the next good trade. So that's our morning feedback here. Morning recap. Always a pleasure to be with everybody. Make sure you stick around. We have real traders, real stuff going on. Trade well, everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. Enjoy Trade with Topstep with Andre, Dolby, and John London. Let's go.
Pay me what I'm owed, yeah.
All right, welcome back. This is Trade with Topstep. John London is working behind the scenes. We're going to have him online here shortly, but let's get right into it. We got Dolby Time in the house in his beautiful palatial log cabin.
Oh, yes.
You see, before we get started here on Trade with Topstep, we got Goolsby speaking. That is the final Fed speaker on the calendar today, I do believe. Yes. Some comments out of Goolsby. Goolsby. What'd you say? I see continued progress on inflation. I'm optimistic for 2025. Here we go. The CPI report is somewhat encouraging and somewhat discouraging in equal measure. All right. With that being said, let's get to the trade. Of course, we'll keep an eye on some more headlines coming out from Austin Goolsby, president of the Chicago Fed. All right, Dolby Time. What are you seeing today? It's been a tricky trade, to say the least. Your thoughts?
I would certainly say so. It is, I've had a hard time finding my favorite setup, which we all know is the consolidation. And there have not really been a ton of them, at least on larger time frames. I'm talking like weekly, daily, 4 hour. The 1 hour might be starting to consolidate a little bit between 21,050 and let's say maybe 21,400. I think the most prominent formation, though, that we're really, even the 30-minute, 15-minute are not really doing anything, but this is head and shoulders pattern. Like, this is pretty clear.
It is. Wow, really is.
There.
That is a 1 hour? What's the time frame on that, Dolby?
5-minute head and shoulders.
5-minute head and shoulders on
NQ. Okay. This is kind of the ones you see in the textbook, to be honest.
Yeah, you really do. I remember we were doing name that chart pattern from JD, and this segment. Is definitely
and that's a big fat middle finger, Dre. That's a big fat middle finger.
That is what that market has been doing to a lot of the traders today, except for Fernando. Fernando, a live funded account trader here at Topstep, locked in $55,000 in profits. Great job to the risk team. All right, take a look at the market right now. 59.68 last trade in the ES. About 20 points off the highs there. Looking at the NASDAQ, 21,309. Nothing really showing on the tilt. Crude has been up and down, up and down. Gold kind of paused on that rally. Saw about a $10 rally. It's called $13 rally in the gold. It's retreating back a little bit. Dolby Time, we are looking at that head and shoulders. What do we do with that? $1 million question. What do you do with the head and shoulders?
Well, head and shoulders pattern, you're looking for a breakdown of the neckline, which would be 21,250, and then you can basically draw, I believe it's like an extension from the low to the high of the head, and then you can paste that, and then you drop it down, and then it kind of gives you a target. So the target would be like 21,120 for that. I still don't know if I would want to get short, to be honest. I'd probably look for longs right here, right now. I think it is shaping up kind of nicely on the 1 minute for a potential cheap trade. And we might be seeing just a new stair step here. Back up to highs.
Okay.
That'd be my bet, because it's just such a cheap short. So I feel like every time we start talking about NASDAQ, it just wants to move 10, 15 points.
I know, just like that in the blink of an eye.
Truly.
Again, we'll have John London in here shortly. A 7-day winning streak in his XFA. So we'd be definitely excited to see what his take is on the current market. See how he's doing today. House account is, what are we, around scratch, maybe up a couple bucks. Yeah, we'll get that updated here on the board. Again, Goolsby in the rearview mirror. Of course, we got that news.
So we're clear? Coast is clear, Dre?
Coast is clear, but we got to keep well. We got the headlines out of the Middle East still. Seems to still be coming out over there. There seems to be a agreement in place for a ceasefire and hostage release. Again, it seems like it's a very fluid situation over there. And we'll keep you updated as we get it. Get these headlines coming across the wire as well. Oil has definitely been sensitive to those headlines. And equities, not so much for now. But that can always change in a moment.
In the Middle East, Dre? We're going to get peace in the Middle East.
Always, man. Speaking of the oil, high the day in oil. Dolby time. I wanted to ask you this question. You used to be the resident oil expert trader over here. We talked about it when oil gets close to $80 a barrel. At what price would you say, or from your experience, at what price does it start putting pressure on the equities? Or do the equities even start paying attention to, oh crap, oil's starting to get a little expensive here. This is not good for the equities. What price would you say? $80 a barrel, $90 a barrel? What, from your experience?
I'd say a hundo.
Hundo? Okay, yeah.
It's a big round number. I think you'd really start seeing the market maybe pay attention. Also, gotta see, when was the last time crude oil was trading at $100 a barrel? I'm in my live account right now, so I can't pull up a crude chart. But I think it's probably a while ago, if I had to guess.
Looking at weekly here. Yeah, $100 a barrel. Boy, it's been a while.
When's the last time?
I'm still going back. I'm going back to a monthly chart. Here we go. $100. How about 2022? May 2022. April, May of 2022.
Nice. It's been a while. I think about around 100. Probably if we start pushing up into the 90s, you might start getting some headlines. Then 100, things can probably start getting a little bit hairy. And anything over 100 is really going to be an issue for consumers. I don't think consumers are down to be paying $4 to $5 for gas. Everything's attached to oil. Everything.
It really is. I just started watching Landman.
Fertilizers. Oh, you did? Yeah, I heard it's really good.
It is good. I wonder how accurate it is, but if seems to make some sense. But yeah, it's learn some things, to say the least. What their thoughts are. All right, starting to push a little higher. Dolby did like to a long in the Nasdaq. Let's see if that plays out. Here, let's trade
alternatively, if you like shorts here, they could be cheap shorts if you're playing that head and shoulders pattern. But I just have a rule, Dre. I don't short the Nasdaq if there's no news.
I hear you.
But maybe a cheap scalp here is possible on the short side. I would have liked 21,300s for a long. When was the last time we were there? About 6 minutes ago. Might have been sleeping on that one. That would have been a good long.
300s? Yeah.
For 20 points? Yeah, it would have been a cheap trade.
Okay, house account is around scratch, up a whopping $49. But hey, like my partner Dolby Time once said, there are traders out there that would die, well, figuratively speaking, to be up just $49 today. So,
I
think it's not a big number, but to some,
test 1 2 1 2.
Check. Coming in, John London in the house.
Oh, there we go.
Oh man, I'm sorry guys.
What's up, John London?
Oh. Glad to be here, man. Glad to be here. I bought this 49-inch monitor, and it won't connect to my computer. I paid like $1,000 for this thing, and now I'm regretting it. But I'm here. We're here today. Man, sorry about that.
All good, man. Good to have you. So you are on a 7-day win streak in your XFA. How's it going today, John London?
So I'm down today. So I'm down $80 today so far. I ended up switching. I have another funded account that I haven't really broken in yet. So I can do either way. I can trade I'll ask the chat. Would you guys rather me trade on the 7-day green streak account that I'm really afraid of losing? One of the things that I'm excited to use is the lockout feature. I set a $200 lockout on this account because one of the things that kept happening is I'd be in these big green streaks and I'd be desperate to keep the green streaks. And so then at the end of it, I would take too much risk and end up losing way too much. But now I can use Topstep's lockout feature and just lock myself out if I lose $200. So that's where I am.
It's a great button.
Yeah.
All right. So
Great
we're asking
button.
the chat which account to trade.
Sure. Yeah. Which one should I trade, guys? I'm assuming they're going to want me to go for the 8-day green streak, but like whatever they say, I'll do, you know?
Okay. Here we go. You already
Yes,
know.
that one. Yeah. I
You
figured
already know.
it's all right. We'll go for it. All right. Let me switch. Hold on. Let me pull this up.
Okay.
Let's
We're starting to
switch.
uptick here a little bit.
All right. So here is, and we're down like $80 on this thing, I think, or something like that today. You know, I changed my system around. We had like we kept trading in pre-market and just kind of losing. And so now we have, we switched the system around. If I trade pre-market, I just trade like combines, try to pass a combine just to have some fun. It's $50. We can have some fun with it, try to get past. Sure. And then we only trade 5-10 minutes after the opening bell. Yeah. Trade the XFA with the streak.
Crazy.
Yeah, you know they're gonna want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
There goes our NASDAQ. Hitting
Nasdaq.
away. So much for that head and shoulders pattern.
Yeah, I see the kind of an upside down one. All right, so let me calculate some levels.
All right, sounds good. We are cooking right now. 21,334. Pushing higher here.
Where are we getting long? Where are we getting long?
I need a dip. I definitely need a dip first. I'd like a pullback to like, if we can pull back to 320, I'd like that. I'd buy that. Yeah, that might work too. 345 seems like a resistance level, and so I'm going to look to see if we reject there. We kind of already did a little bit, but
345. So you're looking for a pullback. Okay.
Right.
Pull back to 20.
Oh, I see that. It's like kind of a shoulder, I guess. Left shoulder.
Right.
Or right shoulder, depending on your perspective.
That's right. Yeah, see, I hear y'all talking about Landman too. I haven't seen the latest episode. It's good. It's really good. You know,
I'm on episode 3, but yes,
it gets
Dakota Loving, man, that that guy. All right.
Yeah. So crazy day, CPI day. You know, I'm on actually a green streak with CPI, surprisingly, and to be honest, I think I'm just getting really lucky. I've gotten about 6 or 7 of the last 8 or 9 CPI reports. I've guessed them exactly right, which is kind of strange to me. You can check my live streams. I did it today too. Somebody asked me what they thought CPI would be about 6 or 7 minutes before the report. I said 2.9%. I thought it would come in as expected because I think the market fears inflation, and it's Biden's last, CPI report. And so I think they want good numbers. And I think, that's what we got. We got 2.9% today. Market loved it, and it's still running on this. So
sure did. Can we recall back to yesterday? There was rumors, whispers, if you will, that the number was leaked. Who knows if that's true or not? What was the market doing that got people thinking that? Was the market rallying when people thought that the number? I forgot from yesterday.
So like every single CPI report, I cover every single one. Every single one, somebody says it was leaked, right? Yeah, it's somebody in my live stream at least. I'm not sure who you heard say it, but like usually every single one, somebody's telling me they're leaked. But the people saying they're leaked usually have pretty bad accuracy as well. Like statistically, they would have accidentally got one right at this point, and they just haven't. So I usually just ignore them. You know.
That's pretty funny.
I like that.
The day of the jackal.
21,340s. John Lennon to say he's seeing some bit of resistance up at 345s.
Right.
See what happens
when
we
getting long.
That.
Yeah.
Where are we getting long?
I'd probably take one at like 330s, 325s.
Yeah. 30-second wound up a little bit, which is nice.
Yeah.
Maybe your 345s are right for resistance.
Sure.
Maybe we can get that pullback. 335s would be semi-expensive long, but we'd be able to define risk pretty easily. Just below 330, 330 is could be like 6 points of risk for a lot of upside.
Right. And I have, I have like a 1-to-1 ratio here, but I'm sure we could probably give it a little bit tighter risk too. Like I have, if I enter at like 323s, 320s, I could use 300 as a risk, and then 344s as a reward target, which is close to 1-to-1, maybe a little bit worse, but I'm sure I could probably get out close to like 310s, 308s. Just depends on the risk tolerance, I guess.
You doing micros?
Yes. Just because it's the green streak, I just don't want to have 7 green days in a row and then a huge loss, to take half or 80% of that away. So I just want to retain the profits from the green streak, I've had so far.
Yeah, a little bit of wiggle in the ladder up here in the NQ. So I think you call that resistance 343s, 345s.
Sure.
Let's see if we can get that pullback. You said what, like 320s, 325s about for a pullback?
Right. Anywhere around there, I don't mind taking it. But
let's see, we'll bid one at 328s.
Working 328s.
Yep. Let's just get an order in. See what happens.
Get a little taste.
You scale in there,
There you go. Some more coming out from Ghouls. More coming out from Goolsby here. CPI is encouraged. Oh, we already said that one. I'm pretty confident we'll get inflation to 2%. That's a promise the Fed has made. There you go. You heard it.
Yeah, but see, last week the expectations. So the University of Michigan put out some expectations, and they were much higher than expected. The whole market panicked on Friday from payrolls, mostly. Like payrolls came in way higher. And then the consumer sentiment data came out, but they also included inflation expectations, and they both bumped them up. The 1 year is now 3.3%, and the 5 year is now 3.3%. So those went up. Man, so didn't get the pullback.
No, it did not.
Nope. 30-second consolidated. Actually, like the 1 minute. 1 minute got range bound and then just broke higher.
Sure.
That can be useful if you like watching the NASDAQ. You can hop on smaller time frames. Like this range right here is still very, very small time frame range, but you can still find value in that because all you have to do is place a stop on the outside of the range, and there's kind of your range bound setup. So
sure,
on any time frame you can find one.
Yeah, and here's 350. This might be a level too, but at this point, I don't mind buying a 330 pullback now. I just want the pullback to be, I want it to be long enough to justify a bounce, if that makes sense. But
What do you mean by that?
So if you can have little micro pullbacks if the momentum is strong enough, but if you're going to buy deeper pullbacks, you want just kind of like value, I guess, if that makes sense. You want like enough red action leading up to it to justify a bounce. So
I like that.
Yeah, we'll see. Very strong today. I think a lot of people feared inflation because of payrolls and services and jolts coming in high. So then when inflation showed up slightly lower for core, which excludes food and energy, and on pace with regular, people are just more optimistic around it, I guess.
I like how they just exclude food and energy.
I know.
I think that's kind of important.
Sure.
Inflation.
Gas. Yeah. Yeah.
Conveniently
Gas
removed.
Yeah. They're just looking at everything else. You got to look at food and energy. Those are the two most. Those are the most impactful. Yeah.
Pretty much what we pay. Yeah. Yes. Day in, day out. All right. Drifting a little higher here. 21,350 level of interest. Let's look at Topstep daily levels. Yeah, I know.
Almost creeping in.
We are in zone 2 right now in the NASDAQ. Looking at the S&P's 59.78 last trade. We're in zone 2 as well. Lower end of weekly kickoff high, 59.78 in the S&Ps. Make sure to have those Topstep daily levels open.
Sure.
68% long.
That makes sense. Let's look at 362. 360, not 362, 360 as well.
Almost definitely kicking in right now.
Yo,
definitely kicking in.
We had the right direction, but
that feels good. That always feels good, John London. At least getting aligned with the market.
That's right.
feeling.
And there's 360 right there. So
If it's any consolation, we did get the market direction right.
I'd rather be in the trade personally.
Yeah, 100%. But hey, there is another bus coming, like Eddie would say.
Yep.
Be
Hopefully
patient
it's
here.
not
Let's see what happens.
the Belmont bus. Shit comes half hour.
Is it really?
Sometimes during rush hour, they just get stacked up, dude. You have like 3-4 Belmont buses like right in a row. It's like, damn,
cold out,
you miss
too.
all 4 of those, you are not seeing one for a minute.
And then you're freezing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, y'all are in Chicago, yeah. I bet.
Oh yeah.
Cold.
Yeah, it's cold today.
I had one experience in Chicago.
How'd it go?
So my parents, I'm from Louisiana. My parents used to kind of throw me on a Greyhound, and I would go visit my mom in Canada, and I would go through Chicago. But, I very quickly had to realize that the Chicago bus station, the Greyhound station, incredibly sketchy.
You know what it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, very sketchy. And
canal
I
over
remember,
there, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to walk to the train station sometimes, and it was just, the Windy City makes sense because it was the middle of winter. That wind just cuts through your clothes, man. It's just cold.
Real.
For a Louisianian, not used to it. Just not used to it.
Well, wake
That
up.
bus stop is closed now, if I recall.
Is it?
I
Really?
think so.
Yes. Some other establishments over there that people would frequent. 59.79 drifting higher here in the ES. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really doing on the tilt. Again, we had good bank earnings this morning. Go figure. I think JP Morgan saying they had their best trading quarter ever, or something like that. Q4 of 2024.
Must be nice to have a whole bunch of money.
Sure. Yeah.
You just crushed it. It's a random quarter of 2024. They just crushed it. I mean,
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
Oh yeah, they did.
God, when are we getting long?
Yeah, where are we
It's
getting
the opposite of Jerome. No, actually, we need a Jerome so we can get long.
I'm going to take a short.
couple of Jeromes.
I'm going to take a short. It's kind of crazy. I'm going to take one right here. I'm going to use a very tight risk at 370, 380. I'll call it 380. I'm going to look for a reward target, and we'll take a couple trades. We'll take 3 contracts here. I'll look for a reward target down here at 325, 320. Not the worst reward to risk. Just look for a little micro pullback. I think that makes sense. And then it might continue up, but tight risk is why I'm doing it. I think we got a lot of confirmations up here, right around 375, 380. And I think we could reject here and come back down some. So I'll try it. See what happens.
All right. So you're short from what price there, John?
So I'm short at, let me see where I entered here. It looks like around 360. Let me see what the trade price was. We are short 315. No, that's not right. Sorry, hold on. 360. Yeah, 360 is where we're short.
You got that new monitor, man. You got to figure out where everything is now.
Yeah, no, honestly, I have this huge 49-inch monitor. It's great, but it doesn't connect sometimes. And so usually I can kind of kick in and, but I had to plug in other monitor. I have these huge headphones now, too. Look at these freaking headphones.
Yeah, man. Official over
monstrous. There. I could weight lift with these things, but
those are your DJing headphones, I think.
Yeah, man. I feel it, man. But no, these are actually direct. My wife is like a health nut, so these directly plug in. They're wired headphones, so that's why they're big and crazy looking. All right.
Short. How many times? How many micros?
3 micros, very small. I'm a trading wimp, and I'm down on the day, and I just don't want a big loss today. Not on my green streak, so.
Smart.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably try to take a little bit off if it hits like 345, kind of like a scalp, and then hold the rest down to ideally 320 if we can get it. But if, 325 is fine too.
Great areas to get long.
Yep. It is so Randy says, is it the Odyssey monitor? It is. It is the 49-inch Odyssey Samsung monitor. That's it.
Curved or flat?
Curved. It's curved. It's 49 inches. It replaced my whole bottom 3 monitors. So it's really cool when it works. The problem is that it's just unreliable, I guess, here. Is this considered
Get your
trading in fee?
shorts. What's your stop? 380s?
Yeah, 380s, 375. 375, 380s. We just got a lot of tops up there. Like here. Let me see.
Nothing on the tilt right now. Top of the hour coming in. We're not sure we have anything. We got Beige Book coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. Nothing earth-shattering there.
Yeah, we had some Fed speakers. And then tomorrow we have retail sales data coming out too. So let's see what that does to markets.
Okay.
Retail sales? Oh, man. I can't imagine that's going to be that good. Whose phone is
Yeah.
that?
Well, keep in mind, it's coming off of the Christmas, the holiday shopping season.
Sure.
What are our live traders doing?
Let's take a look, Dolby. Go ahead, Dolby. What are we looking at?
Fernando, almost 55 G's today. So down about 12 from the high, I think. No, more than that. Maybe down 15 from their P&L high. Stephanie, 11 G's. Jamel, 8. Jennifer, 13. Lynn, 5,500. Man. I wish I was up 5,500, Dre.
Oh, that would be very, very nice. Anyone with nothing to scoff at by any means.
This thing is still consolidating.
Yeah,
still short.
I took one micro off just to limit risk, and I did it just in time too because it retraced as soon as I did that. The longer a short position takes, the less I like it. So if it consolidates here for too long, it just ends up looking like it's picking up steam and going to make another test. So partial bulk trade.
Let me know when you're out of that whole thing.
Sure. So yeah, we locked in $16, so that's
Nice.
good.
Chipping away.
Well, 2 Happy Meals, maybe.
There you go. Let's talk about inflation, man.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Happy Meals like $2.
I know, man.
Yeah,
the toys were better too, right?
Yes, they were.
My kids, they're not impressed with the toys nowadays.
They review
What
them
are
for, like
they?
their own YouTube channel where they review the McDonald's toys.
They should, man. They watched that kid Ryan's toy, whatever. For that
Who?
kid's balling, man. That kid, Ryan, the
I
toy,
believe
the
it.
kid. Yeah, man.
What's he do?
He was
What's
a
Ryan the
deal
toy kid
years
do?
ago.
He reviews toys. Yeah, he might have fell off. I don't know.
He's like one of the first like OG big kid streamers, and all he would do is review toys, and like totally blew up. He got huge.
Oh man, maybe we should start doing that here.
It's profitable.
We did, Dre. We reviewed that Dorito liqueur. That's what we did.
Adult toys, yeah. Hello. 21,353.
Yeah, Ryan's World. That's the name. Yeah,
there you go.
Ryan's World. Ooh, I got a message in chat. GG Demonico. My combine was at 53. What is it at? What is 53K 200? Is that a number? This morning only had to make 400.
Oh.
And then burn it all sometimes. No trade is the best trade. I have to work on my psychology. Psychology's a big deal.
100%.
Very big deal.
Yeah, what helped my system was just fixing the psychology part of it. I'd get bored in pre-market and just start clicking buttons. And once I fixed that, it genuinely helped. Like accuracy went up, profit factor went up. See, we're starting to test my level now, which is 360. I was worried it'd pick up steam, but I have 2 options here. I have options of either getting out relatively flat since it's looking a lot stronger than it did, and just kind of changing the plan, or sticking with the original plan, which is usually the most unbiased approach, I think, sticking to the original plan. I think I'll just let it stay, but it does look strong. So not super optimistic, but I'll let it test.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that trade. We got 9 minutes left in trade with Topstep here on TopstepTV. Hey, real quick, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscribe. What's up on the X? We know people are watching live on X these days, so shout out to everyone watching there.
Trying to get to this Ryan's World subscriber count. That's our goal.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're trying to close in on 140,000 subscribers here. We're almost there. Let's see if we can get there by the end of the day. let's get to 1,000 likes in the meantime. And on this, I think my man Gabe back there. Gabe.
Yo.
This day? What we got for on this
We
day?
do.
What happened on this day? What is today? The 15th of January? What happened on the 15th of January?
On this day, 1967, first Super Bowl game, the Green Bay Packers, National Football League, defeated the Kansas City Chiefs, American Football League, by a score of 35-10.
Wow.
5-10.
Today. Cold game.
Yeah. Snow game? Must have been, right?
Yeah. You still in this? You still holding out? What's your stop at? 380s?
Yeah, 375, 380s. I'll probably stick closer. Yeah, so I'll stick closer to 375s now that it. But if it breaks down under here, you know, we got like a little mini Head and Shoulders if it can keep going. So we'll see.
Yep.
Trying to be patient. One of the things coming on TopstepTV showed me is that I should be more patient because my levels are okay. You know, some of the levels I call out are, you know, they work, and so I just got to figure out ways to optimize that. Look at that breakdown there. There we go. We're gonna take. Okay, so we just went ahead and jumped out of it. Let's see, what do we make? We made $75. We're very close to green on the day, and so I'm probably gonna pivot to a long position now.
Yeah, the magic word.
I'm doing it right here. So right now I just jumped in at, at 347 is where I jumped in.
House is long, 21 3/48 and 3/4. Where's your stop at?
Say it one more time.
So my stop is at 333s. Reward target's going to be at the top of this at about 365s.
Okay.
So.
Dre, we got 21,349. We'll round up.
349. Got it. James D, what's up, James D? When did TopStep start going live on X? Oh, we've been going live on X, low key though.
Yeah,
you guys watch it here on YouTube, but we're on the X. It's how many times, Toby?
Just one guy. Our toe in the water. Let's see if the 5-minute range can hold.
Sure.
Let's get that push higher. Nice if we could get up to like 390s. Would be pretty good.
I like it.
A bunch of wicks up there though.
I might take one off if we get to about 350, or I might take 355s. Trying to hold on to that green streak, so I might be a little bit more tempted to take profit. I think I need like $10 to go green on the day, but
hey, we can do this.
By those numbers.
Oh yes, we're not. Yes, here's the problem. Don't. Yeah. Chat wants the streak.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't worry about that. Good trades only. Good setups. Yeah, process over profits. This is the year of process over profits. 2025.
That's right.
It's like the range is breaking a little bit.
Yeah.
So
could have stayed in my short, but that's okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. It's not looking great, but maybe the buyers come back in. Stop is kind of in a spot that might get tagged and bounce.
Sure. Yeah, there's a little retracement.
Yeah. The
good news is that I'm up. Oh, go ahead.
No, seeing 100 lot to the upside here in the NASDAQ. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? 21,346, I do believe.
Yep.
346 and a quarter.
348. Yeah.
Go get it. Get it. That's pretty much our entry.
Come on.
And
I like that.
Go get it, market.
Well, it really picked up. Got wiggly.
Let's go.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened, but we'll see. Might just be people are just selling a little bit into lunch.
Sure.
Hey, where's Coach Jay? Jay, I see you in the chat. How's volume today compared to normal day? Coach Jay, see you in the chat. Let us know if volume been good today. I feel like volume has been pretty decent.
Yeah. Inflation report helped, I bet.
Oh yeah. Earnings, inflation, speakers, cross currents, news from the Middle East. A lot of things going on today.
Sure.
There is inauguration on Monday. Also, halftime markets on Monday.
Right.
How do y'all think that's going to make the market respond? I know a lot of people think Bitcoin might run on inauguration day. What do y'all think?
On the actual day?
Yeah.
Depends how much he talks about his agenda. obviously, in the speech. Yeah, obviously there is people are getting bullish crypto based on the new administration coming in.
Right.
Definitely
So there's
are.
definitely that. I'd be bullish Tesla. I'll tell you that right now.
Sure.
21,340.
Yeah, I mean, we got XRP is up 8%, 11 cents away from $3. Never thought I'd be saying that. Bitcoin,
Crazy.
98,700. Ethereum's up 3%. XRP is the
There you go.
leader, up 8% of the cryptos I have on my chart. That's Ethereum, XRP, Bitcoin.
Wow.
XRP is up the most currently, percentage-wise.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up
So if you're
8.5%.
into speculating, yeah, like, what?
Crazy.
All right. All right.
Volume is good, just not direction. Okay, thank you, Jay. Good volume today.
This is kind of nice for our longs. We are seeing some higher lows on the 30-second, 1 minute. Well, we were until that happened.
Yeah, and I don't like this.
All right,
Yeah,
we're
I
out
like
minus
that.
303.
Yeah. Yeah, we cut it about the same time. I don't net on the last two trades. I'm only down $15, and so that's not too bad. Yeah,
market's all over
could
the
be
place.
worse.
It is. It really
Hey, just another announcement. We've been saying it all morning. Just another reminder. A bit of a scheduling change today. There will be no shoulder tap. Instead, we'll have a Lunchbox trading with myself and Hoag here in just a few minutes. Then, about a half hour from now, it is a David Green Wednesday. So we'll have David Green in to fulfill his obligations of a David Green Wednesday. That is 12:30 Central, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, no shoulder tap today. Risk team's got to manage the risk today. They can't be coming on TV. Work.
I'm kind of curious about longs now, actually.
Yeah.
See if we
320
can on stair stepping.
Yeah, next level I have is like 320, right around 320, 325. And really, it's technically 323, but sometimes I round to like milestone whole dollar levels and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we might get a little bit of a bounce here. It might be an unfortunate stop that we had.
Yeah, I don't mind letting it test, but it just that candle's big right here, so just kind of scared a lot of people out of it.
Yeah, sometimes when like getting long up by, let's say, like potential resistance levels, and we're like far away from what would be like resistance becomes support. Sometimes you can kind of get stuck on an island in a long. What I mean by like, here I can actually just describe what I'm talking about. So like typically in an uptrend, you get sort of like consolidation, up, consolidation, up, consolidation, up. And ideally the entries that you want are kind of on those pullbacks where resistance becomes support if you're into stair stepping. And what can happen for range traders like myself is that we saw a range up here and we basically bought the bottom of the 5-minute range, but we weren't close to support or resistance becomes support. So it kind of puts you on an island up here. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Up here, because if you look left, you're not really getting those people who want to convert from shorts to longs. And so that's where kind of like that island effect is, and then it pushes down. And then the shorts at 328s who get a chance to get out at break even, they flip and they could become buyers and then push price back higher.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
That's good. All right, fellas. Well, that's a quick trade with Topstep. John London, please keep us posted on how the day goes, and if you get that, keep that streak alive. You got to keep that streak alive, but by no means don't force anything. Down $15, no biggie. Okay, keep us posted. John London, good luck with the new screen, by the way, and the headphones. Got a whole new setup here on Topstep. Dolby time. You're gonna be getting a lot more Dolby time this afternoon with David Green. We got VIP trading, and we got Power Hour. But coming up next. Oh, more of me and Hoag. We got Lunchbox trading coming up after this. Is TopstepTV. Let's go. Well, I must say, I do believe this is my very first Lunchbox trading segment with the man himself, Hoag, in the house. So thank you for having me, Hoag. I appreciate it. I guess with that being said, we're talking in the green room. I want to do a little exercise with you. So, people trade different, have their different time frames throughout the day. Some people trade the lunch, some people don't trade the lunch. So, for someone that's just sitting down at their desk right now, say they are at their normal 9 to 5 in the morning, they're like, all right, we're cutting out. We're going to do some trading this afternoon. How would you advise someone to approach the markets if they're sitting down for the very first time today? You see all this movement and this action in all the different markets. You still have a place to trade. You're sitting down for the first time. How do you approach something like that?
It's a really good question. So, I mean, the only thing that I can do is what I would do if I were just sitting down right now, looking at what the markets have done so far today. So I'm gonna go top left in clockwise order here. We're gonna start with the S&Ps. So
Let's just do the
I
S&Ps. Say you're sitting down the S&Ps. Let's just say you're an S&P trader. How would you approach the S&Ps?
all right. So I would be looking at the starting with the daily always. We had excess at the low right up against weekly kickoff low. My expectation is for it once we fail that weekly kickoff low is for a full or more than halfway, but hopefully a full rotation to weekly kickoff high, which we've already done. That's already done. That's off the table. So now I'm going to be looking at, okay, I know we had CPI today. What happened with the CPI numbers? Take a look at those. All right, those weren't bad.
Okay.
Market seems to have liked them. The 730 bar is a big move to the upside. We're above the previous day's range and value. I'm going to be looking for the market to either find some sort of area for two-sided trade to occur, which has already happened, or be monitoring for either continuation or failure, near the high of that 730 bar. So the market opens at 830. The market opens this late spike that I have on here. This late spike goes all the way back to the 7th. Now, I haven't talked much about the late spike yet today, but I leave it on here for a reason. This was where the market showed acceptance of lower pricing off this high. The market had a late spike to the downside. That late spike, 59.63 even, held as resistance after that point. It looked above it, but it always came back down below that level. So that's going to be something I'll be kind of somewhat important to look at today. Was it useful? Remember, I'm just sitting down. To look at this. All right. So the late spike, we broke above it. We opened. We looked below it. We closed above it. We put in a high. We put in the initial balance low. And where are we sitting? We're sitting right in the middle of the initial balance. Now, the other level that has come into play today is the weekly kickoff high, 59.78. What we're not seeing is rejection of that level. So there's the rejection of weekly kickoff low earlier in the week, rejection overnight, rejection in day time frame. We left it. We've got a full rotation to weekly kickoff high. I'm looking for this market to find some sort of for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory at this time. Well, the biggest bar was the 830 bar, okay, even bigger than the 730 bar. So with the late spike from the past, with weekly kickoff level in the area and initial balance high and initial balance low outside of those, now I'm thinking, well, this is number one, a little bit strange. I was mentioning during the morning recap that I'm not seeing the market all that well today. I have not been very confident in anything that we were looking at or doing. I feel lucky that we've been as patient as we have because the house account is up and it's up just a little bit. But hey, any green day is a good day. But just sitting down to look at this, I'm thinking, all right, well, we got the low. This was Jay's level here off that 3-minute bar. We were probably not looking at that yet, but that's the level that Jay was looking at for a potential long, and that put in the IB low, the IB high. Well, now we've got a range bound situation. IB low, IB high, IB low, IB high coming next. What I don't want to do is I don't want to get caught up in the minutia in the middle. So if I'm just sitting down to look at this, and we're sitting right at the point of control, we're sitting right in the middle of the range. To me, this is just a no-fly zone. I'm going to look at this and say, well, maybe I should have stayed at work. Because I'm really going to be focusing on the extremes of the current area of balance for maintaining the current area of balance or extending one way or the other outside of the area of balance. Now we've got a 39.25 point initial balance. Is this large? Is this small? It's a little bit larger, I think, than some of the more recent ones that we've seen. I would call this kind of medium. But, we've all been excited about waiting for the CPI. It was kind of funny today when Jerome was talking about, hey, everybody's celebrating CPI day. And
big celebration, yes. Funny. Big celebration today for the CPI. All right, great stuff, Hoag. So go check the numbers, see what the news was, see what that big spike is, and see how the market's reacted to the upper ends, the lower ends of those extremes, those balances, like Hoag was saying. I think that's really great. So here we are. We are now into the afternoon here in the Central Time Zone. With also that being said, crude oil, don't look now. Crude popped $80. High of the day, $80.04 in the crude oil. Gold's also catching a bit. Let's take a look at the crude because gold as well just made some new highs, $27.19. We're about $1 off the highs there. We got Wall Street Bet. We got a question. We'll try to get that to you. Got the form open here. Take a look at crude real quick, Hoag, and I'll take a look at some of the questions here in the back.
Sure. So Monday and Tuesday, we had play with the weekly kickoff high, 79.10. 79.10. Well, what's that look like on the 30-minute chart? Well, there it is. Here's Monday's high. Here's Tuesday morning or Monday night's high into Tuesday. So this was an area of resistance. What was it today? Well, we are looking at the 30-minute chart. The market opened at 8 o'clock. Here's the 8 o'clock bar, very small 30-minute bar here. The market looked towards that weekly kickoff high, and it was resistant initially throughout the session today. I'm going to put this profile on here so it kind of points out the regular trading hours. There's the regular trading hours. All right, so here's the low, very small. Wow, that first half hour was nothing.
No, look at that.
We extended, put in the initial balance high below the weekly kickoff high. Now I'm thinking, all right, well, we've had 1, 2, 3 opportunities up against weekly kickoff high. If we break out above it, I'm looking for continuation.
Yep.
Here it is. Here's your favorite explanation.
Yeah, let's do this. All right, everyone, lock in on this. Lock in on this. Here we go.
I love this shit. These are all the offers that were up around and just above that $79 level. 79.10, remember, is weekly kickoff high. So Monday, during the regular trading hour sessions, we got up there and we ate away at some of those offers. Those offers are now filled. Now there's fewer offers. Tuesday night, we went up there and we took out more of those offers. Buyers came in and we just kind of wore away some of those sellers up at that $79.10, $79, $79.20. Just everything is a zone, remember? So now today, the market opens, comes up, eats away at more of those offers. Finally, when we do see the market break out about 10 o'clock is when we saw the push to the upside. That's pretty much where Jay's trade got stopped out. And once that trade got stopped out, we have not yet returned back to that weekly kickoff level. So once we took that weekly kickoff level out and we used up all of those sellers, all those sell orders, now I'm thinking, okay, there was enough buying to come take out all of that selling that took 3 different sessions to get through. longer time frame traders, if they are going to be involved, they're probably going to be involved to the long side. We just took out resistance. Now I'm looking to see if we can find some continuation to the upside, which is, so far that's what we're seeing. We got up to about $80. We did get up to $80 and change. The only thing that would freak me out about this continuation is the fact that it's rollover. Tomorrow we'll be trading March.
That's right.
So the volume is split, the delta is split, everything is split between the February contract and the future months, which blurs things a little bit and has a tendency to keep longer time frame traders from adjusting inventories because it's rollover. They're more interested in getting a cheap rollover or making money on the rollover than anything directional. They will get pushed. They will become directional, but they try not to during rollovers. So that may take a little bit of the upside push out of this market. But I mean, looking at the daily, what was last week's weekly kickoff high was when we really broke out. Last week's weekly kickoff high was 75.10.
75, okay.
75.10. So there was the breakout last week on the 10th. Continuation on Friday. Monday, testing. Well, we tested the weekly kickoff high. Testing, finally breaking out to the upside today. Well, this was Monday. So this was Friday and Monday. We broke out Friday. Continuation to weekly kickoff high. Resistance, breakout. That should or could become support now that we've broken out above it. So if we do get a pullback to it, at the very least, it offers us an opportunity to limit risk. If we do come back to weekly kickoff high here, I don't want it to come back very deep down below that. And weekly kickoff highs are longer time frame levels. So usually I'm going to trade smaller around them and allow a little bit more risk to see if I can stay in the trade and recognize when the market does go my way and maybe add to the situation in that regard.
That's my guy right there. That's my guy, man. That's how you guys got that. You guys got the example about resistance, man. It doesn't get any better than that. Hoag, you are the man at this. Let's take a look at these markets.
Appreciate that,
I think so. I think so, at least. All right, take a look here at the S&Ps, 59.70. All right, 59.80's trade. 81's now trade. Ooh, a little bit of a pop there. Look at the NASDAQ, 21,370 last trade in the NASDAQ. Of course, oil hovering around just beneath $80, about 15 cents beneath $80. Gold drifting higher as well. Yeah,
let's look at gold.
Oh, hold on, Hoag, really quick. My man Wheel Street Bet, or Blady, I should say, in the chat had a question that they'd like to be answered. And if you look at line 111, Hoag, if you don't mind, I'll read this question to you.
No, not at all.
I think this is a question everyone can kind of relate to. Here we go. I always feel anxious as all heck when I'm in a trade. Does that anxiety fade over time? Do I need to live with the anxiety, or is this anxiety part of the newbie woes?
Wheels BT. I mean, everybody's different. There are people that just seem to have nerves of steel, at least outwardly, that it doesn't seem to affect them if they make money, lose money, whatever it is. I think it affects everybody to some degree or another. But I think over time, when you kind of get used to that feeling of having risk on, that anxiety, I think should probably fade over time the longer you're doing it. You find out that every trade you take isn't going to kill you. It's either going to be a winner or a loss, and then you get to move on. A lot of folks have told me in the past, and one of them was Dr. Menaker. He says you're going to have to learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
That's right.
Learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And the other person told me you have to trade as though you don't. You got to trade carefree, but not careless. So once you realize, Wheels BT, that every trade you take is not going to make or break your life, it's only one trade. It should hopefully alleviate some of that anxiety. And Andre, you've been at this for 87 years. I've been at this for 87 years. Yep. Do you still feel a twinge of anxiety when you put a position on?
It's definitely dissipated over the years a little bit. Yeah, you still get that little tingle, but not anxiety. And I will say this: we'll, you kind of get callous to the losses the longer you do this. So just the longer you do this, just realize it's part of the business. It's going to happen. But yeah, the anxiety initially for newbies, 100% is going to be there. It will dissipate as time goes on. Just more trades, more market scenarios that you see. Bigger the winners, the bigger the losers. The little things in between don't really affect you as much. So yeah, with time it will kind of dissipate. But yeah, it means you're feeling something. That's good. You're feeling something in these markets. That's part of the
they
reason why
call
we
them
do
emotions
this.
for something. There's emotion.
Yeah,
How are you responding to it?
100%.
Andre,
Yes.
what in your body changes, or how does your body kind of
Palms,
hold that anxiety? Palms, sweaty palms?
palms get sweaty. Yep. When back in the day when the red got redder and the started taking more and more heat, feel it in the palms. Yep. And then I knew, might be time to get out. So that was a physical trigger. Hey, your body's telling you, your mind's not really working right now, but your body's telling you, man, get the hell out of this thing. But yeah, you learn that with time for sure. Mom spaghetti. Yep. There you go. I knew that. I knew that was coming. But yeah, that was one. How about you, Hoag? Hoag, do you get anxious anymore putting on trades? I mean, I'd get more anxious actually in the pits. I'd get more anxious in the pits than the screen because there's people watching you all the time.
Right. And in the pit, you kind of felt like everybody was watching you, but nobody actually cared about you. They're all worried about what they're doing. Although there were good traders that everybody watched. I was never one of those, but there were good traders that everybody kind of kept an eye on. No, I'm the same way. I get sometimes sweaty palms, and my feet sweat for some strange reason. I think everybody's a little bit different. Everybody kind of manifests that anxiety to one degree or another, but I don't really feel it that much anymore. It's not like I'm trading swinging for the fences either. I know I'm not putting myself in any position where I'm going to, take huge losses. I'm
That's
looking to
another
make a
thing.
little bit of money and be happy with that at this stage of my game and in my life. Being a big swinging trader is, I did that. I'm too old for it now. I don't put myself at that kind of risk where I'm going to feel that much anxiety. I'm not sure my heart can take it. And you can still. Andre, I'm going to tell you a story about something my dad said. I was a prop trader, and I was trading 1s to 5s. And I was actually, learning the game. I was doing pretty well, and the people that were running the prop firm were like, "Why are you not trading bigger? Why aren't you trading 10s and 20s? Why aren't you trading 20s and 50s sometimes? You're obviously doing something right. Now it's time to maximize on it." And I was always like, "Dude, I'm comfortable here. 1s and 5s, maybe a 10 once in a while. That's kind of my comfort zone. Do I really have to constantly push that comfort zone? Because it seems like every time I do something stupid, and then I spend the next week or 2 or month trying to make all that money back." So I asked my dad, I said, "What are your thoughts on this? These guys want me to trade bigger. I'm making a little bit of money. Now they just want me to leverage it. I feel like if I start leveraging now, if I start over leveraging, one of my dad's things was that when the market's going with you, you're never going to have enough on. When it's going against you, you're always going to have too much on."
Exactly.
So, he said, at that point, he'd been on the floor for 35, 40 years. And he says, what, son, I've seen a lot of people make a shitload of money trading 5 lots. You do not have to trade big to make money at this. All you have to do is manage risk. That's the most important thing. So part of that is the reason why I kind of parted ways with the firm that I was with. I had made enough money to back myself. They were always pushing me to trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger. I mean, they had a big investment in me, and I made them their money, that's for sure, but they wanted more, and I wasn't ready to do that yet. So yeah.
Also, it's
No
great point,
300
Hoag.
lots for me. 100%.
Also, yeah, the size of the trade. Sometimes you start watching the P&L and not the markets. And when you're watching your P&L, that's where the anxiety comes from, as opposed to actually watching the markets, order flow, price action, things like that. Your focus shifts. Trade size initially that you're comfortable with. Micros for sure. See a couple ticks, couple bucks up, a couple bucks down. You're not really going to get anxious when you see those type of swings. Obviously, we preach don't trade the P&L, trade the price action. Sometimes easier said than done, especially when you're getting new to this. Because when you see those P&L swings, it's part of the attraction to this whole thing. With that being said, I will say this. Hey, we got David Green joining us from Wall Street Global here very shortly. But we'll have those questions. Get more questions for David Green when he does join us. Right now, we are watching this crude oil, $79.75. So we did see some selling come in at $80, just above $80.04.
Big fat round number.
Big fat round number indeed. Is there more room to the upside? And you think the ceasefire, though, man? You think the ceasefire would have put some downside pressure on the crude? That is not the fact today, like Hoag and Hoop was saying in the chat. There might be some more. The devil's in the details. So
yeah,
might be some more details as that comes out.
Yeah, and it's a ceasefire. Right. It's not over.
It's never. No. Yes, correct. So keep leaving it at that. Indeed. And take a look at this NASDAQ grinding higher here, about 30 points off the highs here. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 21,408. 59.83 last trade in S&Ps. If we have time, I think we have time for one more question here, Hoag. We've got a couple minutes left in Lunchbox trading. It's my first Lunchbox. Talk about anxiety. I got nervous coming on Lunchbox trading today, man. Sheesh. Got the palms sweaty right now. All right, here we go. This is a good one, Hoag.
Yeah, we're infringing on your lunch, aren't we?
No, fans. I haven't had an appetite since I got sick. Anyways, okay, line 97 here. Hoag, can you please explain the logic of settlement price? How do professional traders react to settlement? I know this can be explained earlier a lot of times. I still do not understand how to interpret price behavior around it, like if price stays above or below settlement. So how do you trade settlement?
Okay. So this goes back to the day as well. Settlement was one of the levels that everybody paid attention to, everybody had written down, and everybody was looking at. I asked my dad, why is settlement so important? Well, for number one, before there was 24/5 trading, everybody's position at the end of the day had to be marked to settlement. That was how they gauged margins, overnight margins. Every position was marked to the settlement price. Basically, the closing regular trading hour closing price was always going to be relatively close to settlement, but settlement was where all the positions were marked to the market to. So if you are, a trader that has a large position that is close to getting to maintenance margin, and you don't want to have to bring your margin back up to initial margin, you may be thinking about maybe selling into a rally to try and push the market back towards settlement so that you don't have to write that check for that day. Now, that's just one scenario. But when I asked my dad, I said, why does everybody talk about settlement? And he says, well, when you look at a chart, and if you were to mark settlement on each day, look how often settlement is revisited if the market moves away from it. Now, this might be something that somebody with, better skills than I can kind of go back and look, but I can go back and look on the charts. Today we have not gone back to settlement. We've opened away from range and from value, and we have not returned to it. But the previous day we returned to settlement. This day we returned to settlement. We did not return to settlement on this day, but we did today. So it's just it's a visual marker. It is where positions are marked to the market, and if you are, close to getting to close, if you're getting close to your maintenance margin, that may, kind of have you adjust positions. Number one, if you're short and you know that you're going to be having to send in money for margin tonight, and we're not getting back to settlement, you may say, well, I need to lighten up my position so that I don't have to write a check tonight or order or, send a money order or a wire to the clearing firm tonight to cover my margins. If I lighten up my position, that might help me from having to write a check. So that might be something that traders are thinking about today. If you were short coming in today and you're still holding those shorts and your P&L, your balance doesn't meet the maintenance margin level, you're going to get a call after the close and they're going to say, we need you to wire us X amount of dollars if you want to stay in that position. If not, we're going to liquidate that position. But if you lighten up that position, in other words, if you're short, you're looking to buy it to cover those positions so that you don't have to cover the margins. Now, that's something that we don't talk about a lot here on Topstep TV, but a lot of that it has a lot to do with, whether price returns back to settlement or, in range bound markets, most of the time the market's going to return back to settlement. Here's a return back to settlement. Here's a return back to settlement. Not a return back to settlement here. Continuation, return back to settlement, and that kind of goes as far back as I went in the March contract here, because we just rolled over. But it seems
kind of like,
I don't know. Somebody could probably find out, but I think it's 60 to 70% of the time when price opens away from settlement, it returns to settlement. Anne Marie Band has been really kind of focusing on settlement as part of her strategies.
Got to test settle. Kind of like the starting point. Kind of like the starting point for the day. See if we run away from it and stay away from it, or if we come back, give it another test. We'll knock on the door, if you will. Well, I do see the third amigo. Hey, there's three amigos. Get him in here. Mr. David Green joining us from Wall Street Global. Is he even polite enough to ring the doorbell? Come on in, David. Get those questions in.
I was waiting for you guys to be done. I've been here for a few minutes.
We don't stop here, David Green. Can't stop, won't stop here on Topstep TV. I'm going to cut out here. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hoag, David Green, take it away. That was fun, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, Andre. We'll see you in a bit. Mr. Green, it's good to see you. How are you this morning?
See you, Andre, with the nerves going on, huh?
Nerves. Palm sweaty, man. Palm sweaty around here.
It happens.
How's everybody doing today?
Everybody's good. If you were here for that question, David, maybe that's a good question to start with. Do you ever get nervous when you have risk on?
No, and it's just a function of having done this, 80 billion times before. So the answer is no. I trust my technical analysis. Two things are going to happen when we get in a trade. It's going to work or it's not going to work. So, and again, I think that just comes with time, Hoag. When you've done 80 billion trades, it just gets a little easier as time goes by.
Yeah.
And I know when I get into a trade, I have my stuff. Lose a little money. That's it.
I think you keep fading on me as far as the sound is concerned. I only heard part of what you were saying there, David.
1, 2, 3, check.
Still a little low.
All right, let me see here.
It might just be me. Is everybody kind of hearing
Check
David?
1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3.
There it is. That's better.
Check sound. Yeah, I might have had my microphone down a little bit.
There you go.
All right, we good?
Awesome. Yeah.
All right, cool.
So yeah, once you've done it a couple of 100,000 times, it gets easier. And if I know you, David, you mean you're like me. Your big swinging days are over. We're just trying to make a little bit of money and go home, right?
Exactly right, 100%. I think today, let's see where we are. In the Express account, what we do today? We did $434. That's a good day for me. I'm not a big swinging guy like you guys just said. I try to make between $300 and $500 a day, and I'm happy with that. So I'm trading on my combine now. Where are we? And I actually have a little long position at 81.50. Let's see. I had two contracts from 81.50. I sold one up here at, I think, 85, kind of just hanging out now, sitting above all the moving averages. So we'll sit with this one for a little bit, see if we can just consolidate a little bit here and then make another leg higher. So that's where I'm sitting
Mostly
right
trade
now.
the ES?
Yeah, mostly trading the ES. Hold on a sec. Oops. Trading the ES all day today. Yes, that's it. That's the only one we've been trading.
All right.
Let me just, there we go. Get that out of your way. So it's been a pretty volatile day. I mean, we had the PPI or CPI or whatever that was early in the morning that gave us this gigantic pop up. Pulled back to our trend lines a little bit, made a new high, down to a pivot point down here. So we really haven't given back that much of it. At one point we gave back, I don't know, 20 or 30 points. And now we're just sitting consolidating in this little area right here. And we'll see what the rest of the day brings us. Awful big move up. I mean, I'm looking at the SPYs. I just want to show you for a minute. I know we don't trade these things, but we'll go to a daily chart because this is kind of important that we've retaken most of our moving averages that we were below, right? Our last little resistance was about, let's see, 591.60. So I think a close above that would be positive, and then maybe we start heading back up towards the highs again a little.
All-time highs.
Yeah. I mean, we're a ways from that now. Look, when we go down from the high, 3-4%, I mean, certainly it was a little pullback that was not only probably necessary, but healthy. It's healthy to have 100%. These things once in a while. Can't just go up in a straight line. We're coming off 2 years where we were up 45%, right? For those 2 years. So healthy. Yeah. This is good. We had a nice bounce off the lows. Everybody's happy. We'll see where we go.
I'm looking at the SPY, but the ES, yeah, I mean, it traded just over 5% off the all-time high, maybe 6% off the all-time high. Now we're seeing the bids come back to it. With no bad news, these things just continue to push higher, don't they?
Yep, absolutely. And if we look at the ES on my daily chart, right, we're pushing against a little level, almost to the penny now. Where are we? A little higher, 59.94 is my 30 EMA on a daily chart. So I'd like to see us recapture that, to 59.94. I would assume maybe it's a little resistance. What I would do was, if we get up to that 94, I would just get out of this little trade that I'm in, thinking that it may be a little resistance. But a little longer term, I'd like to see us get above that 94 and start heading back up also. Weekly chart, same thing. We're trying to recapture and get above these little levels that we're sitting at now. But, this has been a very big day. So I wouldn't be surprised either way if we have a little pullback or they squeeze the shorts a little bit.
Yeah. There's a big 5 minutes and then a whole bunch of just kind of rotating up and down, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this is. One big lump of consolidation, but, with a positive twinge at the moment.
All right. Well, David, there's a couple of questions that we've got coming in here for you. Mind if I ask you a couple of them?
Absolutely not. Let's help as many people as we possibly can.
100%. All right, awesome. So Kevin T's asking, how often do good traders walk away from the day flat? Is it always the daily loss limit or Valhalla?
No, it shouldn't be. First of all, if you get to Valhalla, whatever that is for you, my strong suggestion is to stop trading, right? I made a few $100 in the combine. I'm done. That's put away. I'll go on to something else. But it shouldn't be either a major home run or nothing at all. So, I always stick to your daily loss limits. I will never turn a winning day into a losing day. And what I mean by that is, if I get at or near my goal, that's good. I'm done. Sometimes as traders, we're afraid we're going to miss the next thing. One of the big things, I'm having a good day. I want to keep going because, it's good. I'm having a great day today. Everything I'm doing is working. Market will be here tomorrow. The market will be here the next day. I'm always a big believer of putting money in the bank. That's just where we came from, right? Give me my singles and doubles. So no, it should not be either a home run or a maximum loss in your accounts. Put the money in the bank.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of days when if I'm not seeing it, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, it, if the
And
market isn't kind of agreeing with your strategy, or your strategy isn't lined up with the current market state, you're better off just walking away.
I agree, man.
Omar's got a question for you. Can you be a technical analysis trader and worry about news events?
Well, listen, you have to be aware of when these news events are coming out, right? This morning we knew at 8:30 what was coming out. Yesterday we knew at 8:30 was coming out. I'm on my hands during those events. I don't care. Now, when we had this event this morning, I didn't touch any of this. God bless you if you got long on the initial knee jerk or whatever it was, but I didn't touch anything early in the morning until we pulled back to this trend line. About an hour after all this news came out, we settled in, we pulled back to our trend lines, and we had a nice pop up from there. So know when these news events are coming out. There's going to be sometimes stuff happens that we don't know, right? That can happen at any time, geopolitical, whatever it is. And then there's nothing you can do about it. Your technicals might just not work for whatever reason because we have a lot of volatility in the market. But me at news events, I'm kind of on my hands, guys. Let it all settle in and then see if any of our trades set up. But know when they're coming out. We have it on Topstep, right? We have news alerts. They tell us what's coming out in the morning and what time everything's coming out. So that's kind of one of the first things that I check in the morning so that I know during those times when these things are coming out to just keep my hands off the buttons.
Yeah, if you're anything like me, David, I mean, I know you've held positions, and probably some pretty big positions, into some pretty important economic releases in the past. I'm sure you've had fantastic days, and I'm sure you've had nightmare days. I don't know about you, but if I add them both up, I'm about even, so I don't play anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And it's not that I don't have the stomach for it, but who needs that? I don't need that. I'd rather just always be reactive, not proactive. We're day traders for the most part. So there's no reason to have an opinion going into these things. I'll tell you what we'll do a lot of the times, which works more often than it doesn't. I will look at about 8:30, okay? And about 8:29, what I'll do is sometimes I will box a trade. I'll take this 8:29 bar, right? I'll put a buy stop at the high of the bar and a sell stop at the low of the bar. And if we get into a trade, usually on these big news events, you're going to get this big move up or down. So it's not even gambling because I'm going to have stop orders attached to it also. But if you hit a couple of these good ones, that could be really, really good trades. So that's about the only thing I'll do. I'll look to box these news events with stop orders.
Yeah, that can be dangerous too. I mean, if the market
you can get stopped out both ways.
You get stopped both ways, and there's usually 100%. A lot of slippage that way.
Definitely.
Definitely a risky way to do that.
Just wait, hang out, let the chips fall where they may.
Absolutely. Let the market come to you 100%. So just kind of looking at gold here. Gold traded up to the initial balance high. Took one little peek above it and is now back into a rotation near the lows. $80 and change seems to be at least the high for crude oil at this time, at least right now. What was that? $80.04 is the high. S&Ps and NASDAQ still inside initial balance, still range bound, still looking for some sort of breakout or failure at those extremes. David,
I'm looking at oil, getting a little stretched on a daily chart. This has been a huge run up that we've had. We are, stretching out. I'm looking for maybe one more day up, and I'll look to get on the short side. We are at a 75 RSI on a daily chart, which is historically really high. Very rarely do we get up that high. I mean, we got up to like a 70 here, and we had that big pullback. So historically, and again, this is geopolitical and stuff. And I heard you guys talking earlier, right? You would think that oil would have got a little pushed down on the geopolitical news,
right?
But the momentum's just to the upside right now. But I think we're getting a little stretched on a daily chart. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that in the next couple of days.
Excellent. Thanks for the tip on RSI. That's something I haven't really been that intent on watching, but I probably should.
On the longer term charts, it could set us up for a little swing trade.
Yeah. You get some sort of divergence there as well. That I've had some pretty good successful trades off of that as well.
Oh, as far as market, I know we got another question, which is cool. We're consolidating now. Nice. No reason to get out of the second part of this trade. We are still hanging out with one contract from 81.50. I'll raise my stop order now so I can lock in a profit, maybe, up to like 83. But
Nice.
hopefully we just keep consolidating here and try to push them later in the day. We'll be here for a power hour, so
yeah,
we'll see
we're
we'll
looking
see
forward
where we
to
are
that.
then.
Yep. All right. I'm very interested in your answer to this question, David. JT asks, what was your process on increasing your personal drawdown as you grew as a trader? They can be a little bit more specific to somebody that kind of trades on here a lot, but what's your idea about increasing your personal drawdown as you grow as a trader?
Yeah, I mean, what we're basically talking about is increasing our size on the trades that we're doing. That's what we're talking about, right? So what I try to do is, and again, I start out very, very small, 1 contract, 2 contracts. Once I have my journaling and I know that I'm doing well, I'll up it to 5 contracts, right? So it's really based on your P&L. And again, I'm going to go back to, I love to put money in a bank, right? So, just because I'm doing well doesn't mean I have to raise, keep my maximum loss the same. When I'm doing better, I would probably keep it even tighter so that I keep, hold on to those really good days. So I'm never looking to add risk, right? We'll cut risk when we're having those really big days and keep our maximum loss even tighter than it normally would be. If that answers the question.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Let me ask you maybe one. Well, David, let's talk a little bit about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. What's going on there? Tell us about that.
Yeah, lots of interesting stuff going on. I think we have, where are we today? The 15th. Next Wednesday is our monthly free webinar. Doesn't cost anybody anything. We hang out for a couple of hours. It is future centric. We concentrate most of our time on futures now. That is on the 24th, I think, a week from today, the 22nd. So go to WSGTA. Yeah, WSGTA.com. Come sign up. We hang out for a couple of hours, answer anybody's questions people have about anything. Also, what I like to do only for Topstep is, and by the way, guys and girls, this is the only platform that anybody should ever be trading on. If you pop my email up, I let people come in and hang out with us for a week in my trading room. Watch us trade every single trade live. We do some education in there, and I get a lot of visitors from Topstep, which we love. My email is dgreen927@yahoo.com. dgreen927@yahoo.com. So come hang out with us for a week. There is absolutely no obligation. We won't chase you down after that. Come hang out and pick our brains for a week and watch us trade the markets live.
Awesome. So again, that monthly free webinar is Wednesday, January the 22nd. Go to usgta.com to sign up.
WSGTA.com.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sometimes I can't read my own handwriting, David. WSGTA.com. Go on, sign up for. What time is that webinar again, David?
Here it is. I don't know if you guys can see there it is. Okay, so January 22nd, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Made it a little later so that everybody can get there. All you got to do is register, boom, hit the button, come hang out with us for a couple of hours.
Sounds excellent. That's next Wednesday. I'm coming to that. I'll be there.
Come hang out. We'll make it. You can come be a guest speaker, talk with us, 100%. Dolby's been on with us a few times. Matter of fact, I would like somebody from Topstep to be there so we can talk about Topstep. We'll get somebody there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll sign up for it and we'll figure it out. Sounds good.
Absolutely. We'll bring you up. You can talk about Topstep and spread the word.
All right. Just looking through some more of the questions here, David. One of the questions that we've seen a lot of David is paying yourself. When is it a good time to pay yourself? Is there some sort of system that you use to pay yourself? I've been telling people, like on the trading floor, once you have your base, right, your base cash in the account, we used to take out about half of what we earned every 2 weeks. If we made 10 grand, we took out 5 grand. If we made 20 grand, we took out 10 grand. If we lost money, we didn't take any money out, which is tough. It's just tough.
Yeah.
But the goal was to build the account while taking money out and never having to write a check, which
That's it.
worked sometimes, didn't work sometimes. But I hated writing a check for my trading account, so I always tried to keep a pretty good buffer in there. What are your thoughts on that, David?
Almost the same exact thing. Keep in mind, guys and girls, that if we are doing well and making money, we have to pay taxes, right? We have to pay taxes on that money. I know some people who have had huge money in their accounts. They've taken it all out. They ended up losing some money. At the end of the year, they were stuck and they couldn't pay their taxes. So we don't want that to happen to anybody. And I'm also a big believer in taking some money out as soon as you can, not to deplete your account. But, I'll give you an example. Let's see where I am. Okay, let's go to my Express account. Okay, so in my Express account right now, I have $3,500 in it. I think I'm eligible to start taking some money out. I'll take at least $1,000 out. It doesn't matter the size of your account. Leave yourself a nice cushion, but you always want to pay yourself. That's the bottom line. You always want to pay yourself. Plus, it can cover your costs depending on how many times you try to qualify your accounts. But I'm a big believer in, if we're making some money, take some money out. So I'm with you. Give me 50% of what I made every single time.
It keeps it real, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And think about all the things that you can do with that money, right? If I could take out $1,500 and I can do that, every 2 weeks or whatever it is, that's a lot of money. It might not be a lot for some people, but, if we can be grabbing even $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month, I think that's spectacular. It's extra disposable income. And if some of us are doing it for a living, then it's even smarter to be taking money out whenever you can.
Yeah, because that makes it real. It's not just numbers on a board.
That's right.
It's actually something you can grab and you can buy stuff with. And once you kind of get that idea, you get hungry for it.
100%.
Hopefully that's going to keep you pushing in the right direction as far as trading is concerned. So yeah, well, that's good. Take out half what you make every couple of weeks. Keep building the account. Hopefully you never have to write a check. And
exactly,
you can build an empire that way, David. I mean, you really can. Just starting that way. Take some money out, build the account, build your risk, build your ability to handle leverage mentally as well as financially. And that's how empires are built.
100%. It's not, and it shouldn't be a get rich quick scheme. The more we have in our account, and again, never change the process, no matter how much we have. I'm going to stick to my technicals, whether I'm doing 1 contract or 50 contracts. It does not make a difference. The process is exactly the same, no matter how much size we're doing. And, just because we increase our size, like a lot of people increase their size, have a tighter stop because they don't want to, they don't want to lose because they're trading more. And the same token, they'll get out of things way too soon. It shouldn't make a difference whether we're trading 1 contract or 100 contracts. The process should be the same, period.
Easier said than done.
No question about it.
100% true.
The hardest part of what we do is here. This is the hard part. We know that. But what's the old saying? Right. Consistency makes a champion, right? It's true.
Yep. Well, all right. David, thank you very much for joining us today for Lunchbox Trading. I know everybody enjoys having you here. I know I enjoy having you here, and our users all enjoy having you here. Any last words you want to say to our traders, before we
Well, let's look.
part ways, at least for an hour? I know you're going to be back for Power Hour today. That's going to be fun.
Let's check right now. First thing we'll check. Let's see if we have any news coming out tomorrow that we have to worry about. Okay, because everybody should be aware of. We got some retail sales. Nothing. Continued jobless claims. Okay, so there you go. Probably at 8:30 tomorrow morning, we could get some wackadoodle movement. Sit on your hands until after all that is done. And like I say at the end of every week, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Find what's working for you. Journal all your trades so you know what your hit rate is, and singles and doubles. That's always my advice to everybody.
Awesome advice, David. Thank you very, very much, folks. Stick around. We got a local coming around with us for VIP Lounge. We've got VWAP George coming up. VWAP, all roads lead to you, George. We're going to have Dolby and Coach Paul joining VWAP George. I'm looking forward to seeing George here. This is going to be a lot of fun. And again, stick around for Power Hour. We got David Green with us on Power Hour. Who else do we have on Power Hour? Coach Dakota. Both of you guys on Power Hour. This is going to be a good one. All right, folks. Thanks for joining, and stick around. Trade well. We'll see you in a minute.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is VIP Lounge. However, this is VIP Lounge / Pass with Topstep. We just found out that George here is only about $240 away from passing his trading combine. So I think that is going to be the focus of the day. Let's see if we can get George across the finish line. VWAP, George, how you doing, man? Another Missouri trader in the house. We had Hudson on earlier this week, also from Missouri. George, you're from Missouri. What's with all the Missouri traders, man?
Yeah, Kansas City in general is pretty popular for the show. So, yeah.
Representing Midwest strong.
Anybody from Kansas City Commodity Exchange? By the way, the Kansas City Commodity Exchange traded the first index futures, Kansas City Value Line.
Really? That's actually a good little.
Yes.
That's a great trivia question. Maybe we can have you do Top Quiz someday.
I didn't know that.
Some trading things.
Oh yeah, the Value Line.
Yeah, George. So you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan. You haven't watched meaningful football in quite a while. I'm sure Mahomes is on the beach somewhere, relaxing, setting the playbook. Any teams you're not looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have the Bills and the Ravens. They're playing pretty good. Seems like the Bills always beat us in the regular season, and then we somehow pull it out in the end. But, I'm kind of rooting for Detroit.
Who isn't?
Yeah.
Who
I mean,
isn't?
up until the Super Bowl, obviously. But
of course. Of course.
And then we really cheer. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So George, what's your go-to market? We actually have some decent movement in the NASDAQ today, even right now. What kind of setups are you looking for, and what markets are you trading?
I usually trade the NASDAQ, the M&Q rather. And earlier today, it probably would have been a little better. Way back when it was down around the 21,300s, a bounce off a VWAP here, and then coming up to this level, and then a break and retest, and then maybe go long from there. I'd really like it to get back down there, right around the 350s to 340s area. That'd be all right.
Okay.
For a long. See what it does there, because I mean, this V here is pretty interesting. I mean, this would have been great, just right off the Wednesday open or the open right here.
Oh yeah,
that would have been perfect, right? But I didn't take it.
Capital.
That's right.
Hindsight capital.
What about you? Any trades today?
We tried getting long around 360s in 348s in NQ. It's just a little bit higher than where it needed to be. I think 330s would have been the level. Ended up coming back and kind of stair-stepping higher. So we were a little early on our stair-step long. So got the right direction, just a little bit too early on the fill. So house account down $300, which is not a lot of money for the house account. So nothing but a flesh wound. Coach Paul, how are you doing? You're wrapping up your VIP team. I think the last day for y'all is the 17th. Got to have those trading combines passed. How have your sessions been? And how have you enjoyed it?
I enjoyed a lot. I'm a coach. I've been a coach for 30 years. Teaching the fundamentals. Our focus has been on creating a process to trade and executing that process. So while we haven't had big winners here, we have learned the lessons of keeping an account alive and distinguishing the difference between just putting on a trade and executing a trading plan. So I would ask George, how is it? What do you think? How's the experience been?
It's been remarkable. So number one, everybody in chat, this is free. Like it was at no cost. Yeah, you have to get lucky to get in, but just the value of the group. Like I love Coach Paul, but take him out of it, right? there's 49 other people in there with you, letting you know what mistakes they made. That's huge, right? So you can learn from everybody else too. Then you add on top of that, Coach Jay is fine with you kind of, maybe sneaking into a couple of his sessions, and the other coaches that share their value. I mean, it's remarkable. And then if you don't get into the VIP, Topstep TV's at no cost too. I was telling Coach Paul in the green room, I own 2 books. One is Anne Marie's, and the other one is Anchored VWAP by Brian Shannon.
Ooh, nice.
That's about as most of I've paid for my education, other than the 475,000 combines I've gone through.
That's a lot of combines.
Right. But yeah, so, it's remarkable. Just learning from everybody's mistakes, and you have some veterans that have been doing this for upwards of 40, 50 years. Like, just listen.
Yeah. What are some of the common things? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Coach Paul.
No, go ahead. We're going on the same one. I'll let you go, Dolby.
Yeah. I was going to say, you said you're talking about the community. Like, what other issues, or what are like the main issues that other traders are having that you're seeing in the program?
It seems like it's always the same stuff. It's always too much size, risk management. I mean, it's usually the same thing. And what's crazy, again, I was talking to Coach Paul earlier, you can know what to do. I mean, you could probably be a coach, because it's do what I say, not what I do. Because what happens is, you know what you do, you just don't do it right, and you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And it gets frustrating. You just got to keep doing it until you get hit in the head more than once, and it just sticks, Like, stop doing the same stuff. Yeah.
So what would you say is the biggest lesson that lesson you learned in this?
I think it's not about win rate. It is about risk reward, but it's really about following your plan. So again, you can know what to do, but if you don't do it, you're just gonna fail. So you have your win rate, or your target win rate. You have your risk reward, your target risk reward. But let's say you cut your winners early. Well, now you don't have the same risk reward, do you? No. You move your stop loss. You don't have your same risk reward as you did when you made your plan. You're not sticking to your plan. Right. That's the biggest thing.
The market knows if you've been naughty or nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Market is Santa Claus, in short. Santa Claus does exist. It's just the market. The market is Santa Claus. And if you do not follow your trading plan, you will get coal in your P&L stocking. George, you're trading really well. You're up, 60% winning days in your express funded account. You have another trading combine that you're getting close to passing. Clearly things are kind of clicking for you right now. How much of that is Coach Paul?
Quite a bit. Like, it's, sometimes you need a refresher, even if I hate to keep beating the dead horse, but you know what to do. You've heard it before. It's just, sometimes you just have to keep making mistakes until it finally sticks. And Coach Paul really does preach the risk management part of it. And, and he's nice about it, which is a good thing. But yeah, I mean, quite a bit. Sometimes you just have to keep going, and you have to hear it more than once. Coach Paul does that. He'll tell you.
That's good. That's a good coach. Can't always be delivering the best news. Sometimes they got to deliver the truth, most importantly.
And it's everybody else too. Like, I mean, right after Topstep TV, if you go to At the Buzzer, Coach Paul and Coach Jay talk about this stuff almost every day.
Yeah.
Just tune in. It's free.
And we've got NASDAQ here still pushing highs, 21,400. See if you can bring it back to the markets here. You only need about $240. What kind of setup are you looking for, George? What's your bread and butter? What's your desert island setup?
I'd really like the longs. Unfortunately, we're quite a ways away from where I would want to like, obviously I'm a VWAP guy, right? So I have an
I would hope
anchored
so.
VWAP from the New York Open at around 330. But then I also have a level at 345. So like if it gets down to 345 ish, I could take a long. I don't think this is going to stop. I mean, is this going to break the 400s here? I mean, where do you get in?
That's a good question.
Well, that's a great point. We've talked about it before, George. It's always one of the questions before entering a trade is, I want to make this trade, but what can I afford? So right away, this looks very tempting to get long, but can you afford? What's the cost? Where are you wrong? Can you afford that? Right now, I see what you mean. The VWAP is held steady since the opening. So what is that telling us? That this market has been bought and they're not getting out. Now, the bias would be to buy it, right? I mean, I have a flair for the obvious. I've developed that over the years. And this is one of the things that, again, when I go risk management, is it in your budget to buy it here and be wrong?
It's about information, right? So where would we get long at? It's like, we talk about poker and a lot of people come up to me and they ask for advice and they're like, how do I play pocket jacks? Well, I don't know. How much money do you have behind? How many people are in the hand? What's your position? I mean, there needs to be more information. So it's like, okay, let's get long. Well, okay, where? Because right here, right now, hardly ever works. So where does it need to go to or break out for a long to work? Where's your risk going to be? Right? I mean, you could argue the 380s, I guess, just like on a minute chart, if you want to go down that far, like I am. If you want to go to the 5 minute and like maybe go out a little bit, where do you get in?
That's
397.
George, that's what I like to hear. That's discipline. So we've talked before. Difference between gambling and speculation is calculated risk. It's calculation. It's math. I love that you brought up poker. So I'm going to ask you, what principles as a poker player are transfer into trading for you?
Oh, I mean, almost all of them, really. The risk management's huge. Just, there is math involved. It's one of those things. It's like you can get into a trade with 5 minis and you could be lucky, but really that's not the point. The point is to be profitable at the end of the year, and it's the same with poker. You have to use your good risk management, and at the end of the quarter or at the end of the year or whatever, you'll be profitable if you stick to your plan and you use good math. If you don't use good math, you could get lucky. There's a lot of poker players that win a session that don't know what the hell they're doing. Right?
That was me in Poker Stars 15 years ago.
There you go. And a lot of people made a living off that. Really, because it's fun to play, and that's okay if you play recreationally. That's fine. But with trading, if you don't put in the time, like all this stuff's free. TopstepTV's free. You got all these shows in the end of the internet. What it does is it's going to take time. It's going to take screen time, and it's going to take practice and back testing. And instead of like calling out for like free combines and stuff, if you just get online and study, do that. And if you don't want to put in the time, just go do something else. Go play poker at Harris in Kansas City. I'll be there.
Make sure you're at his table so he can bet against you.
Well, I want to go further into that because you said like you draw pocket jacks.
Sure.
Now where is the discipline? What is your strategy if you do that? Because it's not just having that, right?
Right.
What is that, and how do you manage that?
So it depends. I mean, there's so many variables. How long have you been at the table? what position you're in, how much money you have behind, how many people are in the hand with you. Has it been raised? Is everybody just limping in? You know, there's so many variables to every single hand. I don't know is the correct answer. What I would do is look for more information. And how do you get more information with pocket jacks? Well, let's say I'm in late position and everybody's limped in. Well, I'm probably going to raise. That'll give me more information when people either call, re-raise, fold, you know. So I think I'd start there, raising.
Okay. So like trading, you need it's not just getting in a trade; it's getting the information as you move forward.
Yeah, what's your risk, right? How much you putting in?
You don't know till you bet.
Right.
Awesome.
Very easy to just eyeball the market and imagine yourself you're in that trade, but it's not the same thing as actually placing the trade and feeling what it's like. Because there's a big difference between trading with your eyeballs and trading with your mouse and clicking the buttons.
So let me ask you, as a Kansas City Chiefs fan,
I'll risk 150. I'm in.
Okay. Wait, whoa. Were you in it? You take the 397s?
I took the 402. I saw it pop up. Let's go. Let's do it. 120 bucks,
okay.
right? That's my risk.
How much?
What's the worst that could happen?
Where's your stop?
Like right around 390. Okay. Of course, I'm doing this off the minute chart, so.
It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Long 5 MNQ at 402 momentum.
This is not going to work out.
Market has different ideas, apparently.
Come on now.
Hey, Paul. Well, wrong again.
Yes. Wrong again. Well, so what's your
not stopped out yet.
Objective? 3-1?
Well, I would probably play it a little different if I wasn't so close to passing. I mean, I need 300 or 260 bucks to pass this combine. Didn't want to risk a lot, so I probably should have sized down. Actually, if I want this tight of a stop, it's just not going to work, right? So I probably should have sized down and moved my stop down to 370s, 380s, right?
Yeah. I mean, you said you were looking for a pullback. What made you get in at the highs of the range?
On the minute chart, that huge green candle just got me when it moved down to the 390. You were in my head, Dolby. That's what was going on.
I would never.
on the 393s, and then it just popped up, and I was like, dude, that's going, but no go.
Do you have a taste for Doritos?
Do you have?
Where's Andre? Cool ranch.
There's no Doritos. There's no Dorito range. I haven't even said Dorito in a while, to be honest. The market has not been doing it. If anything, it's been more V's. Lots of V patterns in the NASDAQ, which is not easy to trade. Maybe there's some long opportunities at 388 on this pullback here. George, what's your P&L right now? It's like negative 116?
Yeah, no big deal.
Oh, that's nothing. It's nothing. Negative
I might
116.
try again down at these 370s, these high 370s.
Yeah.
I got an anchor view up from the swing low here. Boy, that has some movement, though. Let's see.
It does. It looks like buyers maybe got a little bit of altitude sickness up at 21,400s, so it might need to go find some more buyers to push this higher. That is a pretty big time frame, too. I mean, we could go all the way back to like a 4-hour chart. So this could have some downward pressure on it just because it's such a big, long time frame, important level. Let's see how this plays out. Coach Paul, what are you seeing in the markets here for NASDAQ? What would be your tip to get 240 bucks? Sorry, 360 bucks.
Have the correct trade. No.
Just don't be wrong, George. What's your problem?
Don't be wrong. I mean, it's as simple. Be
Figure it
certain
out.
in your trades. I don't follow your process. You bought it for a reason. Are you willing to accept that risk? You know, one of my
Right.
you heard me preach is the 7 principles of consistent winners. From Mark Douglas's book. Number one, objectively identify your edge. All right. You have to have, that's the plan. So did you do that in this trade?
I think I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. I should have waited. I saw the pop there. I was really wanting to trade, and just like everybody else says, if you're looking for a trade, you're going to find one.
Okay.
And yeah, I think I jumped the gun there.
So did you accept the risk when you made the trade?
Yeah, and that's another thing is I probably should have. I could have had the same amount of risk, $120, but I wouldn't have been stopped out yet if I had sized down. Again, if my stop was around the 375s, 37, I'd still be in it, right? So
you're out now?
Yeah, I got stopped out. Just too tight of a stop. Just kind of winged it instead of taking my time with the trade.
No,
it never lets you win that. It's a shame.
Well, this is a tough time to trade.
It is.
Because the allocations, bigger allocations, have been made early. Obviously, on that number, over a longer period of time, I wouldn't hesitate to buy it at VWAP and risk it, there. Because it's going with the trend, and VWAP is still ticking higher. So I wouldn't, if your part of your process is to buy it near volume or VWAP, don't hesitate.
Right.
That's what's got you there. I know
VWAP
there's
is
a big,
pretty far away.
Yeah, it's the New York Open. Yeah, it's down in the 330s. It's not going to happen. But this anchored VWAP here, I think, is what he was talking around 380.
Oh, got you.
Didn't quite make it there yet. Although that would have been nice. Look at that wick on the 1 minute.
Well, hey, back at your entry. If you liked it at 385, you're going to love it at 402s again.
No, don't do it.
I'm not a coach.
At this late, like I said, it's a tough time to put on trades. It's because the breakout trades are they're at the highs of the day. We're right near it. It's usually people who sold it having to buy it. Selling new highs. An old principle one of my mentors told, and I argued with him for a long time, is losers move a market.
See that? Makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Late in the day, people are, this is the high, or let's try and sell this high. And it breaks a little, and then it starts coming back, and the stops get fed. Because of the average, it's low volume right now compared to the openings and the closes. And what does that mean? So the high volume is from who?
There it goes.
Look at that. Hey, timing is everything. It's a game of ticks in trading.
I compounded the mistake. Number one, my entry was up here. I didn't size correctly to have my stop lower, and there it goes. It's
one of my least. I mean, as a range trader, those kind of like top of range breakout trades are always lesson learners for me.
Oh, I bet, because you probably think about getting short at like the 408, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of NASDAQ with no news, I would never consider a short.
Oh, gotcha.
I only like shorting indices unless there's like fundamental news impacting the market, just because there's a natural bid to NASDAQ. But it is always tempting to get momentum. Like you think of the momentum that occurs at the top of range, and then all of a sudden it pulls back, and now your position relative to the range is at a really big premium, because the discount for the range trade would be down at like 390s or 385s, and then the premium would be going long at like 400s. So it's tough to wait for those pullbacks, but it's also, the market makes it tricky because they suck you in with momentum and they'll run price back down again, get more liquidity or ammo to move it up, and then it shoots higher. So it's a very tricky, it's a tricky trade. It's a momentum trade. I think those are tough. Those are tough trades to take, unless you are a momentum trading expert.
Right.
Which
Do you
I am
trade
not.
anything
I'm
else
terrible.
besides NASDAQ, George?
Every once in a while, I'll look at NASDAQ first, and if it's not really what I call behaving very well, I'm always
All the
kind of
time.
looking at ES, ES in the background, but I'll switch to the Dow. It's a little bit more calm every now and again. I mean, it can still hurt you. I mean, it still moves, right? But it's just sometimes it looks a little bit more clean, you know. So if
You ever
it's a
switch
crazy
markets?
day,
Yeah.
what's that?
Well, now that you're saying that, and like I'm thinking like, oh, okay, you're like maybe $250 away from passing. Do you ever consider switching to ES or YM? Maybe a little bit slower market for the last
Maybe,
pass.
yeah, maybe not a bad idea. I can do that. Check out the old Dow here.
I mean, you won't pass as fast, but it'll give you maybe a little bit more breathing room for a trade. But with like you said, like with micros though, you can really trade anything because you can have some pretty wide stops, and it's much more generous. So when you're
Right.
trading the E minis, then it's like I probably should switch markets because the Nasdaq can be a handful, even with just one E mini. But Nasdaq here is
Right.
broken out, trading at 21,420. Shout out to Eddie. Let's see where this keeps on going. Any upside targets here, boys? What do we got? I got maybe 448s, 450s could be interesting. Not that far away.
Well, let's see. I have my next on my levels. Next resistance. Wow. It's we've gone through the 21,315. Next target is 21,487. And that would be the
487.
third level of resistance, and I think we're going to get there. I wouldn't be surprised in a day like today. This is what I call full-blown allocation. This is institutional buying. They got the green light. We've been choppy into that number. They got the number they wanted or they needed. And you can see, I mean, just the first minute, it's 200 points.
Yeah.
And they have not gotten out. Why? Because VWAP keeps rising. So this has that rocket engine, that
it does.
You could see the high of the day at the last minute.
But George, do you like this momentum here? Is this more proven for a momentum trade?
Yeah, I mean, I like this a lot. It just needs to go down a little bit before I get in for sure, right?
So where would that be? Like 414s or what? Like even deeper?
Yeah. So now basically my original entry, I have a level around 405. I have an anchored VWAP at the swing low here around 410. So if it drops down to this area here, I'm in.
As a VWAP trader, I'd have to think that you have to have a lot of patience to trade that. Because if the market's if it's moving away from the VWAP and you're relying on a pullback to VWAP, it could be a minute before you even get that.
And when you don't follow your plan like I just did, you get knocked out and it just goes without you.
Yep.
One of the last pieces of advice I got from my mentor, Peter Stottlemyre, was in this new environment, which was computer trading, is you need get your trades on as close to volume as you can. So even that we're, like I said, we're far away from VWAP. He described this as price discovery because it's already, the allocation has been made or the trade has been made. Now we're just moving away from volume. where if you want to get long near volume where you have quick information to get out. So, or stay in. So
is he
even
referring to just like regular volume bars or like volume profile bars? How do you define volume?
Or right here would it be? I define it as VWAP.
VWAP, okay.
Because that's actual volume weighted average price. Right? I put it this way. To me, it was in the trading pit on the first minute. That's how we got the first minute range. And this is before electronic trading or computerized trading. All the orders had to come in at the opening.
Right.
And it was, so you would get an imbalance, and the bigger traders, the Topstep locals, would get that imbalance, and they would have to react. So when they reacted, it was going to push that price away from the open. So without getting too deep into the woods here, just the simple, they got an imbalance of, let's say, one local big trader. After the first minute, he's long 200. And the mark in the opening range, or the opening first minute, was, let's say, 10 points. And then it breaks out of that 10 points. It goes higher. Well, he's got something of value. So what they would do is press it. That's what I mean by volume. It's almost the function of VWAP. So off that opening, we see, is it urgent? And we see this a lot, and we go through this a lot on At the Buzzer. Is it urgent buying? Is it urgent? Is it breaking out of the range, opening range, early? That means it's active. Is it sitting in the middle of the range and the volume isn't and VWAP is flat? Well, that's range trading would be the way to trade that from the data. If it's moving out right away, then you don't want to be fading it. You want to go with. Does that make sense?
NASDAQ's. Oh yeah, definitely. NASDAQ still jumping up here, trading 21,430. George nervously laughing, trying not to have a meltdown on air. I got Robert Cooney with a poll update. How many good trading days are there in a year? We got every day 50 to 100, under 50, 100 to 200, and I gotta say it's pretty even. You got 35% for every day, and then about 20% for the remaining there. So shout out to all those traders that think every day is a good day when you're in the markets. I would agree. Just got to manage your risk, and every day can be a good day. Also, don't forget to follow us on X, or as Eddie likes to call it, Twix. That'd be at TopstepTV. Keep up with the conversation, what's happening throughout the show. And please, please, please post your fun stuff at us. So battle station setups, you got your funded trader reports, trading reports, anything you got, share it with us at TopstepTV, #Power Hour. We will share it on air. Please follow us. I think we're trying to get to 1,400 followers on the Twitters. Maybe it's 4,000. I'm not sure. I need to check and see. Market's still rallying here. Look at this move, George. What do we like? You still bullish?
I'm still bullish, obviously. I wish I had played this a little different. I still like it down here at the 410s. I don't know if we're gonna get back down there. But I can't trade again without following my plan like to the T. I'm lesson learned, right? Like
there,
yeah.
Can I get an amen?
Santa said you were naughty, so that's why you can't have a winner.
That's right.
You gotta follow your plan.
I've done so many combines where I was like, $120 away and just blown them. And it's just the worst feeling on the planet. So
been there.
I'm going to be.
I was actually
careful.
a takeaway once. That was pretty fun.
Nice.
Literally,
how was your Series 3, man?
Yep. Oh, I passed, so it was great.
Right.
Otherwise, it would have been terrible because not passing is not nearly as much fun.
Yeah, and then you gotta. There it is.
Yeah. It is that's right. I got mine. A couple other guys. We're waiting for Andre. Got some Gabe, Robert. Still waiting for them to pass. It's a tricky test. I have to say, if you do plan on taking it, definitely have a strategy going in. My second time around, I skipped all the math questions, did a dead sprint through everything else, went back and did the math, and I still had maybe like a minute or 30 seconds left. It is a surprisingly long test. They do not give you a lot of time. It's like a little over 200 questions, and you have 2.5 hours. And I thought I was moving at lightning speed, and I still didn't have what I thought was a lot of time left. So definitely some strategy. But once you study, it really just comes down to it's addition and subtraction. I'd say for all the math stuff, I think the first thing to do is just find out what it costs the trader. That's pretty much the fundamental question that they're asking is, what does this cost? What does this cost a trader? A trader's putting on a hedge or a spread. What does it cost a trader? If you when I started thinking about the questions like that, it made everything else fall into line. I would definitely know your treasury bond and interest rate relationships, because they love asking questions on that. There's at least like 4 to 5. And then for rules and regs, I think if you want to condense that down, it would be understand what each group does, what their roles are, when stuff has to get done by, and any fines and how much those are.
And everybody's study's a little different. Did you retain the information, or did you do a massive brain dump after you passed the test?
Terrible at studying, and I have really bad test anxiety. I think the first time I just tried to write stuff down, write down keynotes, and then practice tests are really helpful. And then the other really nice thing is that if you're AI savvy, what you can do is, I was using Grok, and I could take a screenshot of a word problem, put it in there, and then it could explain the concept to me. And so that was really helpful. So I was kind of using that as a teacher to explain concepts, which I think is really nice. So I'm not a good test taker. It was very anxiety inducing, so I'm happy I got it passed. It's over with. And I could, reasonably answer, 70% of any question you have related to this Series 3, but I'm happy. I'm happy it's over.
Right.
But we'll see. It's a fun challenge, I would say. I think some of that information now is maybe a little bit outdated. It'd be nice if they, maybe updated the test a little bit so it could be more relevant, but I'm not really sure what their goals are with that.
They're still asking questions about a floor trade?
I think on the one I had, there were fewer of those. I feel like I got an easier Series 3 test, because it's all pulled from a question bank, and I feel like I got more true and false this time than I did last time. And I didn't have as many gotcha questions where it's here's 4 answers, and then there's some combination of choices to select from. So it could be A and B, or A, B, C, and D, or just A, D, and C, or whatever it is. I didn't have as many of those, so I don't know. I feel like the Series 3 gods were looking down upon me and blessed me with a pass, so I'll take it. I'll take it.
Congratulations.
Nice pullback here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So do you like longs now? I mean, this might pull all the way back into range.
That's pretty strong. Let's see what it does, right?
Yeah. Because how many points let's break it down into points, George. How many points are you looking for? Because I think once you can define that, certain opportunities will appear. Because if you're looking for 10, 20 points in the NQ, then there might be some more opportunities than looking for a 50 or 40 point banger.
Yeah, if I do 10, 15 points with 10 micros, I'd get there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to size down. I switched it to 3 micros just because I'm all gun shy.
Discombobulated.
We're gonna watch this go down here. I really want it to go down this farther and actually go through this and then come back up, retest, and then go. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. It's unfortunate that your long didn't work out, but I do feel like kind of like your emotional state after doing that is something that a lot of traders can relate to, in which you take a trade, it's out of strategy, and then the next trade you take is kind of in the shadow of that previous mistake, and so now you do get a little bit gun shy. God, I've been there so many times.
I honestly, I do it to punish myself, man, because it's like a tax. It's a stupid tax. Like I screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you got to size down, and you can be right, and when you size down, and then you can get back into the game or whatever. But you have to get your shit together, lack of a better term,
Yeah. Well, speaking of keeping your shit together, let's talk about some traders who have with jab, jab, jab. I'm going to throw it up there. I'll run through our jabs real quick because we want to keep on having George taking jabs here as well. Ooh, I got to blow this up. Let's see. Which screen do I have? It's the big one. Uh-oh. Hold on. I got to zoom in. I'm zooming in. Here we go. Oh, you're the best. We got Ed. Ed in chat. Pass another combine. Think I won't blow this XFA this time. Ed, we don't want you to blow your XFA. That is not how we want this to work. Discipline works. $49 in a dream. Pass another combine. Now I can keep the XFA? Question mark. Yes, sir. I can. I will. I must. Discipline works. And Ed, have you two met yet? I highly recommend it. Professor Wombat at Nick Dolby, negative 955. Frowny face, game over emoji. I got today. It is okay, because I believe that is less than a daily loss limit. So good job not hitting that. Dan made a quick $200 and locked myself out until about lunchtime. Nice use of the temporary lockout feature. Reminder, you don't always have to lock out for the entire day. You can do it by time frame. Why? Just secured my first profit in an XFA. Been a long time coming. Just wanted to make it a qualifying day. Why? Congratulations on setting a goal and hitting it. Oop, we got someone long. George, I'm assuming you're long 414s?
Yep.
Cool, we'll keep an eye on it. Crypto Trades 177 just blew an account. FML. Crypto Trades, if you're still in chat, please stop doing that. There's always another day to trade. You don't have to do everything in one day. J-Ray, man, I lost my combine again. Then new combine hit target first trade. Been in this cycle for a few days. J-Ray, I don't know what your trading account looks like, but if I had to guess, you might be trading a little bit too much size. If you're hitting your profit target in one day and blowing trading combines left and right. Oh, Crypto Trades, you are in chat. Hearts out to you, sir. Hopefully you don't enjoy this feeling, and you will remember the next time you are close to blowing your account not to put yourself in that state of mind again. And I have to say, it's not necessarily always bad blowing an account. If you can slowly draw down your account and you're hitting your daily loss limit, but it's your personal daily loss limit and you're just running losers together, that happens. But I have to say, I work customer service for a long time, and I've only seen one account in my entire life ever do that. Lose like $500 every single day and slowly lose the account. It's always one big day that typically blows up trading combine accounts. Let's get back to this trade, though. George, long 21,000 414s. Like the momentum off the 408s. What's your upside target here?
I have a level at 441 in 3 micros. It's about a 1-to-1 risk. So.
Oh, so that's wide. This is a wide trade. I'm not used to seeing those. I'm not used to trading micros, so it's nice, putting on those trades, and you have like 20 points to stop or 30 points to stop.
Yeah, it gives you space, right? So I don't want the same thing happen again with too tight of a stop, So plus, if it goes against me, I'm trading 3 micros. I'm risking $160, right?
That's nice. Back in my days, micros did not exist. It would be a pleasure to trade the micros now.
Back in your day, how old are you?
Back in my
39. 39. Just turned 39. January 2nd, but I was trader number 123 at Topstep.
Nice.
And back then, micros did not exist. All E-minis, all day.
Wow.
And what was the price of NASDAQ?
$3.35.
Yeah. going back to that, minis versus micros. If you look at, say 10 years ago, do you know where the NASDAQ was trading?
Low. I mean, very low. I don't know, because I was trading crude oil like everybody else was, because that was the cool kids club back then.
All right, let's just go to 2019.
Continuous chart.
2019, it was trading at 8,000.
Wow.
So relative, it's right. It's almost
crazy.
4 times now. So the volatility or the average range is 4 times what it was.
Yeah.
So micros, you're trading. It's a different level of volatility of range. So some people, I don't want. I'm not. Sometimes I'm not. That's for losers. I'm gonna trade micros. Well, with that in mind, it's a different world. It's a different level. It's a different level of risk. One of the things I've talked with my group about is position sizing. I mean, that
so important
is extremely important. You just mentioned someone that is, it keeps blowing out, and you make so much money in one day, and then blow out.
Right.
Well, that right there is a problem with position sizing, because you can get lucky and get a trade on, right? But can you be consistent? And if your size is too big, it's going to catch up to you. So position sizing is the core of risk management.
I always felt that the market kind of inherently will let you trade whatever size that the market thinks you're responsible for. And so I do think a lot of traders end up taking on too much size, and they can't handle it. And, the market, being Santa Claus, knows that you're over leveraged, and you end up making poor decisions. Maybe moving stops to break even too soon, getting chopped out, taking full losses but partial profits. If you're trading too much size, it really can mess with your mental capital. It drains it much more. But if you size down, trade micros, or even just 1 E-mini, and you kind of stay in your lane as a trader, then things become a little bit easier as a trader, because you're not so stressed out.
Yes. Size.
It's relative. It's whether you feel comfortable or not, right? And so if you put on too much size, you're immediately just gonna want to get out of the trade if it's not going your way.
Yep.
So
that's exactly right. George, still hanging on your trade here. Not moving your stop. Moving your stops? You a stop mover?
No, not at all. I mean, every great once in a while, if I'm holding for a while and it gets up, 50 points, 60 points or something, I might move it to break even, because that would be really bad if you didn't. If you took a loss on that trade when it's really bad, I might move it, but not really. I don't like doing it, because as far as I'm concerned, like this level that I have here, I mean that's a really good level, obviously.
Yeah.
And I had this VWAP here, and I just wanted to make sure I had enough room and had a little bit more support for the trade. Trade's not over yet. I know it's going my way a little bit right now, but it could totally rip my face off and come hump my stop, right? If I were to get, $50 or however many points up and move it to break even, you get stopped out all the time doing that.
Yeah, I always feel like anytime I want to move my stop to break even, it's just take profit instead, and then re-enter if you want to. Because I always end up, I say this all the time, I've lost more money going to break even than I have just accepting the risk. Because the risk is just 1 unit, but the potential profits could be 1.5, 2, 3, 4 units of profit. And so that means you basically have to be betting against your own trade a lot for it to actually play out, for the math to work. And so why would you do that? Why would you move your stop to break even on a trade that you think you have positive risk reward on?
You know,
Unless you think your
goes
system's
back-
trash. Something I could think of.
Well, it goes back to the principles of consistent winners.
Mm-hmm.
And you just said accept the risk. Fully accept the risk or don't take the trade. So when you go to break even, you haven't really accepted the risk, have you? It's like in poker. Can you go back and go, well, I want to take that I raised you, but now I want to bring back that raise because I didn't get the card I wanted.
Right.
That ain't going to happen. So one of the things I will say to cut risk is if you have a 2-lot and you took that risk, X, 1 ATR or whatever, and you get 2 to 1, and you get out of one of them and move the stop to unchanged, where you're playing with house money. That's a different story than just going, I'm going to go to unchanged, because you really haven't accepted the risk.
Right. And for whatever reason, it seems like the market does not allow risk-free trades. And I don't know why that is, but anytime you go risk-free, the market's like, hey, free stops. Let me go get these free stops. I see a trader here who hasn't accepted risk. Let me go get them out of their trade.
Well, that's a great point. But good job today,
Micro megaphone.
Thanks. Yeah, it didn't quite work out the way I wanted, but that's all right. I'll take a shot every now and again. Just maybe next time I'll hold off until it's actually time to enter the trade. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things being on TV, you kind of feel pressure that you have to take a trade.
Yeah, I really wanted to pass this thing on air. I thought that would be kind of cool.
It's okay. There's always more time, George. We can always bring you back.
I could add right
talk
here.
less. I'll talk less. Peer pressure you less. You can just be in your zone. Take your trade.
You were good, man. You didn't pressure me. You didn't pressure me.
Not me harassing you. 50 lots. Let's go. We do have a megaphone here in the NQ, actually, on the 1 minute, which is pretty interesting. Typically don't kind of see those formations form on smaller time frames, but we do have one, so this could be kind of interesting to keep an eye out for. But George, have you peeled any, George? You still long 3?
I'm still long 3. Haven't peeled any. Just
cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on your trade. Are you going to hang out and chat while we're in Power Hour?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm always watching. Cool.
Awesome. Well, keep us posted because time flies when you're having fun, and we're already at 2:00 here or close to it. Coach Paul, always a pleasure. I'm sure you're very excited. Always. You're going to have a whole brand new spanking team by January 27th. Bunch of new students. That's going to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I know. Well, I still like my old team. I'm a team guy. But you can still keep up with me on Discord. So yeah,
maybe you can bring back your favorite students and have them come back. It's like when you graduate some kids and they visit you 5 years later in the classroom. Maybe they
put
can
them
come
in the
back
portal
and visit you. Put them in the portal.
We should have a portal.
That would be fun. That would be super fun. Start making trades. You can trade off all your class clowns to Coach Jay. I think you'd take him. He's a disciplinarian. We'll get him in line.
But actually, it's been fun. I'm glad, George, you found some value in it. And then, any last words from George about the experience?
Sorry, I cut off. I couldn't hear you for a second there, Paul.
Any last words of your experience that you would like to share?
Yeah, with us? Absolutely. Hey, if you get in, congratulations. Take advantage of it. Learn from other people and the coaches. Also, if you don't get in, there's a lot of free stuff out there that Topstep puts out. So, get on at the buzzer after TopstepTV. Coach Dakota with slow markets. It's free, right? So it sucks if you don't make it, but if you don't, there's other learning opportunities as well.
Yeah, that's great advice, George. And also, chat, free does not mean you don't have to put in the work. It just means
right,
you don't have to pay money to put in the work. So you still have to put in the work and show up and take journals, take your notes, watch Coach Dakota, tune into Topstep TV, and do all that stuff. Just because it's free doesn't mean it's automatic. But with that being said, we got Hoag coming up. Afternoon recap. And then speaking of Coach Dakota, he's going to be back for Power Hour. And also, David Green is going to be back for Power Hour. And we're going to have Andre. So a nice little foursome. We're going to hit the links and talk trading. Hopefully we can make some money the last hour of the day. George, please hang out and chat. We want to follow this trade along. But let's make sure we get Hoag in here. He's going to recap these markets. We're going to get on to Power Hour. Take it away, producers.
Welcome to the afternoon recap. I'm Hoag. Thanks for joining me. It's been an interesting trading day, but aren't they all? We're going to focus first here on the NASDAQ, and finally we started to see something that I would be interested in seeing what was going on here. We spent all day inside the initial balance low 21,186 in the orders. Initial balance high 21,408. Finally, we got 130-minute bar to close above the initial balance high, and that sets me into a potential long. Yeah, I know, right? Long at the highs, right? How crazy is that? But it's been holding. The market did come back to the initial balance high, did not really reaccept inside the initial balance. So to me, this is still a long. It's late in the day today. I don't know if I'd actually be doing this, but this is what the market is telling me. We're seeing something very similar to that in the S&Ps as well. We had the big move. Everybody's celebrating the CPI numbers today. We did have 130-minute bar finally close above the initial balance high. That sets into a long. The market came right back to it, to the tick, basically, to the initial balance high, and then has been just continuing to try and grind to the upside as we speak. Are the buyers getting tired? Well, as long as we hold above that IB high, I think we do see some potential continuation possibilities. Take a look at crude oil now. Crude was a very interesting day. Lots of fundamental information, global information. Finally, we see the market, which was testing that weekly kickoff high several times throughout the week today, finally break out above it, and we're seeing some continuation above that level. Market has been very, very good. We've seen some, it's basically for all intents and purposes closed at this time. Maybe a little bit of a late spike at the end there, but the market continues to try and push higher. We're well above $80 now. That big fat round number, 79.10 was the weekly kickoff high. Once we finally broke it with some volume, The continuation to the upside was on gold. What a strange day in gold. Not strange. I mean, there's nothing strange. Markets are going to do what they're going to do. Like Andre says, markets will be markets, or markets will do what markets do, whatever it is. We had a gap to the upside. We opened, we set the initial balance. We broke out below the initial balance. It took forever for the market to actually have one 30-minute bar close below the initial balance low. But when we think about breakouts and continuations versus range bound activity, what was the tempo like when we were continuing to try and push below the initial balance low? There was no downside tempo. The market kept finding buyers down here, getting pushed back above the initial balance. Finally, we did get, like I said, one close below that, but that was very short-lived. There was no tempo to the downside below the initial balance low. Once we realized that, once traders got the idea that we weren't going to continue to push to the downside, we squeezed out all the shorts. Market did what it does. Once it trades below an initial balance low, it's going to rotate to the high of the initial balance low. Unfortunately, it took all day for that to happen. And again, for all intents and purposes, crude oil is closed, but look what it's doing right now. It may actually, in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, close its first 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. But I would be looking more, if this would have happened earlier, more towards rotation for the day, because the market did trade below the initial balance low and the initial balance high. The house account, I haven't traded since. I told you this morning during the morning recap that I really wasn't seeing the market well today. If I was looking for anything, I'd probably be looking for longs above the initial balance high in the equities. Let's take a look at what they're doing and how they are doing in that direction now. So we're still holding above the initial balance high, still one time framing higher. It's going to be an interesting power hour. Speaking of power hour, we've got our number one live funded trader, Dakota, is going to be with us. We've got David Green, who I just had the pleasure to spend a little bit of time with a little while ago. Enjoy the rest of the show, folks. We've got, it looks like Andre and Dolby are going to be joining them. Enjoy Power Hour. Trade well, everybody, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, it is Wednesday, so you know what that means. It is a David Green Wednesday. We got also Dakota number one on the big board, Dolby time as well in the log cabin, staying warm on this Wednesday. Let's get right into it. Dakota, start of the show today is crude oil trading well above $80 now, $80.70. How has the trade been going for you so far?
No, really, is it really? My target was 80. Oh man, we're just blowing through all those highs. The story of my trading, Andre, was right direction, wrong timing. Last night I had a long. Last night I went to bed with a long on. Woke up, market's just freaking ripping higher, and I got stopped out. It was one of those perfect case scenarios. It's a story. I'm gonna crack the code of this issue that I've been running into, and you know it, David. It's stop loss is a better entry than my I mean that was the case last night. I was long the Nikkei, and I went to bed long the Nikkei, and I had my stop loss down here at these lows overnight. It tagged it, and I woke up, and yeah, we're up here breaking new highs. And
well, I guess the good news, Dakota, is you can't get FOMO when you get stopped out overnight.
That's the thing. If you're not up to see it, if you were up and watching it and you got stopped out, you definitely would have got back in.
No, you get my FOMO comes when I wake up and I look at the market and it's up 3% and 2%. I'm like, oh man, when did that happen? But yeah, I'm happy with this news. I'm super excited. Buy the dip algorithm is on. It's been on for a while. I was looking I mean, we could take a look at those higher time frames like the daily, and as a bull trader, this is what you want to see. I mean, take a look at this. This is a beautiful setup. I talk about my 3-bar reversal. Talk about this consolidation here, and I mean, what a bullish candle, and I think we could find opportunities to buy this the rest of the week. I don't see why not. Any pullback could be very good buying opportunities. I mean, given that there's not a news event that just surprises everyone and changes it, but this is a good example of a buyable opportunity. Last night I was looking and measured moves. I talk about this kind of relatively often. Very similar to these measured moves that you can. I mean, for some reason, technicals are technicals, regardless of what's going on. And it played out really nice. Unfortunately, I didn't take advantage of it. I tried. It didn't work out in my favor. And so, here I am. I'm done trading my live account for today. So hopping on to this combine. I know the traders in the chat always tease me about that because I tease the simulated traders. But one thing is always trading simulated. Another thing is, not going to be trading a live account when you're not supposed to. Because I am locked out and done for the day.
Well, you're number 1 on the leaderboard, Dakota, so I'm pretty sure you can do whatever you want. I think once you're number 1,
you'll bounce back,
certainly
Dakota.
Helps.
Yes,
certainly helps.
Yeah, I'm not well, what's that saying? Is some of the few things man has in his life is his word, and that's it.
NASDAQ bidding here.
NASDAQ is bidding. Also, crude oil not stopping. Class trade $80.73, 2 cents off the highs. David Green, any levels you're looking for, either in the ES or the NQ, as we continue to tick higher?
First, I got a couple of questions for you guys.
Okay.
So when we were on group coaching or trading, whatever it is, we were long down around 81. It's actually here, whatever time we were on. It was long at 81. I had already finished with my Express account. I think I made like $400 or $500 in it. But I held on to this from 81, and this is a fresh combine, until I got to 1509. Am I okay, guys? Going over by $9?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
I just wanted to make sure. But the only reason I really got out of that was because I got over the 1500. I mean, it's just been long for the last 2.5, 3 hours. Dakota, how come every time we come on, it looks like it's the same freaking setup, right?
Right.
Every
It
time
feels
we're
like
on
it.
here, yeah,
Here we
we're
are.
just making new highs and new highs and new highs.
S&Ps just printed 6,000 even. 6,000 even in the S&Ps.
Yep. We got George in chat from the last segment. He's long 3 MNQ from 410s. I'm excited about George here. He put on a losing trade. Maybe got a little peer pressure by me into snapping a log off.
We could
got back in again.
actually throw along in the house account up here.
Ooh.
Well, how come you didn't tell me that like 30
20
points ago?
Well, that's part of hindsight. This
You think a long right here, right now?
Yeah, I think a long up here is valid.
We're in. What's the stop?
CYA would be 12 or 12.
Okay.
Profit
target the moon.
Target's the moon. Nah, target like 20 points, 15, 20 points. Nothing too crazy.
You've been sticking with that, Dakota? Yep. Go ahead.
Dakota, I'm putting an order. I'm telling you right now. I'm putting an order where your stop order is. Okay, I'm putting an order.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well,
ready to go.
It's valid.
Dolby, what price?
Long one, 21,435. Stop at 412. Profit target 455.
Yeah, we could move that stop. I'll be moving that stop really quick.
420s?
40.
Yeah, I'd even say possibly 426 if we could break out. I want to see some type of continuation. See a little green. See a little green.
Okay.
Break out above the 40s here, and I think we're okay.
See what upside.
Nothing's telling me this market's not stopping. This is
why
maybe
would
an
it?
example of this market can't go any higher, can it?
Can't go higher than the highs. Lo and behold,
I mean,
you go higher than the highs.
Markets can go. They can go in one direction longer than we can stay solvent. That's for sure.
That's right.
I mean, maybe like 530s, 500s. You can kind of draw a nice lower high channel on the daily chart in NQ. And that kind of coincides with, let's say, 500s, give or take.
A little
20 points.
Little longer term chart, like my daily chart, with just getting above, literally just getting above my 30, which is 2004-18. So we're clearing this little level here on a daily chart with a lot of room to the upside. So like you said, Dakota, maybe the next couple of days we get some follow through here if we can hold these levels where we are right now and get a little bit higher.
500 to the upside. Okay.
Really want to trade just 50 lots sometime this year.
This might be the one.
This could be the one.
I know.
This is not the one. I'm not
just the runaway train. Keep taking higher here.
550s on the high? Yeah, why not? Why not?
New highs make new highs.
Yep.
That is true.
Yep.
Let's be the change we want to see in the world.
If this is the top, I'm just gonna retire here. I'm just gonna retire on stream. Just say, all right, you know what?
Right here. Okay, you heard it, folks.
All the top, just done. Be done.
Nah, we're resting here. We're resting.
We're into
Just
new
a
highs.
little rest.
We touched two new highs since we've been in, right? We hit 39. We just hit 39 and a quarter.
Buy more.
Who said buy
on the
more?
tilt? To myself,
Not me.
perhaps. A little bit of a pullback. We'll see what happens here. Still hovering around the highs right now. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. You know the drill by now. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Turn those submissions around in about 30 minutes or so. Right now, house account is long.
Buying the highs.
Buying the highs.
Pretty much what you had to do today.
Once we started getting above all the trend lines, yes, every pullback's been a buy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every buy today has been profitable.
Well,
if you held it until now, if you held it until now,
that's very true.
Tricky morning. It was definitely a tricky morning. All the Fed speakers, headlines from the Middle East.
Some kind of CPI came out this morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got that initial big gap up.
Nice little 1 minute range here at the highs. Let's see what it wants to do. 30-second also, range bound. 5 minute, got some time. We like adding here? We like adding at 430s?
Yeah, I would add on any pullback. It's really up to where you prefer it. I'm looking at this market just continuing to grind higher into the end of the session.
Let's see if we can get 430s on a pullback for another one.
Okay.
I like the 24s too. If.
Okay.
Buy them both.
24s. All right.
Yeah, 412 is the final where it's like I don't want to be long this market right now, but
we'll work it.
Yeah, we're still trending up and to the right. We've made 2 new highs today since I've been on, right? We've ticked high a couple times. We're consolidating here. This is where there's traders hopping in looking to short this. And yeah, let's squeeze the shorts a little bit more.
Yeah, there
we go.
Squeeze the shorts. Got a negative delta in the ES, negative 1,500. Probably trying to defend the 6,000 level. I think Hoag says
push through these 40s. Push through these 40s.
Can we get 500 today? That's only like 60 more points. What are we up right now? 2.5%? That's not that much. What, on a short squeeze, Dakota? Come on. 60 points is a sneeze for NASDAQ on a short squeeze.
S&Ps need to pop this thing. S&P sellers trying to defend the 6,000 level. Last trade, 59.98. A negative delta up here in the ES. Positive delta, positive 4,000 in the NQ. So
Mohammed's saying
Nvidia's getting a
468.
little pop here.
468.
Nvidia keeps going. I think the NQs will keep going too. It's got a nice little pop.
Nvidia doing. Oh yeah, I mean that is the leader.
$27. Yowza.
Target 468. What's it?
How's count long one? Long one, correct, Obi?
Just the one guy. Unless we can get a pullback, then we'll add some more.
All right, cool. All right, well, before we do that, let's got to make a little bit of an announcement here. We are doing a TopstepTV survey. As you last week or so, we'll pin that link to the top of the chat. By all means, please get your feedback into us, how we can improve, what you like, what you don't like. We will continue to make Topstep TV better for everyone involved. There you go. We'll get that link pinned to the top of the chat. There it is. Thank you.
This is a good trade. Like the momentum. Persistent trader, bring fire drills back. No.
Put that in the survey.
What's a fire drill?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's a great question.
Oh,
it's a great question. I guess I'm gonna see the producer's head spinning right now, trying to find that fire drill button. Don't you dare do it.
Don't.
Andy, you dare.
Where's Andy? Good job, Andy. Man.
See, Bitcoin is going ham right now. It is hamming it up. 101,000.
Really?
Yeah, I think crypto is going to the moon. XRP is up like 10, 11% right now. It's crazy. It's over $3.
What is?
XRP, another crypto coins, up 10.5%, almost $3.
Is it really?
It was trading at like 20 cents or 50 cents for a really long time.
I know. I owned some as well. I know MP also had some too. Holy cow! Yeah, it's going straight up. I got it at like $1.50.
Enough of this. Let's push through here.
Here we go.
Where are we?
See, isn't you just close your eyes and buy. Here we go.
Pretty much. Pretty
We're
much.
looking for 68, 60s.
I think we can get 500. I think we can get
45s. 45s we get going a little bit.
I see the house account's down $300. Let's not get too greedy. Let's get these 60s. Call it a day. In green.
What fun's
S&P's
that?
gotta go. S&P's
Yeah,
gotta go.
Diamond Hands,
S&P's keep coming up against these 6,000s. That's where the negative delta is coming from. David Green, you ask what a fire drill is? Well, I gotta tell you, it's when we did a random, quote unquote, promo, start giving out some free resets here at Topstep. That's a thing of the past. We left that in 2024, but it was a big hit amongst the community, as I'm sure you can imagine. But yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there! Don't you dare!
Oh,
Who's
that's
back there?
man.
Who's
There's
back
the smoke.
there?
That's yeah. That's yeah.
Don't
That's
you
cut it.
dare!
Cut it. Yes.
Hey, people really enjoyed free stuff. I don't know if you know that, David Green, but people do like free stuff. Crazy.
People did enjoy it.
That's shocking.
Right?
Shocking, right? Mm-hmm. And it brings out the best in people too. It also brings out the best.
Sure does.
Oh yeah.
I think we got to watch
Promotion
this.
replace the fire drill. I would say VIP forms is probably about as close as you're going to get.
Top quiz. We brought that back.
Top quiz. Yep.
I'm going to be honest. Nothing beats the VIP that we're doing here at Topstep.
Yep.
Nothing. Not all the peddling and discount prop shops have to offer. Nothing out there is going to beat the VIP.
There's a reason they have to do that. When they give away a case.
Yeah, there's supposed to be some big news happening, and I think that's all it was.
That's if you want to go on Twitter if you want to read posts that's like, oh, big news coming tomorrow. It's never happened.
Massive regulation.
Oh yeah, that's been going around. Never saw that one. A lot of engagement farmers. You're one of my favorite accounts, David. By far one of my favorite accounts. Can we get over
call-
448?
We call them like we see them.
Watch the S&Ps. We got to get above these 6,000s. We can pop those. I think we might be in the clear. Definitely some stops just above 6,000 in the S&Ps. Hoag, what do you got for Delta when you get a chance?
New highs. Man, look, there's still 100 lots chasing. Like, I'm seeing this on the orders. Like, I think we're crazy buying one contract up here near the highs. There's people
There we
throwing in
go.
hundreds. Still buying this market on the way up.
Oh no, we got 69 at 450s.
Yeah.
What else
Don't
is
worry
up on
if
the
it keeps
ladder?
going up. Just
Hoag, are they
keep it
iceberging
small.
these 6,000s?
So, like our stop here, Dakota?
Where's the stop
412s?
at? No,
412
we could bring that. We could bring that one up. We could bring it up to Let's see. $26.
Okay.
32 could be a little ad if we get a pullback, if you're willing to do that.
Thanks, Hoag.
Yep, I got one at 31 and a quarter. Could bump it up for a little add a risky. There we go. 31 and 3/4. I want to make sure you get filled first, David, just in case you got an order in there at 32.
My one will make a big difference.
Yeah, right.
I got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. And we'll see in about 24 minutes or so. Where do they want to take this? All right, trading 6,000s again in ES quietly.
Ooh, 448s. Let's break that. That was a daily high from
Here we go. Here we go.
January 8th. So we're above that. Well done, NASDAQ.
Oh man, shorts
Haven't
are
seen a
feeling the
red
pain.
bar since 1 o'clock.
All right,
Is that true? No.
we could do a. Where's our take profit? Where are we going to take profits? The question.
460s. I thought that was the game plan.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the exact level. I'm okay with doing like the Hoag's 10% rule, where we could just close it out in the mid 50s, upper 50s, mid to upper 50s.
Okay.
451. 452's now trade.
There's nothing to stop in this thing.
Ain't no stopping us now.
There you go, David Green with the tunes, man. I had no idea you had the golden pipes like that, David Green.
All right, Dobby. Let's one more bounce break higher, then I'm gonna vote for closing this one out. It's one contract. We're up what, almost 20 points. That's all we can ask for with this market acting how it is.
You don't want to add more at 446s?
I see that hoop.
Hey, don't feed into my my bad habits right there. Just keep on adding.
We're in an uptrend. That's what we're supposed to do, an uptrend, I thought. You just up, pull back, buy more, up, pull back, buy more. It's not...
I wouldn't be opposed to it if it wasn't 30 minutes till the close.
Yeah. To the close.
34s, if anywhere. Could be a little ad.
Man,
we got Mo in chat trying to walk me back off a cliff.
They're loading up on the more. Yeah, they're loading up on the shorts here in the S&Ps.
Are they?
Yeah, they're selling into this thing. So if we can pop
always...
it, minus 1,700 on the delta up at this level. Pop this thing. The hour coming up in 2 minutes. This is very interesting right here. Let's see if they can pop this thing. NASDAQ might be looking to the S&Ps. Say, hey, you move first. You've done all the heavy lifting today. Your turn.
Standoff.
Yeah. On the hour, yep. In about just under 2 minutes. We got MOC in, 21 minutes. Tilt 50-50.
We like bidding our entry.
Support is 32 and 21. if we pull it back in those directions.
32 and 21. Okay.
If we blink, we'll be right back up at the highs.
That's right.
That is how that works.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ works in mysterious ways.
And
Might be like a short-term pullback just off of 448s. This might still bid higher.
That was what, a 12, 13 point pullback? 14 points
Yeah.
right there.
Everything looks a lot bigger when you're on a 1 minute chart.
Yeah, 15
that,
points.
yeah, okay. Yeah,
52 to 37, that was 15 points.
Yeah, that's nothing in NQ land.
2 points off
Go to the
the
15-minute
6,000.
chart.
Crude pulled back about 20 cents off highs of $80.77. High of the day in the crude. Trading $80.50 right now. 15 seconds till the bottom of the hour. And minus 2,000 in the delta now. Yes, this could
Pulling
get
back
interesting.
against us. We're still going to bid 431s. Our stops at 427s.
This is wild. 2,400, man. Shorts are coming in heavy, guys, on the S&Ps. Here we go. See what happens right here.
Let's
squeeze them.
It's a good hold time. It's a good hold time for this trade.
All right, there was nothing there.
Probably a lot of traders in chat right now being like, "Oh my god, sell it, cover this trade." Big pullback, chat. We're gonna see 10-point pullback. Getting back to our
Questions.
entry.
How many traders in the chat is needing a sell off right here to get back to break even?
A lot.
I've been there.
Yep.
I've been there.
Not just in the chat. Everywhere.
Everywhere, people are wanting this, begging this market to pull back and sell off.
Okay, let's see if we can get 431s. Still only risking 155. If we get it filled, it maybe gets up to like 200-ish. So I'm not adding a ton of risk. It's only 4 points of risk we're adding.
Yeah, I'm okay
All right,
with
long 2
adding on this.
Long 2?
Yep, we're long 2 now. Yep, 433s.
Same CYA.
That was exactly the 90 MA.
Where's your stop loss at on this, David? Where do you have a stop loss on this one?
We just exactly hit 31. That was the 90 MA. And we're bouncing off it. And then the 15 EMA trend is around 23. So we just got a nice bounce off that. 31s. What's the average now?
Average 433 and a half.
Okay.
And our total risk is only $240. So it is not a lot in terms of NASDAQ terms. And I actually really like our trade. Our trade location's good. Pulled back. It looks like some shorts might be covering here.
I would take, if it's me, I'd take one off at 10 points.
Yeah, I'd take one off. Mid to upper 40s.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I was looking at 48s, which would be about 15 points.
Yeah. Yeah, just take one off up here.
That was just an absolute perfect pullback for the 90 MA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got it. We got right there on 31s.
Hopefully they continue buying here, ideally.
Yeah, pop these 6,000s in the ES. Like these guys are saying, how many people are short right now trying to make back their money on the day?
I mean, who wants to be short America going into like an inauguration?
I mean, yeah,
the most pro-America president we've ever had coming in on the 20th. Really, you gonna bet against the market when he's coming in? One tweet is all it takes. Change everything. Those days are coming back, guys.
Oh yeah, they are.
Volatility is back in.
I thought that's what happened yesterday, where the market tanked 200
I would take
points and back
take a little off up here for 10 points on the average. This way, safe.
You want it now?
Is the house account back green?
Mid 40s, mid 40s, mid to upper 40s.
Yeah.
All right, let's make it 45. Split the difference between you two. We will be covering the inauguration on Monday, actually. It is a shortened trading session, but we will be covering it. Got a Reuters
Is it really?
feed.
How are we going to cover it?
Yeah.
When we cover the inauguration, what do you got? We'll just I guess we'll watch the markets. It's a half day of trading.
You're doing 45, Dobie. If we get 45, we'll probably get 46. But then if we get 46, we might get 47.
Get
But
47,
might as well
we might get
do
500.
Where your head's at.
Might as well just keep moving it up.
Yeah, really. Just don't sell any.
500. We might get 22,000.
If we came all the way this far, why
Boom,
not?
there's 45.
There you
Yep.
go.
All right, we're out
There's
one.
one.
So
Yeah,
down, we got about $200 back,
trade.
which is about right. So diamond hands the rest of this, I guess. Go to break even.
CYA's the same, and let's see. I mean,
All right.
There we go. We're back into the positive. So
telling you guys, watch the S&Ps. Watch the S&Ps. He's butting up against these 6,000s. If we can pop it, think NASDAQ will follow.
Do we add one on a pop of 6,000 in the ES?
Correlation trade. Wouldn't be outrageous. Still got to do it, though.
This is not.
Keep selling it. Keep selling it. Keep selling it.
Would we rebuy 432s?
I wouldn't.
I don't know if we could get back down there. If we do, I wouldn't want to be in it.
That's the attitude, Dakota, that I like.
Yes.
I don't know if we even can get back down there. That's because we're going to 21,500. That's why.
$50-50 on the tilt.
That was a good entry and good out right there. We got in at what?
Yeah,
we were looking at 31 and closed it out.
31 out at 45s, 46s. Perfect.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I can give you the exact
that
number.
was money.
Got out at
So no matter
445s. Got in at
Uh-oh,
31 and 3/4. Or whatever. They're just going to bid it back up again. I mean, this is actually shaping up to be a pretty good 5-minute stair step. If it can hold.
Oh, we want to hold these
still,
32s again.
Yeah. Still have $85 of risk on the table. But I would be interested in rebidding. Let's see how far this is.
David, what do you think?
24.
Starting to change.
24 is the 15 EMA, but
our stops above that. We'd have to try to bid now.
I would be
Our
okay
stops
with
at 427.
adding and then
Strong
moving the CY8 to the.
We're out.
Well, we can just reset it. We can
Like,
just reset it.
minus
up.
184. Yeah, we can reset.
That's $150, right?
Yeah, we cut our loss in half, basically.
Yeah, $150. Let's.
24 is a pretty big level to hold.
24s, all right. 24s on that. 21,424.
Good sales up higher, guys and girls, ladies and gents.
Fours.
What do we got?
Yeah,
We
like
still got 13 minutes.
28s are interesting.
13 minutes till MOC. Oh, we're at, I think, got maybe a little bit of a Series 3 in store. We got some hashtag Power Hour as well. Before we get to that, though, David Green, I want you to tell us about Wall Street Global. What's going on over there? I know we asked you about it during Lunchbox trading. We always got new viewers coming in for Power Hour. Obviously, it's David Green Wednesday, so give us an update, my man.
A week from today, we have our monthly free webinar, WSGTA.com. So everybody can come hang out. It is 90% futures now. You know, we do talk a little stocks, a little options, but it's 90% futures. It is 100% Topstep. So anyone who wants to come hang out with us, we hang out for a couple of hours. We talk a lot of psychology, a lot of analysis. All right, it's a big level right here.
24s.
Yeah, 30-minute recapture would be down to 414s. I think like a really big level would be like 408s. David, you like the 4?
404s.
Would you bid one?
I would bid 404s if we get down there. That's my 30-minute EMA.
404. I like that too. That's a
See
much
if we can
bigger
hold
time
these.
frame pullback.
See if we can hold these 24s right now. Yeah, so just go to WSGTA.com to register. Boom. We'll see everybody next Wednesday night. It's 8 p.m., so Central Time, Eastern Standard Time, so everybody can make it. And I always give you guys my email if anyone wants to come hang out in the trading room for 5 days, only for Topstep people. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. guys shoot me an email. You can come watch us trade live for the next 5 days. Hang out, do some lessons, have some fun.
Nice.
That's it for Wall Street.
Thank you. Well,
do we like
want to do the
longs?
Series
Do we
3?
like longs?
I know. Do we want to do the Series 3 now, or do we want to see what this market
I'm
does?
do it now.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, if this market moves, I'll shout it out.
Ding. Here we go.
I'll give you a quick
I'll put
answer.
a little bit. I'll put a little tiny bit at the 04s just while we're doing this.
That's right. Dolby is our newest Series 3 expert. So I know this question will be so easy for you, Dolby.
Ooh.
We can get the poll and the chat going. We can put the question up. And here's your Series 3 question of the day. The time when a seller of a futures contract may inform a buyer that they wish to make a delivery is A, the first delivery day, B, the first notice day, C, the 5th business day, or D, the trade date +1.
I know this one.
I think the B. I believe it's B.
two.
It's,
Yeah, I think
it is.
Yeah, the first notice date. It's been a while. That's what it
is. B.
Pulls up.
We'll give our chat just a couple more seconds to get their answers in. I don't want to block the trading action for too long. All right, and here is your answer. It is in fact B, the first notice day.
Good job, guys.
See?
Go.
Dolby's an expert. You need Series 3 help? Talk to him.
Dolby
Exactly
time.
right.
Yeah. Hole got
there
it.
you go.
Well done.
There you go.
9 minutes till MOC. Take a quick look at the 10-year. 10-year got up to 4.8% yesterday. Oh, my. It has come back significantly. 4.65% on that 10-year. So, obviously, a bit of a relief rally as well in the equities from that. Also, we got some more earnings tomorrow. I do believe we got Bank of America. We got United Healthcare. What else do we have? Pre-bell tomorrow. Stanley.
We are battling the 24s here.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yes, we are. We're stuck. 24s,
What do we find
25s.
support off of? I mean, pretty aggressive higher lows. It's the only thing I could think of off a 5-minute chart. I mean, it's really just been straight up. We kind of got down to that line, bounced a little bit. Maybe it has enough momentum to push lower. We can get to those 400s, 403s, 404s. Or maybe we can nibble another long trade.
Nice.
I mean, shorts are getting a little happy now, right? Getting a little bit back.
Yeah,
Little.
Yeah, enjoy your 30 points.
I was going to say, how they want this to just tank. Who's going to blink? Who's going to flinch first? And be like, all right, I'm taking profits. And then they all pile out of this trade. But we'll see. At negative delta, they were able to defend the 6,000s quite well in the S&Ps. Last trade, 59.94. In yes, taking a look at the NASDAQ, about 30 points off the highs last trade. 21,419. 7 minutes till MOC.
We'll bid 406s and 402s.
Okay.
You go, Dolby.
A little bit of both.
Yep, I like those.
Come and get us,
I like-
NASDAQ. Come and get us.
We'll see what market on close. No, we still got 8.
Time there. Yep.
Come and fill us for MOC. That's fine.
We should have been getting in short when we were taking profits. That would have been nice.
Well, reversal challenge, huh, Dakota?
Uh-huh.
In the live account?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was good just selling what we did up there anyway. Cut the risk.
Good sell.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a pretty expensive long because we're momentum traded the upside and it kind of held up for a little bit, so it makes sense pulling it.
I'm in short from
420s.
Oh man, 3,400, almost 3,500 people watching right now on Power Hour here at TopstepTV. I wonder how many
Nice.
watching on live. Yeah, David Green, you bring the numbers, my man. Click like, click
right.
subscribe, give us a follow on the X. David Green Wednesday. I love messing with him. Man,
I guess we're popular now.
I guess we're official. 59.95 last trade in the S&Ps. Hey,
Nice.
Drifting higher.
I want us to just sell off so I could buy it. And this is the kind of market where you just you want it to sell off for buying opportunities.
I'm surprised that we didn't get down to at least like 410s. Because I would think there'd be a lot of short sellers around 408, 410s who maybe tried to short that high. And they get their chance to maybe get back to break even. But bulls did not give them a chance. So there might be some pretty serious short covering even still to be had here.
Could be. Wouldn't shock me.
Negative delta
Never know.
growing
Just not
on the ES. Oh, what is it? Minus 2,400. Yes.
We might get to new highs on MOC.
Hey, Tim B in the chat. Got the blue official status in the chat. Tim B, shout out.
I bet we get a big sell number so we can smack them down here and buy a little bit.
I'd take it. I just want to get filled. That's the beauty of limit orders. Buy limit orders. Like, you want the market to go down. Come and get us.
Here, question in the chat from Wizard. Who's the dude on the bottom left? Dude on the bottom left, who are you?
Well, I don't know. Me? Is that me? Am I low bottom left?
I think it's Andre.
I'm in the upper left, I think. Upper left. It says bottom left. Who's the dude on the bottom left? That is Dolby Time himself.
He is a married man. Sorry.
I'm a married man. Sorry, Wizard.
Dolby Time.
Got hitched.
I had to, Dolby. 59.97. See if they give it another run up to the 6,000s in the ES.
Wizard, are you a first-time viewer of Topstep TV? If you are, welcome. Welcome to the trading show. We do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Taking live trades.
I'll tell you what, guys. You know you're old when most of the emails you get are about your prostate.
Oh,
is that what you're
People
getting?
I don't read them, but I get a lot of them.
Yeah.
At a certain age. Oh,
We're on a
you
mailing
guys will
list.
get that.
Here we go. Let's see if we can push this thing.
New highs
sure it's
during MOC. Let's do it. Let's get it.
Ooh, we should do our above below now before MOC.
Okay, I got it.
Who wants to give? You got the line? What's the above below?
Yep.
Dakota, you got it.
68.
In chat, can we get a poll? Above or below 21,468 by 3 p.m. Central. This is the Dakota above below.
468. Dakota special.
Wow, that is a bullish
Oh,
call.
we need to. Do we need to put it closer to the market price? Do we need to put it closer?
Yeah,
to
ideally.
the market
Quick.
Yeah, pick the middle. We're at 21. Pick 30.
price? All right. Well, we could do 25. How's that?
Okay. Above below 20,425 by 3 p.m. Central. Come and fill us, please.
I was trying to
Where's
bait
my
everyone in the chat to go below, and then if this market just rallies.
Still got the bids out.
I'll
folks?
stay above.
Isn't that what Vegas
425. I'll
does?
stay above.
Wait, we're pulling the bids? We can pull the bids if you want to.
I didn't say
Wasn't
that. I
kidding.
asked you if you still had them.
Oh, no, they're still in there. Yeah, 100%. They're still in there. Not scared of MOC. I believe in the technicals. Believe in the technicals.
What's up, Dakota? What do you got?
MOC does not go along with technicals typically.
No.
I love that.
It's like when these big numbers come out in the morning, you can take your technicals and throw them in a win.
Pretty much.
Oh, I have these are OCO orders. It's not going to be that bad. There's OCOs.
Oh, everyone's 50-50.
Is that what it is right now?
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay. Indecisive.
I'm to the long side. I'm my original line's these 460s.
I'm not betting against America. No way.
Hell no. Oh, hell no.
I got no dog in this fight.
You're American, David. What do you mean? You're American. Come on.
I gotta be bullish.
Let's put it this way. I
21,000.
wouldn't be surprised if we went up or down 30 or
Okay.
how's that for going out on November?
I like it.
460s or 360s.
I mean, the 30-minute range actually looks pretty good, and we would be buying just the bottom of it. So this looks pretty good.
Less than 60 seconds.
Just need a long time. Let's go. Come on down.
31.56 if we can go down 70 points.
Hey, if we go down 70 points, this show is over, my man. We're wrapping this thing up.
Hey, really quick before we get the MOC Dakota, what do we got on slow markets tonight?
Coach Jay's joining me every Wednesday. I'm super excited. I love having Coach Jay on, so it's just not me, myself, and I talking to myself. And in a YouTube chat, we're always glad to have him on.
Filled. Long two.
All right.
And we'll
Just
see.
like that, we're filled.
Oh, yeah. Got filled at 05.
Shit, we went from... There we go.
Are we filled on both?
Yep. Long two. 21,404. Move the stop to 389. Let's see if we can
right, here we go.
get some support here.
Oh, man.
See if we can get 20 on the first one. And then new highs on the second. What's the word from MOC?
Got nothing yet. Got nothing.
Under's paying. We still have 10 minutes. This is going to be the longest 10 minutes. We've seen what happened yesterday.
Here we go. Minus 1 point. It's all sell side, guys. Minus 1.8 billion sell side. S&P's minus 2 billion sell side. NASDAQ minus 570 million to sell side. Dow. Call it 4.5 billion sell side.
Wow. That's a big number.
So
That is
buy
a big
more.
number.
Okay. Go ahead and
Okay, we can
I'm gonna buy one right here.
If we can get back up to 415s, we can start walking the stop up.
About
Yeah, we are sitting right on the previous day close, which is good.
It didn't flinch, though.
See what happens.
I bought 97.
Okay, we're gonna walk our stop up. So 395.
I'm 03. 0350.
Yeah, we got 404s. Where's your stop at, David?
I don't know. You tell me where to put it.
Oh.
First of all, let's see. 03. I'm putting one out to sell at 13. Taking 10 points if we get it.
Okay, let's see if we get temporary resistance at 414s.
Negative delta growing in the ES.
That's it.
We got really good entries, though. Really, really good entries.
Yeah, market didn't really flinch on the MOC numbers.
Nope,
There we
nice
go.
bid.
I got
Good over
out of one
415s.
I sold one at 13.
Okay.
See what happens.
Good over 415s. We can walk the stop up a little bit.
Those 425s are still in play for the over under.
That could be interesting.
Yeah, I want to see if we can pull one at 425s.
That would be good.
And then maybe new highs after that.
And then 460s.
I think 22,000. I think that.
I like where your head's at.
Okay, so
Well,
bidding pretty good. We'll move the stop up to just below, let's see, 396s. We just need this to not do a stair step low. That would be no bueno.
We need to bust above like 16, 17.
Oh,
We've
that'd
seen
be
what happened
amazing.
yesterday.
Let's see if we could get 20
Come on.
points on one of these contracts. That would feel very, very good. 424s.
Remember, if we get to those 424, we probably get to 425. Keep going like that again.
That's my new favorite joke right now.
100%.
My offer is at 25.75.
All right, let's go to break even since we're so close.
Agreed.
No reason to risk it right now. We got 7 minutes left. Let's see if we can get this one.
6
on.
minutes left in session.
Okay.
Make
We
sure
are
to stay
risk-free.
tuned like that. Stay tuned for At the Buzzer after Power
I
Hour.
swear to God, every time I go to break even,
Right back
it's like
down
a
to this.
magnet.
What was that?
Fucking magnet, man.
That's why you take a little off at 16.
Well, you was trying to take it off at 424s, it just didn't get up there. Oh, all right, we're out. That was aggravating to say the least.
We're out.
We're break even. We
We're
missed.
out.
We
Why
missed
are we
our
out?
TP1.
We're out.
We didn't want to take any additional heat because the MOC.
All right. Who was it that
had
said?
good momentum.
Who was it that said they lose more money moving their stop loss to break
Hey.
even than keeping it where it was?
1,000%. 1,000%.
Was that you, Dobie?
100%. That is like my thing.
What just
Oh my
happened
goodness.
then?
Oh no!
Look at this.
What just
How do you
happened?
even?
No!
How do you even?
Dobie.
And 10 seconds till. Liquidity injection coming in hot. 8 seconds.
We could
Here we
still
go.
buy more. I mean, it's teleporting left and right.
Incoming. Watch this.
We could probably get our entry back.
I swear, yeah. I was in the green room listening to you, and I remember you saying I lose more money moving my stop to
do.
break even because one unit, and I heard that entire thing, and here you you moved it to broke even, you
Buddy.
stopped out. You'll never know until hindsight. If this breaks down, then
Every time.
you're going to be happy,
Every
right?
time.
You don't
Every
know.
time. Oh, maybe this one instance, actually. This one instance, it would have paid off. But typically,
Where was the original stop?
about 395s, approximately.
395.
So we're wiggling back down there. Yeah, just below that candle. That 51.
It's just about it. It looks like we're going to hit
We're
it
just
now
about
anyway.
Yeah. Unless you want to actually bid it down here, that
What
would
was
be
the break-even price?
like around let's see, I have the orders.
03, 04,
405.
something like that.
We got tagged at
05.
405. This might be one instance in which going to break even pays off, but typically it does not. It does not.
I
Market
always move my
loves
stop.
NASDAQ. Never
All right,
change
3.5
NASDAQ.
minutes.
Never.
Never change, indeed. All right, let's get some hashtag Power Hour content in. We asked you for it this morning, this afternoon. Gabe's got goodies. How'd they do today, Gabe? Gabe. James.
Who's back there? Anybody? Hello?
Hashtag Power Hour.
Sorry,
Dave's not
things
here.
are going off in Slack.
Who's blowing up? Uh-oh.
All good, all good. Things are good. I just trying to multitask, trying to drive and play games on my phone at the same time. This hippo in Madagascar is so funny. I want to soar without looking. From King James, I'm back again. Only failed one combine before passing this one, which makes me happy. Most of all, I'm thrilled with my execution today. It feels really good because I've been struggling with it a lot. So good for you, King James. Love the name.
That's James
Tom.
Dobson, by the way.
It's Dobson. Yeah, that's James D.
Yeah.
You know, one James
That's where I
to
am.
another. You're doing good work,
There you
my
go.
friend. From Tom, now it feels real. Topstep taking care of business.
Hell
That's
yeah.
right. That is a $3,500 payout.
Hell yeah.
From us to you. You've earned it. Congrats. Moving on from 0.5% day trader, steady daily P&L curve of my Topstep 150K account. I can't really see what it says in the black text on there where the dip is, but that's a good looking graph. And you're recovering. That's important. You know, it doesn't just shoot down.
Payout. It says payout.
Payout. Even better.
Yeah, nice.
Damn.
The
Yeah,
best
there we go.
way for an account to dip is
Beautiful.
from having your payout withdrawn. From Dean, 0 drawdown trade on gold today.
Ooh.
Incredible trade you got there. Trading the micro gold too, it looks like.
Must be nice. I like that. 0 drawdown.
Micro gold.
The old MGC.
From YOLO Baggins, one of my favorite names. Currently in a 9-day win streak on my XFA since almost blowing it. I'm already up 400 and have my stop loss locked in to keep that much. Today will make the 10th day win streak. Following the process will lead to profits, right? I think you're showing us right here, right now, that it does.
Great job.
Wow. Consistency.
And finally,
never give up.
exactly. And finally, to close us out for Power Hour submissions from Shane, getting back on track. Took a 35K payout yesterday and stayed patient today with a little over 6K profit. Looking to stay low on my sizing and scalp more than going in with big contract sizing. That's how you do it. That's how you get a $35,000 payout.
Whew. That's really good.
Dolby, you remember from the restaurant days like I do. Like that 35K, that's better than what you would make in a year sometimes on a bad tip night.
Oh,
So
yeah.
That's
a bad tip night.
Dude, you're happy to make $300.
20 seconds till the close. Hell of a day.
I'm
today. Wild
vindicated.
day.
I'm going to break even.
You're vindicated. Bad habit enforced.
Yeah, exactly right, Coach. Exactly right, Coach.
James, you're gonna kill me. We gotta do outro, James. James is busting his ass today. Yep, we got 5 seconds left in the session. Make sure you stay tuned in for At the Buzzer. Shout out to James Harden. Everyone give it up for James Harden in the chat. Busting his ass. A true bell-to-beller. Pre-bell, all that. Shout out to James Harden. Anyways, thank you. Shout out to David Green, Dakota, Dolby Time. Hell of a date as well at the Buzzer after this. With that being said, James Harden, take us out of here.
Will do. Thank you, Andre. Thank you to everybody watching. And yeah, chat, thank you so much for sticking around with us. If you've been here bell to bell, or if you've only been here for Power Hour, we appreciate you watching nonetheless. Talking about watching nonetheless, please stick around for At the Buzzer. It comes up next at 3:15 with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Great show. They're gonna recap today. If you haven't seen it, stick around. It's gonna be a good time. Later tonight at 7:30, we have Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Very popular segment with us here, as well as Deanna's London Open at 3:30 a.m. What do we got going on tomorrow? Tomorrow is Thursday the 16th. Eddie should be back, so we're going to have opening call with Eddie and Hoag. Fast Markets, Andre, Hoag, Nick for a tick, and Jared J returns. It'll be a great duo to see on Fast Markets. Of course, we have the morning recap with Hoag. 11:15, we're going to do another VIP lounge segment with Coach Hoop from the Pit Raiders, as well as one of his VIP team members, Matt Y. Shoulder tap, we're going to have JD and Ben. Hoping JD's feeling a lot better. Lunchbox trading, JD and Hoag. Back to the Futures with JD, Dolby, Coach J. Afternoon recap with Hoag. And of course, Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Vince N. However, that is tomorrow. For now, watch At the Buzzer. Then clock out for a bit, relax, go walk around if it's not, 13 degrees outside like it is here. And then be back for Slow Markets at 7:30. But until then, have a great rest of your day. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. Good night.
when I